My lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Wow, holy shit, the game got messed up. Hold on a second. Whoa. Hold on, test, test, test. No, that's fine. Okay, here we go. There we go. There we go, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? I hope you are doing well. Space Girlfriend, Grouchy Ash, Violence, Peppy Toaster, Bromine, Lucid, Gayfesh, Elby. You know, I had a song lined up, but at the last minute, right before I started the intro, my Dropbox disconnected, which stinks. The Amazing Atheist with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you very much for the welcome back. And thank you so much for supporting the show. And big shout out for being here today. I'm actually just gonna play this banger Star Wars track again. So you're just gonna have to deal with me playing that one again because it's hype, okay? It's hype. I'm sorry, it's hype. It's just how it goes. And then we're gonna read off the names and we'll continue with the energy. Bennifer the Potato, Peppy Toaster, Lady Kelgana, Jessica Metal, Mesmerized, Brutus Magnuson, Bill Portley, Gayfesh, Arlo, Mixed Dizzy, Spyro Gal, Dank Catlord, Somniostatic, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Aska, Baphomet, Ada Stardust, Niana, Punk Corpse, Beezy, Shrimp, Intentions Nasty, Trent, Ryan Phoenix, V Noir, Leanne Scott, Cineful, Eddie Spencer, Dark Canuck, Ginger Snaps Back, Hogstein, Baxter, Neb, Theos, Tori Cassiatore, V Noir, Schrodinger's Catsy, Silly String, Max Flow. Who else we got? Ivy Evans, Junkman226, SMG Hottie, Bing Boy, Electo, Jade Monkey, Dokai Bing, Dokai Bling, Double Chinsey, Uncle Gumball, Zygote, Arius, Palm Dad, Moss Meow, Valhalla Vidya, Biceps and Bikinis, Alora, Adritwi, Katarina, Posadas John, Ether, Novocaine, Angry Vicky, LB. It looks like we got basically everyone so far. My lovely imps, if you would be so kind as to smack that like button, I would deeply, deeply appreciate it. Exoskeletal Patchwork. Oh, this is the theme from Dark Forces. This is the incredible sound font from Dark Forces, which I'm gonna discuss in just a few minutes. Hey, thank you so much. Really appreciate that, thank you. How are we all doing? It has been a little bit of time since I last streamed. It's been a busy month, as you can probably tell. Yeah, go smack the like button if you haven't liked it. The more likes we get early on, the more people who will come to stream, and we have a lot to talk about today. We're going to talk about Star Wars. We're going to talk about Discourse. We're going to talk about drama, and we're going to talk about rallying calls. We're We're gonna talk about a lot of really good stuff. Electa with the $25, thank you very, very much. That's incredibly generous. I got paid tonight, I'm in a good mood. Here's some dosh and a video clip that brings me joy. All right, I'll check it out. Man, those Dagoth Ur memes are really taking it off. Star Boars, oh. The Star Wars arc begins in full. You'd better be ready to taste the unlimited Star Wars. Return of the Critique. I'm gonna make some people very angry tonight. Brutus Magnuson with the $5. Thank you very, very much. Incredibly generous, and thank you very, very much for that. Palpatine, mama. Yeah, I can do the Actually, it's really funny. Hold on, let me show you. This is actually less Palpatine, and actually is almost identical to Luthen Rael's outfit from the end of Star Wars. Hold on, let me show you. Yeah, take a look at this. If I put this thing up, watch, here, I'll show you. Or here we go. This is the perfect one, let me show you. What? Oh God, Luthen, oh my God. Google Images is so busted. Look, it's the same, almost. It's a slightly different material, but it's basically exactly the same. Very, very close. Anyway, I'm gonna lower the music just a little bit now. What do I sacrifice? Everything! I've made my mind a sunless space. I am damned by a choice I made 15 years ago to use the weapons of my enemy against them. We have a lot to talk about today. My God. So for those of you who don't know, for those of you who are just coming in and getting settled in, I have been on the road a lot in the past 15 days or so. Some of you will know that I helped a friend of the show, Xander Hall, move up to this neck of the woods, up here to Seattle. And it was a pretty intense move. And then shortly after that, I did some traveling where I hoped to get a bunch of travel footage and actually try my hand at travel streaming. That didn't actually work out for a couple of reasons, which I'm going to talk about. My trip, I went to Utah. And we actually did have a pretty good time in Utah, but unfortunately, the travel footage just barely worked out for a couple of reasons that I'll get into in a minute. However, we had a good trip, even if it was very tiring. So I want to make a special shout out before we get any further. Thank you to all of the imps who are helping me right now by donating to the show, who are supporting the show. As I took a lot of time off this last month, and it helps a lot to have your support. So extra shout out to those of you who are supporting today. Thank you very, very much. I deeply appreciate it. Uncle Gumbald with the tier 2 sub, exact just like Uncle Gumbald. Thank you very much. I like being green this time. It's not easy being green. Welcome back. Thank you. Punk Corpse gonna Punk Corpse. True, awesome pics. I did get some very good photography. And I'll talk about that too. Because it was a wild trip, and I have a lot of things to say, and I really hope I don't offend anybody when I talk about my trip. But we're gonna see, I guess. I guess we'll find out. Thank you, Angry Vicky. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you very much. I have had a lot on my mind as I have been traveling, and I'm going to try and do my best to not have this be the rambliest stream ever. But if it is the rambliest stream ever, you'll just have to enjoy it, because let me just be honest, I'm a really good rambler. As you can see, I am touched by the Force, which I have the ability to make basically any topic very interesting to you. It's almost like I have a Jedi mind trick, and that you will donate to the channel because you love my content and you want to see it thrive and whatever. So I apologize if this stream is a little rambly. There has been so much that has happened. There has been so much on my mind. And I want to talk about a lot of it. But I also want to make sure that we talk about some immediately relevant stuff. For example, like I mentioned just a few minutes ago, Abigail Thorne, aka Philosophy Tube, has come under some pretty major heat on Twitter and other social media, but mostly Twitter as usual. And I want to talk about that because I have some pretty major thoughts about what people were saying about that particular discourse. And of course, the Star Wars arc has begun. So let me tell you what the Star Wars arc is, because a lot of people didn't catch me talking about how I was going to do the Star Wars arc once I returned from my trip. The Star Wars arc was inspired by a relatively new Star Wars show called Star Wars Andor. Star Wars Andor is, in my opinion, the single best piece of Star Wars media that has come out since the original trilogy. It is extremely political. It is just doused in politics. It takes the universe very seriously, and also its aesthetics are on point. If you haven't seen Star Wars Andor, regardless of whether you are a fan of Star Wars or not, go watch Star Wars Andor. I'm telling you, it is so politically based and so politically interesting that even if you don't like Star Wars, you will enjoy Star Wars Andor. I can't recommend it enough. Anyway, Star Wars Andor reawakened my ancient love for Star Wars. I grew up on Star Wars. You know, I was I'm 32 years old. I was born in 1990, so I watched Star Wars a whole bunch because my parents were like, you guys, you have to see Star Wars. It's a part of the culture. And then, of course, when I was very young, the Star Wars prequels came out. So I decided, you know what? Since my love for Star Wars has been reawakened, and Star Wars is a very complicated and incredibly large cinematic universe, arguably the first real cinematic universe, I'm going to go through as much Star Wars media as my little brain can handle, and I'm going to subject you to it as well. And of course, we are going to talk extensively about the politics, we're going to talk about the style, we're going to talk about the filmmaking, we're going to talk about trivia. It's going to be a media extravaganza, and I believe that you will find it very, very fulfilling. Because I have a lot to say, and my opinions about these pieces tend to be pretty different from the sort of mainstream or the accepted narratives, and you'll understand that in time. Technically, the first thing that I reviewed in my Star Wars arc was Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, which I have since completed. I got 100% of the accomplishments in the game, except for, like, I guess I didn't get all the Force echoes, but that doesn't apparently count for completion. According to the game, I got everything. I got all the secrets, and I got all the treasures, I got all the cosmetics, I got everything. I really, really enjoyed it. And and yeah, so I guess I missed some little things, but it didn't really count. Anyway, I really enjoyed that game. But over the trip, I decided to go revisit the prequel trilogy, and that's what I'm going to be talking about here in just a few minutes once we get into this. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Baphomet. Is Fallen Order 2 out yet? No, but it's coming out soon, which makes me very excited. I've quite enjoyed Fallen Order. It is not a game without flaws, but you can see my whole review of the game in the last stream that I did. Prequels discourse. Oh, yes. We're going to have a big talk about the Star Wars prequels today. And, oh my God, I have a lot of thoughts. I've been sort of filling the ears of all of my housemates and partners with Star Wars talk for the last couple of days, trying to get together exactly everything that I want to talk about. But we'll get there. We'll get there. I will never forget Padme, and I will never forgive Anakin, that bastard. I don't want to give any spoilers yet, because I'm going to go movie by movie, and I'm going to talk about all of my thoughts about it. And y'all are just gonna have to have a good time with it, because one of the things that I have been trying to do this year is is I've been trying to broaden the content that we do on this channel. I think you've probably noticed that, and a lot of people have responded very positively to that. My travel stuff has been really well received. My media, I mean, I've been doing more media stuff for a very long time. That's been like over a year that I've been slowly and surely doing more and more media reviews. But you guys wouldn't even believe the positive feedback I've been getting from media stuff. People have been very, like, responding really well to it, and that makes me very excited. And there's a reason for that, which is that, I mean, many of you were here for my sort of funeral for the online left kind of, or on the Twitter left kind of thing that I did. There's been a lot of not just negativity, because negativity really undersells it. There has been a lot of toxicity in online spaces in recent memory, and people have begun, I mean many channels, not just my channel, but I mean a lot of channels in this space have sort of gotten stuck in this churn of drama content that I think is becoming not just harmful, but also very boring. And the truth is, we have to have a good time while we're alive. And sometimes having a good time means delving deeply into the things that you're passionate about and not getting stuck feeling like you have to respond to a bunch of nonsense garbage, you know, generated via algorithm and whatnot. And I've also noticed that not just myself, but also other content creators have started to feel tired. Not like the passion is getting sucked out of everybody's work. And I think a lot of that comes from this perpetual devotion to extremely toxic discourses and extremely toxic drama cycles. And so I've decided to make a really firm stand and go in a different direction. And I encourage all of you who are here right now to continue along with me and to keep your mind open to all of the cool new stuff that we're doing. Yeah. Well, thank you, Angry Vicky. I appreciate that. But I just think that, like, look, I am an entertainer. That's what I am first and foremost. I make YouTube videos for people to feel good about, and also to stay informed. My content is kind of unique in that I talk about a pretty large variety of topics, and I'm very, very political. I talk about politics a lot, but I just feel like I can do more. I feel like I can do better, and I think part of that, you know, is going to deliberately require stepping into different things, stepping away from what the now sort of dead politics spaces dictated as the normal content. Another thing too is, of course, that some of the content that we all used to love and enjoy is just dead completely. Debates, just very, very, very rare. There, of course, from time to time are indeed debates, but the funness level of them has, like, drained out, and now we're getting, like, the sludge at the bottom of the root beer float when it comes to sort of debates and debate content, and it really sucks. Zadoki asks, have you seen the Critical and Sneeko drama? Oh yes, I have, and it was very, very funny. I was watching that with great interest. It was incredible. The Sneeko Critical drama, and by that I mean that the critical beatdown of Sneeko. Yeah. So, Posadas John says, Andor was a bit slow for me at first, and hopefully this isn't a spoiler, but I loved it when the shit hit the fan for the Rent-A-Cops in episode 3, and now I'm invested. It just keeps getting better. I assure you, you will come, like, Yeah, of course, the first 2 episodes of most shows take a little bit of setup unless they do like a Lost type thing where they just sort of overwhelm you with puzzle, mystery box, things like that. Andor is incredible. It's incredible, and you will come to appreciate some of the things that happen in the early episodes as you analyze the show. Dust Aeon says, Vosh says that the reason why he debates less now is because most of the people on the right don't even want to defend their position. It really is the bottom of the bottom who is willing to debate. Yeah, I actually think Vosh is pretty accurate, like pretty correct on that. It's not just, by the way, that the right doesn't want to defend their position. Like, they are literally scared of debates. The right liked to pretend that there were no lefty debaters for a really long time, and then they started getting severely clapped in debates. You guys remember some of my old debates in which we just absolutely embarrassed members of the right. They didn't even, like, not even their own fans could argue that they did well. But first of all, they're cowardly. They won't engage anymore. But secondly, when they do engage, they're not making arguments. They are literally reciting dogma over and over and over again. And some of you who've been around on the internet for a while, some of you youngsters might not remember this, but if you remember anything about the atheist era, you will recall that the same thing happened to the atheists and the skeptics as well. Because after a while, you stop actually being able to have a real conversation or a real dispute with certain types of fundamentalists because they just begin reciting dogma at you and they won't even engage with the things that you say sometimes. It's literally like talking to a chatbot where they wait for certain words to pop up and then they recite their like sort of claim and never engage with what you're saying. Hey, Vermin, it's wonderful to see you. And it's wild, because it really just speaks to the fundamental, the dreadful, boring doldrums that represent the emotional and mental state on the right. At the end of the day, they have to assert these sort of like repeated copy-paste narratives because it's the only way they can perpetuate their ideology. Their ideology doesn't stand up to any sort of analysis, and as they realize it, as they realize this more and more, they just revert to dogma, and it's very boring to watch. A lot of if you go and look up like some of the conservatives that are still debating, you will discover that every single debate that they do is basically the same. And it sucks. It's boring to watch. It's boring to do. If you are the debater, it is absolutely incredibly boring. It kills viewership numbers. It's just terrible. Yeah, it's the thought terminating cliches. It's just bad. And of course, then there's the other side of it, which is the third factor, which is that in addition to just being NPCs, in addition to actually being afraid of debate, the rhetoric is just intolerable to anyone who isn't already like the correct demographic to engage with conservatives. If you are a cishet white male or as close to a cishet white male as you can be, then you don't have a whole lot on, you don't have a whole lot of identity they can target you on. But for everyone else, you will go into a debate where the debate question is like, do you have a right to exist or should you be eradicated? And that is a just horrible, demoralizing, I guess. Like, it's just like, why would you ever engage with that? Engaging with it isn't even fun. It's just better to just defeat that person via any other means. Like, why would you just sit there to have some NPC recite lines about how you and the people that you care about deserve to not be around anymore? Yeah, it's terrible. It's just terrible. Yeah. Ron's KFC with the incredibly generous $5 says, it seems like a lot of these people on the right would have to admit that they follow a mob mentality, that they have no real self-thought. That is true. Yes, that is true. Thank you very much, Ron. Yeah, it is, but that's the thing, right? Like, conservatism is not about new thought. Conservatism is not about pushing boundaries. It's about keeping things the way that they are. It is about preserving the ideal world that they've dreamed up in their minds. I saw a really funny Twitter post recently where it was like this guy, literally the stereotype. He was like, I was born in the wrong decade. And he had like a black and white picture of like a sailor from the like a 1950s, 1940s era sailor, like dancing with like a lady in a polka dot dress. And they were like dancing on a dance floor. And of course, that image turned out to be a still from a Katy Perry music video from the 2000s or from the 2010s. And it's just like, that is what you're engaging with. You are engaging with people who, like, you might as well argue about Star Wars lore, unironically. And you'll have more fun with Star Wars lore, because engaging with conservatives right now just means engaging with a fantasy world that they don't even know anything about. They have like a weird, vague fantasy that they want to beat off to in their mind and nothing else. Yeah. Glup shitto moment. Yeah, exactly. The actor in that is gay. Yeah, I saw that as well, which is of course hilarious. It's just, whew. Oh. Anyway, yeah. So all of this is a very long and rambly way of saying that there's a reason why we're entering the Star Wars arc this year, and why we're going to have fun learning politics and discussing politics and thinking more deeply about the art in the world. Life can be very rough. Especially right now. There is a lot of incredibly hateful, hurtful, negative rhetoric flying around. There is a lot of people in our society right now who are engaging in truly psychotic political, or who are acting out incredibly psychotic political worldviews, and it can be very difficult to deal with, especially if you happen to live in an area where these ideas are sort of dominant. And so I think it's really important that we take time to find beauty in the world, that we take time to just, I don't know, have more effective conversations that give us energy. Even if we're discussing some of the same topics, that we can engage with it through a lens that is at least enjoyable to us. Spyro Gal, do you think we should call this a genocide? Yes, I have made that argument for some time. I actually have a couple of videos out about that. I strongly believe in using the term genocide because that is exactly what it is. And interestingly, if you want a little more information on this, the institute that was founded by the person who coined the term genocide, the Lemkin Institute for the Prevention of Genocide, actually recently, as in within the last 3 months, published an article making their case for why they believe that the anti-trans upsurge in the United States and in the UK is a genocide. This is literally the foundation founded by the guy who coined the term. And these are like the institution that studies and discusses genocide made an article specifically talking about the trans genocide. Yeah, hold on a second. I can link that, absolutely. Let me see if I can find the exact article for you. It's pretty interesting. Here we go. Here's the link right here. Bam. It's called the Lemkin Institute, Statement on the Genocidal Nature of the Gender Critical Movement. Bam. There you go. There's the link for everybody who wants it. Please spread that as far and wide as you can. Use it, cite it. It makes an incredibly good argument. It's very incredible. Autumn C says, haha, I haven't watched in so long. I honestly can't believe you're still doing this. Wait, you mean that you can't believe I'm still streaming? Of course I am. My channel is succeeding massively. You guys need to understand, my channel has a small subscriber count, but this channel has an absolutely incredible viewer engagement and viewer retention. I have so many long-term viewers. I have so many viewers who always come back for a stream, and we have incredible engagement, not just in stream chat, but also in videos. So of course I'm gonna keep doing it. We have an uphill battle to fight on YouTube, which you can help with by liking the video, by commenting on videos in the future, and by engaging with my content on YouTube. You see, YouTube doesn't really like what Mama has to say, because Mama talks about a lot of pretty heavy topics. And also, let's be honest, we know I'm trans. Trans people have a little rough time getting getting footing around the world. There's a lot of passive, very, very low level, not just discrimination, but sort of reluctance to jump on board and enjoy content created by trans people. There's a lot of, not a lot of people are like outright bigots, but a lot of people just sort of gravitate towards cishet, people. So you can help make sure the channel thrives by, helping boost us on YouTube. And also you get the benefit of meaning that I actually get some pretty major channel success. Regardless, the channel is growing. We had a huge burst of growth over the last few months, and it's of course slowing down just a tiny bit, but we're still growing. We're still very, very positive in subscriber count, and the channel is only going up from here. Plus, of course, like I said, stream engagement is out of control. My chat is, by pure membership numbers, significantly smaller than my peers, yet it flies. This chat fucking constantly flies. It's sick as hell. So yeah, I'm not giving up. Not even close. Yeah. Anyway, welcome back, Autumn C. Yeah. No, and also, the other thing too is that people have a good time in this community. We have an actual really strong, really strong community that goes above and beyond the chat. People in this community look out for each other. People in this community help each other. We have an absolutely incredible success rate for community fundraisers that I've been a part of or even led. I mean, God, we had like 2 major super successful fundraisers in the last 6 months. Not even that, in the last 4 months. It's been really awesome, and it makes me feel really, really happy. Oh, awesome, Too Clever by Half. Yeah, we're gonna be doing a lot more Conspiracy Mama stuff, though I don't know if we have any today because we have so much content to actually go through today. Anyway, the Discord, join it. The YouTube, like and comment on a video. Every comment helps, even comments that are just say comment. Any comment helps on my videos, so. Oh, and of course, there's a Patreon. If you don't like paying through the website, demonmama.com, if you don't like paying through YouTube, you can subscribe to the Patreon. I'm planning on, over time, ramping up unique posts on the Patreon, but for right now, the Patreon is just a way that you can help support the show for any amount. You can go as low as $1 if you want, so. Oh, yes. Everyone reminds me, Ireland! Oh my God, I forgot it's Ireland Day! Holy shit, hold on, we gotta play some Ireland music! Hold on a second, everybody. We gotta get the Ireland going. Hold on, here we go.
I was born on a Dublin street where the Lyle drums did beat. The loving English feet that walked all over us.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone! Yeah, I'm not Irish, at least that I know of, but more power to you.
Come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and
Oh, I'm so sorry, but it's good. It's all good. You can make up for it when you can.
Come, let us hear you tell how you slandered great Parnell when you
I'm
taught
being
them
told
well
that I
and
damaged
truly
people's ears.
persecuted.
Good.
What are the
That's in
sneers
the
and
Irish
jeers
spirit.
that you loudly let us hear when our leaders of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of
You have to understand, St. Patrick's Day, there's a lot of Irish people in the United States, including our Irish Catholic president, Joe Biden.
With your 16-pound gun, and you frightened them damn natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals.
Joe Biden, sure.
Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Kelishandra.
No straws.
The time is coming fast, and I think this day is near, when he's showing traitor, he will run before us. And if there'll be a need, well, our kids will say Godspeed, with a verse or two of singing this fine chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Kelishandra. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man.
It's
Show
so
your
good.
wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Kelishandra.
The closest friends of the family that I had growing up were like super Irish. They were like super Irish. And so every St. Patrick's Day, we would have corned beef and cabbage. We would have a lot of beer, all that sort of stuff. Every single St. Patrick's Day when I was younger. So I'm not Irish, just so we know, but at least where I came from, it was very heavily celebrated. Yeah. They were super Irish. How do I send you photos of the quail in my backyard right now? They're going to have babies soon for spring, and I remember you saying you'd liked quail in a stream before your trip. Yeah, quail are cute. I actually saw a wild quail on my last, on my journey to Utah, which I'm about to talk about. You can just, if you go on the Discord, discord.gg/Demon Mama, we actually have a channel just for posting pictures of animals, and you can tag me there, and I'll check it out later when I can. Let's talk about the Utah trip, then we're going to do Star Wars, and then we're going to do Discourse, and then we're going to talk about some other things, okay? First of all, I just got back a few days ago, like 3 days ago, from a trip to Utah, specifically to Salt Lake City. It was a long trip. I was gone for about a week. We drove a grand total of like 26 or 27 hours. We got diverted up into the mountains because of a highway closure. It was a wild experience. And also, I saw a whole bunch of really, really cool birds on the road. Some of you will have seen my posts about that over on Twitter. Let me show you. I didn't take these pictures because obviously I was, traveling and couldn't. But I want to show you the picture of the birds that I spotted just on the first day of my trip. Let me show you these birds, okay? So I spotted an American kestrel, which is this beautiful bird, this ferocious little puffball. It looked almost exactly like this, and it was perched on a power line, and it was all fluffed up, and it looked really cute. And so I saw this one first. Then I saw a golden eagle. And yes, I am sure that it was a golden eagle, specifically because of this pattern right here on its tail feathers. This bird that I saw was unbelievable. It was so big. And the one that I saw was, at least by my measure, not even like the biggest. First of all, it's not the biggest eagle I've ever seen, but not even the biggest eagle. It was a juvenile in all likelihood. And oh my God, we were in Idaho, and let me just try to explain what Idaho is like to you all, at least the portion of Idaho that I went through. So there is a section of Idaho that is basically just endless plains, okay? As far as the eye can see, and we were driving on a very clear day. The first day of our drive was extremely clear once we got through the first mountain pass. And we could see miles, incomprehensible miles, to distant mountains on either end of these enormous, enormous plains. And oh my God, it was amazing. And I saw this golden eagle swooping down over the golden plains of just grasses and grains, and swooping down to catch something. It was so amazing. I will say that despite being a really, really beautiful drive to drive through Idaho, it's very hard to capture in a photograph the experience, or even in a video, the experience of driving through just sort of endless plains as far as you can see, until you see a tiny mountain in the distance, sort of making up the horizon. It was really amazing. And on the way back, it was actually even more incredible, because on our way back, we happened to be driving when there was a very light snowstorm happening. So the roads were not too bad, but what we got to see was the sort of golden plains transform into a sea of white snow with golden waves popping up through the snow. And this is the type of stuff that which is why I encourage people to go touch grass, because when you witness just how much beauty remains in the world, regardless of all of the bad shit, regardless of all of the crap that we have to deal with all the time, it gives you a very spiritually empowering experience. And let me see if I can actually share a picture of this. Let me see if I believe I was able to capture this in a particularly good picture, and I'll share it with you if I can. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, sudden sneeze. Apologies about that, everybody. Let me just see if I can get one of my amazing pictures of this, because I did get a couple of pictures, but it's hard to capture exactly what it looks like when you're driving through this. Well, that's not a very good one. Damn. It was just very hard to capture the sort of, oh, here we go. No, that's before the snow came down. I wasn't able to get very good photos of of what I'm talking about from the car, but there were portions where all you see is interchanging pure white and pure gold, with once in a while a like scrubby tree just sort of dotted in between. And it's really incredible. It really is breathtaking to see like shimmering gold across white. And I mean, this was fresh snow. This was completely undisturbed for miles and miles and miles. And it was really awesome and breathtaking. And me and my partners were just sort of like sitting warm in our car, watching all of this and discussing politics and whatever else came to mind. It was really awesome. Additionally, on my trip, I went, we passed through the Umatilla Pass is what I believe it was called. Umatilla Pass, I believe is what it was called. The Umatilla Pass, which is a mountain pass that we did not intend to go through. Now, there's a couple of reasons. There's a couple of reasons why I tend to avoid mountain passes when I'm traveling, especially at this time of year. And the reason for that, in the summer, it's fine. Even in the fall, it can be fine. But they get pretty intense. They get pretty intense in the winter. And in fact, I actually filmed some of this, and some of you may have seen the short that I posted where I show some footage. I'm going to show it right now just so you guys can get an idea of what it looked like to drive through, but I can't even, the camera cannot capture exactly how, it just can't capture exactly how scary and also beautiful, but also scary it is. Let me just show you this real quick so you guys can see what I'm talking about, okay? Here we go. Imps, this is what it looks like to drive through a snowy mountain pass. The second half of our journey has certainly been interesting. Now, because of the lighting limitations, what you can't see is that immediately out of view, this goes up into walls of snow, okay? It's just like, because you're on a mountain, so it immediately gets sharper, and it's just snow, snow, snow with these pine trees firing up out of the walls of snow, okay? It's like you're driving in the world's biggest water slide, okay? And it is pitch black. The stars are exploding above you. There is so many stars you can't even believe it. But it's also quite scary because we saw like 2 or 3 other cars the entire time that we were driving through that mountain pass. There's no street lamps. Or I should say there are street lamps, but they are very, very few and far between. And they tend to be like situated where people's driveways are, or because there are people who live up in mountain passes, and of course where like attractions are, because a lot of these mountain passes have campsites and things like that. But I'm talking like 1 street light for every mile of road that you're driving or whatever. It is wild, okay? And what would happen if you broke down? Well, it's actually interesting. On mountain passes, the local governance usually has basically like rescue trucks that drive through every, once in a while. So there are people who will drive through there and check for cars that may have broken down. And in fact, there are also these things called snow parks, where basically they will clear out a flat area on the side of the road where you can just sort of park your car with your lights on and wait out the snow. It's kind of wild. It's a very, very weird, and it is a unique experience. The last time that I got stuck driving through a mountain pass, it was during a storm, and it was a terrifying experience. It was very difficult. But I am a very experienced snow driver, and we had snow tires specifically for our vehicle. So we made it safely, but it was a very scary experience. There was no snow falling this time, so we were much safer this time. But again, it's still a very intimidating experience to just drive through a mountain pass in the pitch black of night, where and despite being incredibly beautiful in a way that this video can't quite communicate, again, it's very intimidating. We had studded snow tires at the time, so they were pretty strong. Is where you're from in Maine very snowy? Yes. I grew up in blizzard country, so yeah. We got to Utah. To Utah, and almost immediately upon arriving in Utah, a massive snowstorm struck the area around around where we were. So basically everywhere to the north and west of where we were got just obliterated with snow. So, I mean, to the degree that when the national park that I wanted to go to had an avalanche warning, they were telling people, do not come to the park because there is like a serious risk of avalanches. Don't come. And so we didn't go to the parks that we wanted to go to because the weather just ended up being against us, which is part of the reason why there's not a whole lot of footage. It made me feel pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. I was really excited to get a lot of nature footage and to get outside as much as possible, but it just didn't work out that way. So we just kind of ended up hunkering down, spending time in the city, trying things. We got to try a lot of new food, and we got to spend some time with my partner's family because they live nearby, which was very good. But also, as I mentioned in my YouTube post, Doe got sick. The second day that we were in Utah, Doe got food poisoning. And it really sucked because basically Doe was just sick to its stomach for 2 days. And thankfully it's doing fine now. It was just like, you know, a small bout of food poisoning, but it really sucked. Like Doe was literally, it was keeled over in pain from the food poisoning for a solid 24 hours, and then it wasn't feeling good afterwards. No, the Star Wars segment has not been missed. No segments have been missed. I'm just talking about my trip right now. Don't do misinformation. Don't do misinformation. Yeah, Doe got sick and it kind of sucked. However, we still had a really good time, but this is the part where I have to talk about Salt Lake City, everybody, okay? Now, this is not my first time being in Salt Lake City. I have been to Salt Lake City 3 times in my life. My partner, Fawn, its family lives in Salt Lake City. And so we go to visit every once in a while. But let me just talk about Salt Lake City because it's a rough place to be. Okay, Salt Lake City is I don't want to be harsh because there are a lot of really wonderful people there. But oh my God, it is a uniquely depressing city. And I actually found myself feeling bad, just like sort of passively bad a lot of the time that I was in Salt Lake City. And there's a couple of reasons for this. So let me talk about the first one, the most depressing one, okay? The first one is that, you guys ever heard of the Salt Lake, the Great Salt Lake? So the Great Salt Lake almost doesn't even exist anymore. Yeah, I know. It's kind of hard to believe, and if you weren't from Salt Lake City, that might be shocking to you. But it literally almost doesn't exist anymore. It's been for enough, so it's kind of complicated, but the basic story is that one of Utah's biggest agricultural products is alfalfa, okay? So you know, like the sprouts? And the reason why alfalfa is one of Utah's biggest agricultural products is because the other largest agricultural product is cattle. And Utah is a desert state. There's not a lot of water to begin with. Alfalfa takes a lot of water to water, and cows eat a lot of alfalfa. So there is basically there's been an ecological death spiral around Salt Lake City for a very long time that has severely damaged the water access in the state. Yes, I am going to talk about that Killjoy 40K. Killjoy 40K says, are you going to talk about the arsenic issue at the bottom of the lake? Yes. One of the museums that we went to while we were in Utah, which I'm going to talk about as well, because that was a very good experience. I'll talk about that in just a minute. But one of the exhibits at this museum is a historical, it's a play exhibit. You get to pump water back into the lake, and you get to see what the lake was like even 100 years ago. Did you know that the deepest point of the Great Salt Lake at the moment is 16 feet? That's right, the Great Salt Lake, its deepest point now. It used to be in 30,000 years ago, it was 900 feet deep. Now it's 16 feet deep, okay? And even just 100 years ago, it was significantly deeper than it used to be. But you can actually stand back if you go up to the high point of the city. If you go and drive up to the mountains around the city, you can see across the city, and you can see this tiny shriveled lake and just endless salt flats around it. But there's something even worse, which is that at the bottom of the lake, there is an incredible amount of pollution, both industrial pollution and just sort of the way that history I'm not a geologist, but there's both industrial pollution and there is a bunch of naturally occurring arsenic. So there's a actual incredibly dangerous situation, which is that if the rest of the Great Salt Lake dries up, people will actually have to leave Salt Lake City because there will be arsenic dust storms. Not kidding you, that is an actual problem that it was plastered all over the museum. They were like, please, we need people to take water conservation seriously because we're going to have arsenic dust storms if the lake dries up anymore. And it was dystopian. To say the least. It was a little bit sad, especially because so much of the the sort of loss of water in the state is explicitly caused not just by human intervention, but specifically the meat industry. It is really rough. And another thing that complicates this is that SLC has some of the worst air pollution in the entire world. In fact, last summer, they topped the charts as being the single most polluted air in the entire planet. I believe it was in the summer of 2022 that they earned that particular award. If you can call it an award. And the reason for this is because Salt Lake City exists in a basin. So you have to think of it like a bowl, okay? Like a giant bowl. Now, I will say, when you are in, like, if you get to the top of a hotel or a building or whatever in Salt Lake City, the view is incredible because you are in the bottom of a giant bowl of incredible mountains. The mountains around Salt Lake City are amazing, okay? But you have to understand that the way that the wind patterns work, it means that air circulates around in the basin for long periods of time. And one of the things that you'll notice when you go to Salt Lake City is that there is an absolutely enormous industrial district. I mean, like, one of the first things that you see driving in from the north side of Salt Lake City is foundries. I'm talking giant old school foundries with fire and black smoke shooting out of the top. No joke, like literally. And all of that just gets trapped and cycles forever, in addition to the normal patterns that are bringing in pollution from elsewhere. So it's a rough city to be in. And there's another thing that I have to sort of complain about Salt Lake City that made it really hard, okay? Which is more complicated than I could hope to summarize. But Salt Lake City is a quintessentially American city. And what I mean by that is that Salt Lake City was planned from the moment that it was founded. It is a city that is built perfectly on a grid. All of the roads in the city are numbered. Like, it will literally be 1,000 east, 500 east, 500 south, 1,000 west, It's literally and as a result, it feels like you are living in a sterilized wasteland. There is very little like room for natural life. There is like, of course, there are some small parks, but they are very contained. And also, business development has been essentially rampant in recent years, specifically condos. Like condos and Airbnbs have completely taken over Salt Lake City. Now, this is something, the first time that I went to Salt Lake City was like, well, let me think. It was like 5 or 6 years ago was the first time that I went to Salt Lake City. And even since the first time I went to Salt Lake City, it's completely, like, a lot has changed. And what you have is a ton of copy-pasted condominium buildings and also ongoing condominium construction projects. So a lot of the city is just copy-pasted structures and then just blown out construction sites. And it is, oof. Yes. BZ says the wealth divide in Salt Lake City is wild. The rich literally live on the mountainside. Yeah, it is drastic. The class striation in Salt Lake City is so visible. It's shocking. It's actually shocking. And I was just like, oof. It was a lot. And of course it was, you know, for my partner Fawn, who grew up in Salt Lake City, it was a pretty sad experience to discover that a bunch of places that it grew up like around have been demolished and replaced with condominiums. I mean it. Over and over again, Fawn was like, I want to take you to this place. And we went there only to discover that it had been flattened for condominiums, which is a bit depressing. Wallaby Damned with the $10 says, hey mama, I got arrested for quote unquote assaulting an anti-choice protester this week. Through April 20th through April 2, it's the 40 Days of Life campaign. Vomit. Many abortion clinics need extra support against the increased protest. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for supporting me. I hope everything goes well. Hope you called Saul. And also, push back against these anti-choice protesters because anti-choice protesters are incredibly hostile. They harass people trying to get health care, and they support an oppressive anti-bodily autonomy agenda that should be fought as hard as possible. Yep. Did we go over the philosophy tube thing yet? Not yet. We're going to be doing that in the future. There's a bit of a long preamble to this stream because I have to talk about my travels. Then we're going to talk about Star Wars and all that. But we'll get there. Don't worry. Proud Platypus with the $5. Ooh, a portrait for Demon Mama. Oh my God. Yo. Hey, thank you so much. Damn. True. That's great. Thank you so much. That's sick as hell. That's with pastels? Pastels and watercolor. Amazing. Proud Platypus. That's awesome. I'm going to save that right now in my fan art folder. Oh my God. That's so cool. Thank you so much. Yeah. Let me talk about a very positive thing that happened in Salt Lake City, because I've talked about some of the negative things, the things that made me feel a little bad. But I wanted to talk about something positive, which is I went to the Natural History Museum of Utah, and it is a banger. of a museum, okay? It is a absolute banger, okay? If you go to Salt Lake City, if you're in Utah, go to the Natural History Museum. I've been to a lot of museums in my life, okay? I've traveled a lot in my life. I've been to a lot of museums. It's one of the best, okay? It is so cool. Do they have a Noah's Ark? No, but interestingly, they have the opposite of a Noah's Ark. One of the reasons why people praise the museum, the Utah Natural History Museum in Salt Lake City so much is because they have an entire section of the museum devoted to the history of human evolution, where they have cast skulls that you can compare, and it teaches you very explicitly about the history of human evolution. And it's actually quite a bold thing for them to do in a city that is incredibly religious. And when I say that it is incredibly religious, there are the Mormon church is omnipresent in Salt Lake City. Literally everywhere you go, you will see a Mormon church. You will see the city is full of Mormon posters. The city is full of Mormon billboards, okay? Let me tell you just a real quick side story, okay? Right here, this right here, what you see before you, this is a vape, okay? This is a CBD vape, all right? It's so watery. There's barely any there's barely anything in it. It has 0.3% Delta 9. That's because cannabis is extremely restricted. There is medical cannabis allowed, but it is very restrictive. It's very difficult to get a prescription in Utah. And Delta 8, THC 0, etc. are explicitly banned. Delta 9 is probably going to be banned, and CBD even is restricted. And despite all of this, the city is peppered with anti-marijuana ads everywhere, on bus stops, on billboards, on the side of buildings. Everywhere you turn, there is anti-marijuana ads. It is wild. And yes, that's another thing. Killjoy brings up the fact that if you in Utah, you will discover, first of all, you can only buy alcohol at state liquor stores. You can't buy alcohol in a grocery store or in a gas station like you can in any other state. You have to go to a state-run liquor store. And in in Utah, beer is restricted to 4.5%. So the strongest beer you will find, literally to the degree that beer companies have to make unique beers just for Utah. They're all restricted to 4.5%. It's wild. At least it tastes good. There's basically nothing in this. It's the wateriest vape I've ever seen.
Mr. Biden, quick word from the BBC.
I pressed play on a video. Wild. Okay. Anyway, back to talking about the museum. But first, before we do that, if you are here and you are having fun so far and you are ready for all the content that's going to be coming soon for more of the mama, press that like button. Give me those sweet, sweet likes. And if you aren't subscribed to Demon Mama, if you haven't told your friends about Demon Mama, press that subscribe button, ring that bell, and tell a friend about Demon Mama. We want this channel to grow, grow, grow. I have big plans for the future, and I need your help for this channel to grow. Thank you. When am I converting to Mormonism? J-Derv, it's been so long. How are you enjoying your Twitter infamy? It's been a long time. As for conversion to Mormonism, no. It'll be a long time before I ever convert to Mormonism. Yeah. Anyway. What did J-Derv do? What's J-Derv's new account called on Twitter, on TikTok? I can't remember now. Somebody who remembers it, let us know. Neocoom. Some of you may have seen the Neocoom As a proud member of the Demon Mama community, I'm no stranger to the fighting against the odds. The current situation is no different. Oh my god. Killjoy says, in Salt Lake City, it's absolutely crazy how many jobs you will lose out on because you didn't pay $10K to go on a mission trip with the LDS and colonize some third world country. Oh yes. It is... I could talk about the Mormon influence in SLC all day. It is wild. It's the most concentrated religious place that I've ever been. And keep in mind, I grew up in religious fundamentalism, but I have never seen a place so unbelievably coded in religion as Utah. It is just unbelievable. Is Fawn's family Mormon? A good chunk of Fawn's family are indeed Mormon. Fawn's immediate family are not Mormons. Fawn is from like the branch of the family that are not Mormons. But yes, a big chunk of Fawn's family is Mormon. Yeah, the public transit is pretty great. Unfortunately, they also have like 8-lane roads every single place that you go, and the road system in Salt Lake is completely and utterly just the infrastructure is demolished. I can't even believe the amount of potholes and destroyed roads that we had to drive across in the middle of a city. It was absurd. Wild. But yeah, they do have a good train system. Like you can get basically anywhere in town really easily on their light rail system. It's absolutely wild. Anyway, I wanted to talk a little more about the Museum of Natural History. While I was in Utah, we got to go and see an absolutely incredible traveling exhibit. And this was the history of Angkor. For those of you who don't know, let me show you a picture. Let me show you what Angkor looks like, okay? Angkor is a Cambodian temple complex from the ancient world that is unbelievable, okay? Now, I'm talking to the point that when people from beyond Asia first traveled to see Angkor, they came back saying that there was a city more resplendent than Rome that they had just been completely unaware of. The West was totally unaware of the existence of a religious capital in the Far East that was just unbelievable. And so they had a traveling exhibit with real pieces, like real statues, gigantic statues and carvings, road markers, pieces of structures, artifacts that were on loan from the Cambodian government. It was an absolutely incredible exhibit, and I truly, truly loved it. I learned so much about the history of Angkor. I learned so much about the Khmer Empire. Let me tell you something really interesting about Angkor. Angkor was basically a temple city that was built by divine emperors, and it was supposed to be a reflection of the divine realm itself. So the city was built according to basically a religious vision of heaven, which is incredibly unique because there's very few cities that are like that. And it was amazing. Now, the interesting thing about Angkor is that despite being built by a pretty militant empire, the Khmer Empire was, of course, an empire. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. However, many religions were practiced and welcomed in this temple city. So Hinduism and Buddhism were both officially practiced religions in Angkor for thousands of years, but in addition, Islamic and even Christian, eventually, worshippers were allowed to come and worship at the temple and were accepted. In fact, in the actual exhibit, they had a milestone that was written in a like early Arabic text, because there would be so many Muslims who would make pilgrimage all the way to Angkor, because it was simply a temple city that welcomed members of basically all religions, which is really incredible, and not something that you hear about in history very often. Angkor was in Cambodia. I wanted to show you one of the pictures that I did post this to the channel, so some of you may have seen this already, but regardless, it was really breathtaking. Getting to see like the actual artifacts that were on loan from Cambodia, from Cambodian cultural authorities. I want to show you this real quick. This one right here. This was a hand-carved milestone. Each of these, there are literally hundreds of these little guys. And these were milestones. There would be many of these placed out showing travelers how they could reach the steps of Angkor. All four sides were coated with these little carvings of worshippers and saints and kings. Absolutely amazing. But also, there were carvings. This is a real carving that was on loan that we got to see. Absolutely amazing. Okay, just incredible what we got to see there. And this is a carving of carving of Garuda on top of the Naga. So a warrior bird deity riding on top of a enormous snake deity. And that was it was breathtaking to get to see all of that. And in addition, one of the cool things about the Angkor display was that a large chunk of it was explicitly about the history of archaeological plunder. It was a serious call out to specifically France, who was, France in particular was very bad about plundering and stealing Cambodian artifacts. But a large chunk of the exhibit was basically a blanket denouncement of archaeological theft. And also it literally made fun of French archaeologists, because apparently there was a point where like a French archaeologist discovered Angkor, and when people who lived in Angkor, whose ancestors had been living there for like thousands of years, heard news that Angkor had been discovered, they were like, "What do you mean discovered? Like, we're living here. What do you mean it's been discovered? Like discovered by you, maybe?" And it was it was really funny, because the exhibit was very good. It was cool because most of the exhibits were done by there was a virtual curator for each of the major segments of the exhibit, which was a Cambodian museum curator. So there weren't a whole lot of actual Utah university curators there. It was all done via digitally with Cambodian curators, which was very cool. And it was nice to see a major archaeological exhibit that wasn't super exploitative. It was very cool. So, yeah. Yeah, so it was a really cool exhibit, and that was one of the best parts of the whole trip. Additionally, the dinosaurs exhibit in the Utah Natural History Museum is breathtaking. It's incredible. And the reason for that is because a large amount of the dinosaurs discovered in America were discovered in Utah. I know that sounds shocking, but Utah is a state where in the ancient history of the world, there was a ton of dinosaurs, and there were also a ton of like muddy bogs that preserved dinosaur fossils, that preserved skeletons. So they have a ton of original fossils of a ton of original skeletons that are there on display, and they have a lot of them. It was really, really awesome. We did hear somebody who was very offended in the dinosaur area. And I don't know, we weren't able to hear enough of the conversation that we eavesdropped on unintentionally. But they were like, yeah, well, you know, corporations pay the news to tell you whatever the hell they want. And they were super mad. Like, it was this lady who just had an extremely angry look on her face through the entire dinosaur exhibit, which was very funny, I will say. And I don't want to judge too far because maybe they weren't actually mad about the dinosaurs. I don't want to jump to super conclusions, but it definitely seemed like she was mad about the dinosaurs, which was pretty funny. Yeah. So. Yeah, the dinosaur section was very impressive. Also, the Utah Natural History Museum also has a really impressive exhibit on specifically Utah Native American history that is very in-depth, and I really enjoyed it. Like everything from and there was a really cool exhibit that they talked about where that I particularly liked, which was that it was a specific little miniature exhibit that was about the illusion of progress. And they were like, lots of people like to think that progress only moves in one direction. And then they talked about how they showed a bunch of sandals and moccasins that were over time from the same tribes. And basically before Western expansion, you could see that the moccasins were like super beautiful and intricate. And as time went on and as like game and resources became more scarce, they had them lined up so you could see that they went from being like these incredibly beautiful adorned moccasins into just like the most basic survival moccasins you can imagine. And that was again a massive call out to the sort of like I'll call it the neoliberal myth of like eternal progress, that actually sometimes people are forced to go from something wonderful to something less wonderful as a means to survive, which is pretty harsh and pretty severe. But I liked that exhibit because it was very confrontational, and I find confrontational exhibits to be very interesting. Anyway, that was basically the entire journey of our trip to Utah, and we had a very good time there despite the bumps that we ran into. I was not able to stream as planned just for a number of reasons that I said before. However, the next trip that I do, I will be doing a road stream. And I've got some extra tools to make sure that will be possible next time. Anyway, it was a good trip despite the weather issues and despite the minor bout of sickness. We had a really good time going there. So yeah, definitely check out that museum if you go there. Oh yes. Next time I go to Utah, I will be making a specific goal to go to southern Utah and to see the national parks in southern Utah. Unfortunately, we were not able to make it into southern Utah based on this particular trip. It would have been significantly more driving for us to be able to go that far out of the way, and it just wasn't in the books for this trip. But next time I will be going to Zion and the Arches and all of that, because I've heard those parks are really incredible, and I would like to see them someday, even if I wasn't able to this trip. And no doubt I'll be going back to Utah in the future because, of course, family of my partner lives there. So Somniostatic says, so you drove something like 5,000 miles in the last month? Yep, I did. I drove a lot in the last 15 days. An absolutely incredible amount. I didn't really mean for it to work out that way. It's just the way that it worked out. Yeah, it was a lot of time in the car. To be honest, I'm still a little tired. Like I'm pretty exhausted. And obviously you guys know I've been away from stream more than I usually like to be, but hey, it was pretty important. You know, obviously I really was happy to help Zan move up here, and obviously you got to see family when it happens. Yeah, so. Yep. The devil put the dinosaurs here. Oh boy, I'm glad we didn't encounter any of that. Did I miss the philosophy tube bit, or did I make it on time? You did not miss the philosophy tube bit, and you also didn't miss the Star Wars bit, which is what we are about to do in just a moment. We're about to do the hottest Star Wars media reviews that you've heard as a part of the Star Wars arc, and then we're going to jump into the discourse. Yeah, hopefully you can take a car break after this. I sure hope so. I am absolutely ready to no longer spend any time in the car for at least the foreseeable future, and I don't think I'm going to have to, so that's good. Did I miss the Dagoth meme? No, but we'll look at it right now because we have the opportunity. So let's watch this Dagoth meme real quick. Are we going to talk about Eden? Yes, I intend to talk about Eden in just a little bit, but we have a lot of stuff. Baphomet, I am going to need someone to call me back after the Star Wars segment. You should stick around. You might have more fun than you think. Let's watch this meme real quick as a breather.
Nerevar, your fit is mid. Look at that Dollar Tree armor. Enchanted Daedric Greaves you got given for free. Dog shit enchantment too. Imagine putting feather on something instead of the far superior Fortify strength. Dwemer boots, no fucking boots of blinding speed here, no sir. Can't afford it with your tribunal charity income looking ass. Why the hell are you wearing a bone mold cuirass unenchanted? I bet you got given it and got attached to that filthy looking white scarf, you human loving, muck farming, gar-headed fashion disaster. Mismatched pauldrons, no fists of Randagulf, Moon and Star really out here with that Dollar General steel gauntlet and Wraithguard combo. Redoran Watchman helmet? You are aware that your crackhead ass has 5 light armor skill, right? It's worse than the iron helmet you bought in the first town. You disgust me. Get out of here. You have clearly come unprepared. No, I don't care that you have Caragnac's tools. I ain't fighting your raggedy, tribunal-worshipping, lucky, coinless, enchantless, mismatched armor-looking ass. Get out.
The Dagoth memes have truly taken off. It's actually incredible. These memes are off the chain. Maybe I need to do a Dagoth stream. Oh yeah, did you know that Dagoth memes have shown up as like a YouTube has recommended that I make Dagoth content because it's so popular? This is what you people have done to my channel. The YouTube research tab has told me that I need to make stuff about Pizza Tower, that I need to make stuff about Pokemon, that I need to make stuff about Dagoth because that's what you people click on. Wild. Dagoth Imperial City Pizza? Oh my god. Some of them get pretty racist. That doesn't surprise me. The Demon Mama Elder Scrolls arc win? Maybe someday. I do like the Elder Scrolls, or at least I liked the Elder Scrolls until Skyrim. I played the hell out of Morrowind. I played the absolute hell out of Oblivion. But, whoo boy. Skyrim, and actually, to be fair, I played the hell out of Skyrim too. It's just that Skyrim like broke something in my heart. Something about everything about Skyrim just it took my heart, and it something broke deep inside. And I don't know. The funny thing is that Skyrim in its current state is actually like, especially with mods, you can do so much crazy cool stuff with Skyrim now. It's just that like the base version of Skyrim, it just like, I don't know. I had so much hope for it, and it just, I don't know. Yeah, Skyrim vanilla aged very poorly, in my opinion. Yeah. All right, Mr. Krabs, I'll look at this, but only because we love you. Oh boy, what is this? What is this? All right. Damn. Does remind me of Jazz Jackrabbit. This is pretty fucking good. Damn, that's pretty good. I don't know anything about this game, but that's a pretty nice. That's a very good preview of the OST. That's a great song. It's from Anton Blast, but I don't know anything about that game. I've never heard of that game, but that's sick as heck. Yeah, it did remind me of Donkey Kong. It reminded me of a little bit of Donkey Kong, a little bit of Jazz Jackrabbit. Jazz Jackrabbit has some amazing music. Tried to be Sonic, but was worse? No, that's not fair. Nah, that's not fair. Sonny the Martian, welcome to the stream. Sonny the Martian says, I don't recognize anyone here yet, but I'm active in Zan streams and maybe Vosh's every once in a while. Anyone else from my corner of the internet? There are absolutely people from your corner of the internet here. Although, of course, the imps have their own wonderful and vibrant community. I do recommend coming on over to the website, demonmama.com/live. If you're used to Zan's community, we have the same website format, though mine looks a little different. We'd love to have you up here on the website, and you'll probably recognize some people. But yeah. Yeah, so welcome, and thank you for being here. Happy to have you. The proliferation of Wario likes. I don't know. Wario games were really well liked, weren't they? It makes sense that people would try to make something that was inspired by them, right? Oh my God, I remember this game, Jazz Jackrabbit. I had this old Game Boy that I played on it after swim practice. The problem is I couldn't figure out how to save. I had to restart the game literally every time I played it again. I think that if it was Game Boy at that time, it would have probably used a code system, right? Not saving. I'll check that out afterwards. Let me put that on Metroplex. I'll put that on my watch later. Since that's by a band, I can't play that. Jazz Jackrabbit was the best Sonic. It wasn't quite exactly like Sonic. It was trying to do some different stuff. Also, the aesthetic was very different. If you guys look at the actual like art of Jazz Jackrabbit, it's way different. And that's what made it unique. Was it had this incredibly cool and unique aesthetic. Like, I mean, look at this. Hold on, I'm just gonna show you, like, this game looked so awesome. It had such a vibe. And also, he had a gun. It was just such a good looking game. And it had such a unique aesthetic. Epic Mega Games was doing some sick things at that time. Plus, they loved their, like, weird 90s grunge art, like, grungy art. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this official art for Jazz Jackrabbit 2. Wild. It was so scrungly. Yeah, but that was sick. And of course, there's the like sort of iconic main screen, which we just saw, but really good. It's a very, very cool game. I loved Jazz Jackrabbit when I was younger. Definitely dated. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you look at that and you go, oh yeah, this was the 90s. This was cooked up in a 90s brain. Fun fact, one of the earliest games that I owned was a demo CD of Apogee's greatest hits, which included Commander Keen, Jazz Jackrabbit, Halloween Harry, this like jet game that was called Raptor, where you played as it was like a, what's the game that I'm trying to think of? It was like you move from side to side, bullet hell type thing. Yeah, Raptor was awesome. I played One Must Fall. Oh, I've played the One Must Fall. Hold on, let me play One Must Fall for you. This is a good little interlude for us to catch our breath before I do all the other stuff we got to talk about. Oh God, the theme from One Must Fall is so unbelievably sick. Zadoki with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Trans Rights Alligator. Let's take a look at the Trans Rights Alligator while we enter this. Oh my God, you weren't kidding. It literally is a Trans Rights Alligator. Look at that. It says it right on the shirt. Trans Rights. That's based. One more bop. when you would play a game like this on a demo CD, you would get to play like a tiny bit, and then it would go into a slideshow that would tell you about all the cool stuff you get to play, and then at the end, it would have an address, and it would say, send a check for this much money to this address, and we'll send you a copy of the full game. The whole thing was, this was put out by a serious publisher. So yeah, at that time, publishers were a big deal because obviously you wanted to make sure you actually got the game. And then you would get 18 floppy disks. Yeah, that's true. You would get 1 million fucking hard disks back. At this point, it was hard disks. Actually, I think the one I had was actually one of the first that was on a CD. And my dad actually had to buy a CD reader to be able to play this one, which he picked this up at a game store as a free demo disc. Yeah. Yeah, I played games on floppies, I played games on hard disks, and I played games on CDs. But this game was the first one that we had on CD, I believe. So. Yeah. Do I still have it? Somewhere, actually, yes. I don't know where. It's in storage somewhere, but I actually do have the Apogee CD somewhere. I found it a couple of years back, and I made sure that I put it into storage. But yeah, somewhere I have it. It's pretty cool. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, one more banger from Mr. Krabs, and then we have to do the next segment. Okay, everybody? Let's do it. Let's hear it. Let's hear if it's a banger. This song is good, but I'm not gonna lie. Nah, you know what? You guys can have it. All right. I mean, it is a good song. Not gonna lie about that. The song is definitely strong. That was a fun tune. It was I don't know if that counts as butt rock, but it's definitely it's got a little video game. It's got a little video game coding on it. But the Sonic footage, you know what? Y'all have your things that you like, and that's okay. Hey, Lucy, hope you're doing well. Oh, you're trying out Diablo 4? How is Diablo 4? I actually have only heard very little about the Diablo 4 beta. Is it good? Are you having a good time with it? It is nice. Okay, cool. I've heard mixed things, but not all that much about it. Oh, don't even, Fefella. Oh, don't even. I wish I trusted Blizzard enough to play their games again. Yeah, I think I've moved beyond Blizzard. I've ascended above and beyond Blizzard. But you know what I haven't ascended above and beyond? You know what I haven't ascended above and beyond, my lovely, lovely imps? I have not ascended above. Hold on. Give it a second. I have not ascended above Star Wars. That's right, everybody. It's time. It's time to begin the Star Wars arc for real. shot do you mean get? We did not lose any viewers because the funny thing is, you nerds love Star Wars. I know you love Star Wars. Oh, I know it's a good thumbnail. That's why I'm doing them. I wish I had an actual lightsaber. I'm like... My lovely, lovely imps, it is time that we together embark on a journey that we will be on for a while, a journey through Star Wars. And this journey, of course, begins where all journeys should begin, at the beginning. And by that, you might think that I mean the original trilogy, but no, I actually mean the prequel trilogy. Yes, that's right. Today, I will be telling you about my extended thoughts about the Star Wars prequel trilogy, which I have just recently rewatched, and I took a bunch of notes on because I have a lot of thoughts. Now, Star Wars is very popular right now. Star Wars has basically been incredibly popular for the last forever. Since Star Wars came out, it has been one of the most popular media series in the world. And there is good reason for that. However, as many of you know, I have a lot of anger in my heart. My heart has been pulled and tempted by the dark side towards anger and hate. Many of you have heard me rant about how much I can't stand Baby Yoda, aka Grogu Bagungo Chibodo, the character from the hit Disney Plus series, The Mandalorian. Many of you have heard me rant about how we are all going to be crushed by Chewbacca-shaped Funko Pops, and many of you have also heard me laugh and delight with the fact that Funko has literally dumped a bunch of their product directly into landfills because they overproduced and nobody was buying their stupid, crappy vinyl figurines. But there's a lot that I have to talk about with Star Wars. And I have decided after watching Andor, which I absolutely loved and you should go watch right this moment, you're going to hear me say that a lot, that I was going to embark on a Star Wars journey. And so we have embarked on a long journey across the cold and distant galaxy, where we will come into direct conflict with the Empire. We will learn the secrets of the Jedi Order. We will discover just how many midichlorians all of us have inside of us and whether or not the Kyber crystals actually do anything at all. We are going to discover the biggest super weapons the galaxy has ever seen and how they made them even bigger and more dangerous. We will discover we will be tromping through things that are no longer considered canon, things that have been retroactively re-canonized, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But specifically, we're going to be talking about a lot of politics and filmmaking in this little adventure that we go on. So I hope you will join me. And first of all, I hope you will press like on the video and also that you will press subscribe because we're about to get into the nitty-gritty of the prequel trilogy of Star Wars. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. This is going to be a lot of fun. Now, I strongly, strongly encourage everybody in chat to share their opinions because I'm going to be talking with you all and I want to hear what people have to say. And people have many diverse opinions about Star Wars. But I'm going to drop a very hot take right away, okay? Right away. History has done the Phantom Menace dirty, okay? And I mean that, and I will stand by that, okay? History has done the Phantom Menace dirty, okay? I just watched The Phantom Menace, a movie that came out in 1999, just a few days ago, okay? And I took pretty extensive notes on The Phantom Menace. And as you are going to discover, I have a lot of things to say about it. However, people, like, first of all, people are so wrong about so many things about The Phantom Menace. First of which, Jar Jar is not that bad. Everybody talks about how Jar Jar is the worst and Jar Jar sucks and all this stuff, but actually Jar Jar is not that bad of a character. And I don't actually understand, like, I understand where some of the hate from Jar Jar comes from, but no, he really is not that bad at all. No, he's not that bad. I'm sorry, he's not that bad. And I'm going to tell you why Jar Jar is not that bad. Jar Jar as a character, actually in the first movie, and I'm not going to talk about Jar Jar in the other movies, but in the first movie, he actually has like an arc, and also Jar Jar actually illustrates that the Jedi are kind of bad at engaging a lot of times with alien races. One of the first things that Qui-Gon Jinn says to Jar Jar is just racist. He's like, the ability to speak does not actually represent intelligence because Jar Jar talks to him. Now, for the record, I have some things to say about Qui-Gon Jinn, but I don't think that that was an accident, especially because Jar Jar ends up becoming very important to the plot of the first movie. Jar Jar, even though he's played for laughs a lot in the film, and that's where I think a lot of people don't like Jar Jar. But we'll talk about that. But Jar Jar is actually super important to the plot of the first movie, and he's actually the reason why they're even able to create an alliance between the people of Naboo, the planet that they arrive on in the first film, in The Phantom Menace, and the Gungan people. Now, a lot of people get very, very mad about Jar Jar because as the film goes on, there is one of the worst parts of Phantom Menace by far is the fact that Phantom Menace is full of really bad editing. I mean, bad editing decisions. And that's one of the things that sucks about Phantom Menace. In Phantom Menace, there is a lot of cutaway jokes. So what I mean by this is that it will be something like, the one that everybody talks about is when Jar Jar steps in poop. So they're walking through Tatooine all together, and then it kind of like the camera moves away like this, and you see Jar Jar step in poop, and he goes, yucky, poopy. And now, those jokes suck. And there's also the part where he zaps his tongue, and there's a part where he gets his hand stuck in an engine, and there's parts where he bumps into droids, and these are all these sort of like dumb cutaway, throwaway jokes. But Jar Jar himself is actually not that bad. And in fact, in the first part of the movie, there's basically nothing wrong with his character, and like he's just sort of like turns into a clown as the film goes on as a result of editing decisions, not because of anything actually wrong with Jar Jar's character or even the way that he talks. In fact, weirdly enough, I don't know what the word that you want. I guess it's a pidgin is the right term for that, where it's like a fusion of the Gungan language and the Naboo and English, the Naboo common language, is actually very consistent throughout the movie, which I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with that at all. People say things like, oh, well, like, they were trying to be racist with Jar Jar, but I don't think that him speaking in a pidgin alone is like racist in and of itself. I think that where it goes, it's called Galactic Basic. Thank you. the part where it goes wrong is with the editing decisions as the film goes onward. Because again, almost all of the like throwaway jokes in the middle of the movie are at Jar Jar's expense. But Jar Jar, again, even though he's like a clumsy person, he actually is he's a good character. He's a good character. He makes smart observations. He's correct about the fact that Boss Nass is setting up the Jedi to die. And they just ignore him. They're just like, yeah, whatever. And he was right. He's like, no, they're going to send you into the middle of the earth so you get eaten by a giant fish. And the first thing that happens is, that they immediately get bit by a fish and almost die. And it's only because of Jar Jar's knowledge of the planet that they survive. It's so funny, like, because, but again, like the editing in the later half of the film is where I think that people are kind of correct to say that it becomes a little bit stupid and insensitive and arguably even some form of racist, space racist maybe. But I think that a lot of that is problems with the script and problems with the editing. Now, I want to talk about something very specific here, which is a problem that I have with the entire prequel trilogy. The scripts in the prequel trilogy are remarkably, remarkably rough. And it is probably the weakest part of all of the biggest problem with the prequel trilogy is that the scripting is demented, okay? And I'm going to talk about this over and over and over again, but the scripts really, really hurt all three of the prequel films, but it definitely hurts the first one, The Phantom Menace. Now, here's another hot take, okay, everybody? If you ignore all the stuff that sucks, Jar Jar is cool. That is not my take at all. The only thing that sucks is the way that he's played for laughs by the editor, basically. The actual character arc that Jar Jar has is great. The first part of most of the film, he's a totally fine character. If maybe some people consider him a little bit annoying. The cutaway jokes that are they don't do anything. And when I say they're like just throwaway jokes, they are totally wasteful. They do nothing. They don't advance the plot. They don't reveal anything about anybody's characters. They're not even funny. They're just dumb. Those take away from the film in a lot of ways because there actually are some funny Jar Jar moments earlier on in the movie, and it just sucks that at the end, most of them are him bumping into things or stepping in something or saying, ah, which sucks. Now, here's another hot take that I think people are going to get mad at first, but I think you'll come around to my position, which is that the plot of The Phantom Menace is actually perfectly fine. I have watched a lot of criticism of The Phantom Menace over the years, and having revisited it with a very critical eye and taking notes, the plot actually makes complete and utter sense, and also is politically based. The politics of all three Star Wars films are actually significantly more based than most people give them credit for. The politics of Revenge of the Sith especially, we're going to get there, but the politics of Revenge of the Sith is spot on. But nothing surprises me anymore. I've had to deal with hot... Yes! Yes! This looks so good! That's so awesome! Wait, that's incredible! Well done, Danny. Oh my god, that's great. Oh, that looks so good. Anyway, now we need the lightning hands. We will do that. Okay, so let's talk about the plot of The Phantom Menace. The plot of The Phantom Menace is that the Galactic Trade Federation, the little Roger robot guys, have been essentially paid a large amount of money and political favors by a mysterious figure to basically engage themselves in a quasi-legal blockade of a backwater planet called Naboo. And this, of course, is revealed later to be that they have been duped. And this is one thing that I think perfectly lines up consistently throughout all of the films, which is that Emperor Palpatine, the Darth Sidious, you know him, the Emperor himself, he is always willing to double-cross every single person, even those most loyal to him, which is a consistent thing that happens all the way through to the original trilogy. And people got mad because they were like, why would they well, it's a plot hole. Why would they blockade Naboo? And it literally tells you in the first 5 minutes of the film why they blockaded Naboo. Because they were literally paid to do so. And they are first and foremost, a business, and they were assured that they would be able to get away with it legally. It's like, whatever. I don't know. People complain about the plot, but it genuinely it actually just makes sense. Now, there is some political back and forth and some jargon that can be off-putting to people, but that's not the same thing as the plot being bad. Yeah, it's like a trade dispute. Have I talked about Darth Jar Jar? Oh, we'll talk about that in a minute, okay? That I know is a very popular theory. And yeah, it's actually just fine. And it actually totally makes sense that they would send Jedi negotiators and that things didn't go well and that Sidious knew that it wasn't going to go well. Oh yes, we will talk about midichlorians, okay? Here's where I have a couple of other things to say about The Phantom Menace. So The Phantom Menace is actually a pretty good-looking film for most of the movie. And this, of course, has there are some parts where this is not true. So, for example, there are a couple of sets that do not look good. When they go and visit Tatooine, a couple of the sets look fantastic, and a couple of them literally look like a child's play set. And it's really unfortunate that there's like so many scenes where it's like very obvious that they did not size anything correctly. But by and large, the sets in the movie look pretty good. Naboo looks fantastic. All of the sets on Naboo look really, really good. And most of the CGI that they use, even though it's dated because this movie came out in 1999, is actually quite passable, especially if you compare it to other films at the time. I know some of you don't know because you probably haven't seen a whole lot of films from 1999, but CGI in 1999 looked bad, okay? It looked very bad. K-Prime says, I remember in the behind the scenes, they said they completely underestimated how tall Liam Neeson is. Liam Neeson is really tall, and it shows in a lot of the sets. There's a shot on Tatooine where he's like talking to Shmi Skywalker on like a stairway, and it looks like he's standing on a playground because the set is just completely the wrong size for Liam Neeson. It literally looks like he's standing on a playground, and it doesn't look that good. However, most of the sets look really good. Most of the visual effects look really good in The Phantom Menace. And the end of Phantom Menace is actually rock solid. Like, actually really good, with one exception, okay? And this is where my biggest critique of The Phantom Menace comes in. In The Phantom Menace, there is this problem where they try to do a lot of jokes, and none of the jokes are funny at all, and most of them have nothing to, they don't reveal any character. I talked about these with Jar Jar, but there's actually more than just Jar Jar. Jar Jar just has the most throwaway jokes that are like, they're literal, sometimes they're literal cutaways where like something will be happening and they'll go over to Jar Jar and then end the scene with like a stupid joke of him like bumping into something. But there's actually more than this. And one of the best parts of the movie is the pod race. Everybody remembers the pod race. Let me show you the let me show you some of these like sick ass shots of the pod race. Like, I mean, this is so cool. Look at this. Like, this is such an awesome scene right here. This looks so cool. It's really unique. You got all the people gathering to watch the pod race. You've got all the unique ships. In the pod race scene, they made like 8 unique ships just for the pod race. And then the entire time of the pod race, they keep cutting to these guys. Let me see. Yes. Oh my God. Ugh. It's so bad. They keep cutting to these guys through the entire pod race, which is amazing, okay? The pod race is really cool. It's very fun. The shots are really good. The unique ships and the unique pilots are great, but they keep cutting to this terrible CGI announcer. And the worst part about this, the worst part about these announcers is that they are lazy. And when I mean that they're lazy, one of the things, when Star Wars is its best is when you feel like you are visiting a bunch of fantastical cultures and different worlds with a unique spacey feel. And you might see some things that are similar that you recognize as like universals. Like, for example, every sentient species will need entertainment, right? Everybody likes being entertained. Everybody will probably like music. It might be different. The original trilogy does this really well. When you're in Mos Eisley, you know, everybody that thing. All the Jabba the Hutt and his slave strip houses and all that stuff. Original trilogy does this really well. But in Phantom Menace, it's just NASCAR. It's not even space NASCAR. It's just NASCAR, but it's an alien talking to you instead of that. There's literally a part where it cuts to the audience and there's a guy going, get your space alien rat snack here. Get your space alien rat snack. Get your space popcorn. It's like the thinnest, laziest veneer. They didn't even try to make it unique. Just think about like this here. You look at this and you go, oh, this is a cool space arena. It makes sense that that for a sporting event on an alien planet, they would need a space arena. And it's different than ours. You know, these have towers that people go up to. There's no like skyboxes like at a baseball stadium. This part's great. But then they bring in this guy and it's just literally just a guy doing literally a routine from a NASCAR announcement. It's dumb. It's very, very dumb. And it takes away from the experience because they keep cutting to these boring, reskinned NASCAR announcers in the middle of one of the coolest scenes in the movie. Which is just, it's so unfortunate. And yeah. Yeah, it's too bad. Misfit Satanus, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. Hopefully you'll stick around. Make sure you press subscribe and like. We'd love to have you here in a longer term. We've entered into the Star Wars arc. Here's another thing. So they have the two-headed alien guys, these little announcer guys I'm talking about, and one of them speaks in Galactic Standard or Galactic Common, and the other one speaks in Huttese, which is like the language that all the people on Tatooine speak. Why didn't they just have him speak in Huttese? They should have just had if they wanted to have an announcer, just have him announce in Huttese. We know what he's saying. When you see a crash and he goes, You know what's happening. When he's like, arga, arga, you know that he's getting excited about the crash. It's just a very silly decision. And also it means that you have to hear all of the dumb NASCAR lines twice. You have to hear the one in Galactic Common, and then you have to hear it in Huttese immediately afterwards. Just so silly. It's unfortunate, okay? I didn't know you spoke Huttese. I do speak Huttese. It's true. Yeah. Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, Misfit. Huttese is what the Hutts speak. Not everyone understands it. That's true. However, when they first arrive on Tatooine, and again, I just watched this movie. When they first arrive on Tatooine, they explicitly say that basically everyone on Tatooine, or at least in that area, speaks Huttese. And they have almost every character besides Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, or Qui-Gon and Padme speak in Huttese, because everybody there has to speak Huttese because the Hutts run Tatooine. Yeah, so it doesn't make any sense that they would have a guy speaking, a two-headed announcer speaking in Galactic Common. They literally don't do that in any of the other scenes. It's very silly. Also, this is another thing that might make some people angry. Because I know that there is it's like a vogue thing to hate Qui-Gon Jinn. But I'm going to just say right out, Qui-Gon Jinn is the coolest character in the entire prequel trilogy. No questions asked. Qui-Gon Jinn is the best character of the prequel trilogy. I'm going to say that right here, right now. Qui-Gon Jinn is so based. And he's so based because he actually fits within the storyline of the entire trilogy, the theme of the entire trilogy, about how the Jedi are ultimately good in their hearts, but they were blinded by dogmatism. And Qui-Gon is a Jedi that is not dogmatic. He is a Jedi that understands that you cannot be, if you become dogmatic, you will become inflexible. And he's one of the only people in the entire series who actually practices in full what he believes. He's unironically wiser than Yoda. He's way more based than Obi-Wan Kenobi. And he deserved so much more praise. I remember, like, over the years, hearing people say, oh, Qui-Gon is boring, Qui-Gon is uninteresting. Completely and utterly false. Qui-Gon is actually incredibly based, and if you actually pay attention to what purpose he serves in the plot of Phantom Menace, you will realize that he's like the most based character in the whole prequel trilogy. He does everything he can to free slaves, even though it's not his mission. He does everything he can to protect and to believe in Anakin and Obi-Wan. He breaks rules and laws because it's the right thing to do on a regular basis. He is a complete refutation of the dogma of the Jedi Order, and it makes him one of the most important characters thematically. It's unfortunate that, like, that he dies in the first film, because he's just really good. Jade Monkey says, one slave, not his mom. Actually, you're slightly incorrect, and a lot of people forget this. He tries to free Anakin's mom. The first thing that he does is he tries to get both Anakin and his mom, but Watto refuses. He refuses to budge on the gamble. He's like, I will not gamble two slaves. You either get the boy, and in fact, Qui-Gon cheats in order to make sure that he can free the child. Because Watto wants to give away Shmi Skywalker instead of Anakin, but Qui-Gon is like, Anakin is a child, he needs to be free. He actually tried to free them both, but he couldn't. And keep in mind, it is already established in the plot that Watto is immune to Jedi mind tricks, so he can't just convince Watto to give away Shmi and Anakin. He has to choose one or the other, so he chooses the child. Qui-Gon is so incredibly based. I absolutely love Qui-Gon, and I think he's the best character in the prequel trilogy by far. Kill Watto? Okay, come on. Uncle Gumbald says, do you think that Watto was a Jewish stereotype? Okay, guys, I have to be 100% real. Yes, obviously. Like, Watto, oh boy. Watto is, hold on a second. Guys, okay, look, I'm gonna show you something, and I need you to just be real with me, okay? This is the second appearance of Watto, okay? He literally wears a space yarmulke. He gets a hat and a big beard, and yeah. And he literally says, he has a line where he says, I don't remember what his race of alien is called, but he's like, yeah, we're immune to mind tricks. All we care about is money. I'm not kidding you. Toydarians. He's like, don't you know that Toydarians are immune to mind tricks? All we care about is money. It's bad, okay? And I just gotta say that it's bad, okay? It's probably, it's way worse than basically anything else in the entire trilogy. It's actually bad. And yes, of course, everybody is pointing out that the Trade Federation guys are like very obvious, like Orientalism. Yes, it's also very bad, but not nearly as bad as what they did with Watto. It's unfortunate. It's just true, okay? He did it bad, okay? Maybe George Lucas was too much of a fucking idiot to realize it. Hold on a second. Isn't George Lucas Jewish? Oh, he's not Jewish. I thought he was Jewish. Huh. Okay, that makes it even worse. I thought he was Jewish, but he's not. It's just apparently there were a lot of Jewish people on the movie. Okay, that's just terrible. Also, apparently, okay. Yeah. It's just bad, okay? Yeah. Okay, so let's move on from that, though, because, yeah. You didn't explain why history does the Phantom Menace dirty. Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to make that clear. People really hate on the Phantom Menace. People, like, take quotes from the Phantom Menace, and then they make fun of it really hard. And also, I just want to point one thing out. When the Phantom Menace came out, the actor for Anakin Skywalker, Jake Matthew Lloyd, was actually like bullied almost to death by insane old school Star Wars fans. I'm not kidding you. Like, when I say that, like, they shit on him so hard, and it's actually just horrible. Like, he was constantly targeted and bullied because people would, like, meme about, like, oh, spinning, that's a neat trick. But the truth is, he didn't even do a bad job at all. Like he actually just, like, Jake Matthew Lloyd just was fine. He was perfectly fine in the role. And yeah, there was a little bit of silly lines, but it wasn't bad. His acting wasn't bad at all. Yeah, the script was very goofy, and I'm going to talk about the script a lot as we go through the other films. But I should take this opportunity to say every single actor in the entire Star Wars prequel trilogy put their entire dick and balls into the performances in these movies, and they were given nothing. And it's going to become a bigger part as we talk about the next film, but the scripting, these guys were working so hard. Like, I can't even begin to tell you just how hard all of these actors were working, including including Jake Matthew Lloyd. Yeah, the same thing happened to Jar Jar's actor. Yeah, it's ridiculous. People targeted these films and said they were like the worst thing ever. If you go and you look through old critiques at the time, people were severely cruel to The Phantom Menace, but the truth is, The Phantom Menace is pretty good. It's actually really enjoyable, and the last third of the movie is just no questions asked good. The palace raid on Naboo, the battle with the space battle, the battle with Darth Maul, and of course, one of the most iconic moments in the entire history of Star Wars, which is this shot right here, which I'm about to show you. This shot right here, the reveal of Darth Maul, absolutely amazing. Just so cool. Oh, it's so cool. Just incredibly, incredibly great. Dun 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 dun. Incredible, just amazing. What an epic moment. And it's still like watching it back again all these years later. I was like, that is amazing. It was really, really great. And the fight afterwards was also really good. The cool thing about Phantom Menace is that the lightsaber battling was way more subdued in Phantom Menace. They still jumped around and did some fancy, flips and stuff, but nothing like later on. And we're going to talk about that in just a minute, too, when I get to Attack of the Clones. But it was one of the coolest lightsaber fights of the entire prequel trilogy. In fact, maybe even the coolest one was the battle with Darth Maul. It was highly choreographed, it looked good, and it was believable. And I liked it. The entire last third of Phantom Menace is just super, super fun. And while it is true that the first, 2/3 of the movie are a little bit slow, it's also the first movie in a new trilogy, so it's understandable that there would be a little bit of a wind-up. Yeah, there's a lot of criticism to be had about the slow wind-up, but it's also just fine. The plot is fine. The acting is great. The script, obviously, it needs some work, but it's still good. Phantom Menace got done so dirty by history. People said that it looked bad. People said that it had, bad acting. It did not have bad acting. The acting was fine. The script was the problem, obviously. The lines are not good, but all of the actors were putting their all into the role. It does have stupid cutaway jokes, but come on. Lots of movies have stupid cutaway jokes, and nobody bats an eye at them. They're not that bad. They are distracting, and they do take away from it. There's one thing, though, that I really have to give George Lucas the boot for, okay? And that is midichlorians. I have no idea what George Lucas was thinking when he wrote in midichlorians into the plot. It is so dumb, and also incredibly counter to the actual message of the entirety of Star Wars. It's so stupid. The midichlorians make no sense. It makes being force sensitive a matter of genetics, which is the opposite. So something you have to understand about Star Wars as a series, Star Wars is like an incredibly anti-fascist, anti-imperialist, and anti-authoritarian series all the way through. It is part and parcel of the genetics of Star Wars, that it is a strongly anti-fascist series. And then in The Phantom Menace, they have him say that force power is in your blood. And that there's a kid who's born with just better blood genetics than any other. And also keep in mind that they drop it. They drop it after the first film and they never go back to it. They mention midichlorians one time. One more time they mention midichlorians in Revenge of the Sith. And then they never talk about it again. It never has any relevance ever again. which was a wise choice because the midichlorians are actually there. It's one of the most offensive misdecisions in the entire Star Wars trilogy. I mean, the entire Star Wars universe. The midichlorians is such a misplay that it actually damages the core theses of Star Wars. Unbelievable. Lore breaking, just terrible. It is just terrible. Nothing, and it doesn't even hold up because, like, I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense. Okay. Terrible. You could, yeah, they could have left the prophecy intact in every way. They could have just had Qui-Gon go, oh my God, this kid has force powers and he doesn't even know it. They had no need to do a random blood test. Made no sense. Oh, it was so silly. Anti-fascism, but with magical bloodlines. But that's the thing. There aren't any magical bloodlines. It doesn't even... The only magical bloodline that even exists in all of Star Wars is the Skywalker one. And it's not even about the bloodline. It's about them mixing up which Skywalker was supposed to be the chosen one. It's not... Like, the prophecy mix-up is not about a bloodline. It's just about mixing up two members of the same family, a father and a son. One is going to threaten the Force, and the other one is supposed to bring balance to it. And they think the one that threatens the Force is the one that will save the Force, and so on. It's not even about a lineage. It's just so dumb. It's explicitly not supposed to be magical bloodlines. Anakin was literally a designer baby pre-retcon lore. Yeah, yes, that's the whole thing. So why are the midichlorians necessary? If Anakin is created by a miracle event, by a convergence of the Force, they do not even need midichlorians, are not even necessary. They literally say in the in the first movie, they say, I've encountered a convergence in the Force. There you have it. There's your lore answer. God, it's so bad. Oh, it's so stupid. It's so silly. I don't know. Again, bad, okay? Just bad. Oh yes, and as somebody mentioned, the costumes are top-notch, okay? Phantom Menace has excellent costuming. Even the CGI characters have excellent costume design. All of the costume design is amazing, from the royal guards on Naboo to the amazing outfits they made for the Queen. Let me see if I can get the shot of her and her handmaidens together. They're so good. Oh, they look so incredible. They're like almost like Dune level of costume design. They're so incredible. I absolutely love the costume design for the entire film. Here, look, I'm gonna show you 3 pictures. So here's the first one of the fake Queen Amidala and her handmaidens, whose outfits look awesome. Here's her on when she's off planet. Also looks awesome. Look at these. Look at the awesome outfits. You've got 3 different Jedi variants. You've got the Queen's like traveling outfit. You've got 3 ranks of guards, and you've got helpers back here. You've got pilots in the back. Just look at that shot. Look at all of the different costumes they've got going on, and they're themed so well. You can immediately tell who's associated with who just by looking at the cool costumes. Just so dripped out. Absolutely awesome. I didn't know that, actually, Uncle Gumball. That's cool as hell. There's a lot of other scenes, too, where you get to see, I mean, just, again, the costumes over and over again are great. Oh, yeah, plus you have Palpatine. You have the cool Palpatine and the Coruscant. Let me bring him up here real quick. They're like, oh, here's a show. Oh, that's the toys. Still, the toys look cool. Again, just amazing costume design over and over and over again. Let me see if I can get Palpatine from the Phantom Menace. He looks so great. He has this like, oh, all of Palpatine's outfits are so flamboyant. Look at this guy's buttons. Look at this dude's goddamn buttons. He's got like ornate buttons and like silver trim. Oh, just so good. Oh, they did such a good job. And his coiffed hair. Oh, they did so good. The costumes in Phantom Menace are so good. So this is why I'm saying why Phantom Menace got done dirty by history, okay? Because, my God, Phantom Menace has so much good stuff going on for it. And of course, can we just take a second? Can we just take a second and just take a look at the most intimidating villain? One of the most intimidating villains they've just ever done. I know I already appreciated the scene, but like, look at this awesome design for Darth Maul is so cool. He has so much swag. Just the endless swag of Darth Maul with the double lightsaber. Oh, amazing. Just so good. And there's just so much to enjoy in it, okay? And keep in mind, oh, another thing. Okay, this is going to be another hot take that I know that people are going to get really mad at, which is, I actually think the Gungan battle is not as bad as people say. Hold on, let me see if I can show you why. The reason why I actually like the Gungan battle more than people give it credit. Yeah, okay, here we go. Wait, let me see if I can get some cool images of this, okay? Okay, here we go. Here's one. Where's the other one? Here's the other one. Where's the one with the shields? There we go, this one. Oh, that's so low quality. I need the high quality ones. Give me the high quality ones. I want to go over these real quick because it's so, okay, there's a high quality one. There we go. Okay, so I say this real quick by saying the CGI is dated, okay? But for a second, put aside the dated nature of the CGI and check out the awesome designs of the Gungan army. They have these giant dinosaurs with shield projectors. They have these little armless raptor guys with these big feathers. They've got guys with long spears, mounted guys with long spears. They've got shock infantry in the front with powered personal shields. It's so cool. It looks so bad. No, it does not, okay? I promise you, go watch another film with a lot of CG from 1999 and you will realize this film does not look bad for 1999. Yes, it is dated, but for 1999, they did a lot with this. And they made the Gungan army unique. In fact, you can even, like here, you can actually see like 3 or 4 different weapon types. You can see up here, they've got a slingshot thing. They have a spear type here. They've got the like shock shields. Wait, 4. You've got a throwing thing here. You've got a really cool energy shield. You've got a spear here. They have the energy balls, and they even have little maces. That's a lot of detail to be putting on CGI at the time. They actually put their effort into making this look like a cool army. Sorry, I just think it's great. Oh, will you warm it up for me and like after I'm done with this? Thank you. I think it's cool. Also, the like commander, the friendly commander of the Gungans is pretty awesome. Yeah. Oh yeah, go look at the yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Compare it to the Matrix. I watched the Matrix last year. Hold on. The Matrix, you people have some really fucking funny memories of what the Matrix CGI looks like, okay? This is the Matrix CGI. This was the Matrix CGI. When he's bouncing around, I wish I could show you that. The Matrix movie, the Matrix CGI, he literally looks like a rubber figurine in half of them. It is very silly. People are like, oh, the Matrix CGI was so good. No, it fucking wasn't. It was very goofy, okay? This literally looks like it's from a PlayStation game. And this is not even in motion, even sitting still. Sorry, everybody. I'm just saying that it doesn't look... Okay, if I can't show you this scene, but I just watched the Matrix movies, like, within the last 6 months. And I don't think it's as good as you all remember. I think that it's on par with most of the Phantom Menace's stuff. However, I have said enough about the Phantom Menace, and now it is time to move on to the next hot take, which is, we need to begin the review of Attack of the Clones. Because we've talked about Phantom Menace, and I like the Phantom Menace, and while I think it is a flawed film, I actually think it's way better than people give it credit, and if you don't believe me, you should go watch Phantom Menace for yourself, and I bet you're gonna have more fun than you think, because there's a lot of really good stuff in Phantom Menace, even if there's some cringe throwaway lines. But we have to talk about Attack of the Clones, okay? And I know that I'm gonna make a lot of enemies when I say Attack of the Clones, oh my God. What is wrong with the cultural memory around Attack of the Clones? What is absolutely wrong with the cultural memory around Attack of the Clones? Just yesterday, I saw a viral post, people talking about Attack of the Clones, okay? And they were like, I'm glad that it's 2023 so that we can all admit that Attack of the Clones was a masterpiece. Oh my God, no. No, it was not. Attack of the Clones is, without a doubt, the worst film of the prequel trilogy. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. Attack of the Clones is like, it is so much worse than Phantom Menace, it's not even funny. Oh my God. Oh my dear God. There is so much. I was watching Attack of the Clones and I was just like, what was wrong with me? And I realized why my memory of Attack of the Clones was so messed up. And you want to know what it was? It was because my child brain inserted gameplay from Star Wars Battlefront 1 and Battlefront 2 into what actually happened in the Attack of the Clones. Attack of the Clones is probably the second worst Star Wars movie, like mainline Star Wars movie. The only one worse than it is Rise of Skywalker, and it is just, yeah, literally everybody misremembers what the Attack of the Clones is actually like. Attack of the Clones is a miserable slog, and guess what? Here's something else. It's worse than Phantom Menace in almost every single way. It has more stupid cutaway jokes. It has worse battle scenes. The CGI is terrible. The CGI in Attack of the Clones it's so bad. And it came out after Phantom Menace. And what's even worse is that, unironically, the Attack of the Clones storyline makes no sense at all. It makes absolutely no sense. Oh my God, it's so bad. Oh my God, it's just like, however, there is one thing from Attack of the Clones that I have to be thankful for, and that is that it created this image right here, okay? Thank you to Attack of the Clones for creating one of the best image formats that has ever existed, okay? It is one of the best meme formats, and it also, I will point out, has had a very long life. The Anakin Padme meme has been going strong for, when was the first one ever posted? Let's see. I guess it's the first one took off, this particular meme. Let's see. Oh, okay, so the origin of the film was in 2016, or the origin of the scene was in 2016, but the first meme, like, of that format was in 2021, and it's still going strong. 3 years, or 2 years, well, 2 full years in meme life is a pretty long one. But I guess that the actual original edited version of the scene was in 2016, which is the earliest form of it, according to this post. Pretty interesting. Wait, what's this one? Yeah, 2021. The first instance of the meme is this one. This was the first instance of that one. I'm gonna change the world. For the better, right? For the better, right? Okay. Attack of the Clones is a movie that starts boring, ends boring. Also, it is a movie that hurts all of the characters in every single way that you can imagine, okay? Let me just talk about this. Everybody's saying that I need to say the line, but I actually have another line, okay? No, there's a worse line, okay, everybody? And I need to do this, okay? I'm going to read you a line that is worse than the sand line, okay? Everybody thinks about, you know, I hate sand. It's coarse, it's rough, and it gets everywhere. Everybody hates that line. But there is a worse line in the movie that everybody forgets, okay? And I actually had to write it down because while I was watching the movie, it was so bad that I had to put it down in my notes, okay? And I'm gonna read it to you right now, okay? It's a line from Yoda towards the end of Attack of the Clones, all right? Around the survivors, a perimeter create. A line so bad, I cannot even believe that it was put to film. Around the survivors, a perimeter create. It is awful. It's so bad. It actually makes me laugh to remember that there is a scene with a crappy CGI Yoda saying, around the survivors, a perimeter create. It's so fucking bad. It's so goddamn bad. I literally started laughing out loud and immediately wrote it down on my phone because it was so stupid. There are a number of rough Yoda lines, but that one is the worst line, and it is so much worse than sand is rough and coarse and gets everywhere, okay? Just, oh my God, it's so goofy. It's so funny. I can't even believe that it's a real line. Okay, but enough about that, okay? The script of Attack of the Clones is painfully bad, okay? There are so many foolish decisions throughout Attack of the Clones. Every character is trying their hardest, and I mean it. All of them, you can see that the actors are absolutely trying their hardest. Like Hayden Christensen, Natalie Portman, Ewan McGregor, Ian McDermott, they are all doing their absolute best, okay? They're trying their hardest. Christopher Lee, but the lines that they are given to say are just, there's nothing to be done with them. All of the lines in the movie are just so odd and unrealistic and strange. And also, let me talk about how the script and the plot for this movie just interact in the worst ways possible, okay? In the beginning of the film, we are made aware of a plot to assassinate Padme, okay? To assassinate Senator Amidala. And this plot is a plot initiated by Darth Sidious. Darth Sidious tells Count Dooku to kill Padme Amidala. So Darth Sidious tells Dooku. Dooku hires a bounty hunter. named Jango Fett. Jango Fett then hires another bounty hunter. That bounty hunter then uses a droid which contains poisonous centipedes. That is the starting opening, the inciting incident for the entire plot. It is, why? Why would they ever do that? And here's something that a lot of people overlook when they're talking about Attack of the Clones. Immediately, so the first thing that we see is an argument between Obi-Wan and Anakin. Oh, and this is another thing I need to say. Obi-Wan in this movie is terrible. I love Obi-Wan as a character. Obi-Wan is really cool in Phantom Menace, and also he's a great character in Revenge of the Sith. But Obi-Wan in Attack of the Clones was done so dirty by George Lucas. George Lucas wrote him to be nothing but a complainer. All that he does is neg and be sarcastic. That is his only portrayed character trait through almost the entirety of Attack of the Clones, with one exception, which a lot of people already don't like for other reasons. And Ewan McGregor still does his best, but the lines that he is given is just to basically just be a complainer and a jerk the entire film. He is so rude. He is always sarcastic. He is and also he contradicts himself. Here's a great example. One of the first scenes of the movie, right? So Anakin and Obi-Wan are having an argument about Anakin being impulsive and impatient, okay? And then in the other room, the little bugs come through the window and they're going to kill Senator Amidala. They're going to kill Padme, right? The bugs come in, and then they go in and they're arguing about, oh yeah, the argument that they're having specifically is about whether or not if they've been given the job of investigating. Anakin is arguing that it is implicit in the orders from the Jedi Council that they should be investigating who is trying to kill Padme. And Obi-Wan says, no, we are supposed to be bodyguards. We can't get distracted, okay? Obviously, Obi-Wan is kind of correct in that he's saying that it's more important to protect Padme's life than it is to try and figure out, like, that other people are going to be working on that. But then, immediately after they have this argument in which Anakin is saying we should go and investigate, we should go catch the person who's doing this, and Obi-Wan is arguing against that, they run into the room, they kill the bugs, and for some reason, Obi-Wan jumps out the window and grabs onto the drone, even though he just got done scolding Anakin for being too impulsive and for wanting to disobey the orders of the council. In the first scene of the first major scene of the movie, they immediately undermine Obi-Wan's character. It makes no sense. Now, keep in mind that Obi-Wan is not like this through the rest of the series. Obi-Wan is always, he takes after Qui-Gon in a lot of ways. He's not impulsive. He's careful. He's arguably a little bit too careful and a little bit too trusting. That's one of Obi-Wan's faults, is that he's like, he's very defensive. And actually, it's funny because even into the Star Wars games, they talk about how like Obi-Wan is like an excellent defensive sword fighter. Like even in the games, they make references to him having like high defense points and stuff like that. It's just like, I don't know why they would ever do that. I don't know why they made that decision. And again, it just points out that Attack of the Clones makes no sense whatsoever. It's just so many problems with the film. And then there's that. Let me talk about another thing that doesn't make any sense. That's a script problem, okay? Which is the love relationship between Anakin and Padme. The relationship between Anakin and Padme is the most unbelievable and unrealistic and poorly portrayed thing that you can possibly imagine. And it damages both Anakin and Padme's arc as characters. The first scene that we have with Anakin and Padme in private, Padme explicitly tells Anakin, stop looking at me hornily, basically. Stop looking at me like I'm a sexual object. And he says, and he disobeys her. She says, she explicitly says, you are making me uncomfortable. Stop looking at me like that. He disobeys her and just keeps staring at her like hornily and creepily. And they just never revisit that. The next major scene, the next major part that they have together is basically them falling in love, which basically means that either Padme is full of shit, and Anakin is way worse than he lets on. They just don't resolve it. They never resolve the fact that Padme explicitly says, like, Anakin, stop. Windleby says, I like the theory that Anakin used force powers to charm her. I like that theory as well. I wish they would have actually just written that into the script, but it's not in the script. There is no evidence that he's actually using the force to charm her. It's only a fan theory. If that was written into the script, it would have made the movie so much better because it would have made the awkwardness work. It would have been basically like if an incel got the power to mind control women. It would have made it scarier, but also the problem is that it would have also jacked up the rating of the film for obvious reasons. Because if you have a guy mind controlling somebody to have sex with him, that adds a pretty major dark element, okay? But also it would also make Anakin an almost irredeemable character, and that's another problem is that what happens in Attack of the Clones basically sets up Anakin to basically be an irredeemable character. Throughout all of Attack of the Clones, Anakin just keeps doing horrible things. And I don't understand why they made that decision. There are parts that are actually good. For example, this scene right here. This scene where they're talking about politics in the grass in Naboo is actually a good scene. It reveals something about Anakin that is not irredeemable. He's basically like, well, I think that they should have a dictator, basically. He basically argues that there should be a dictator who's allowed to make unilateral decisions. And in the scene, even in the film, it comes off as like childlike naivety as opposed to like an irredeemable part of his personality. And of course, we're going to talk about Revenge of the Sith after this. In Revenge of the Sith, this is built on that he just has like a very childish view of politics throughout his entire life, and like a childish and power-centric view of politics. But when you take it in context with everything else, it just seems like a self-report. So like you have him explicitly violating Padme's consent. You have him manipulating the situation so that he can get alone with Padme, and then randomly, seemingly for no reason, Padme just goes along with it and really likes it. It's really weird. It's such a strange decision. Attack of the Clones is such a strange movie for that reason, and it makes Anakin seem like an even worse person. We're also going to talk about the Genndy Tartakovsky a Clone Wars cartoon, which I think does a way better job of redeeming Anakin, of giving Anakin something redemptive. But as far as what's depicted in the mainline films, Anakin just sucks. He's just a bad person. He does almost nothing good, and almost every moment that you're supposed to see like good in Anakin is underlined by him doing something heinous and terrible. But they never say anything explicit like he's using his force powers to manipulate her. Padme just ends up coming off as very stupid, even though she's a young queen, one of the most successful queens of Naboo, and one of the most successful senators. She's supposed to be savvy and smart, and yet she just falls for this incel asshole who's constantly talking about Nazi crap. It makes no sense, and it sucks. I'm sorry, and that part is honestly more offensive than the sand line. Additionally, when you take in context the later part in the film where he genocides a tribe of sand people, an entire tribe, not just the people who did him wrong, like he kills all of the women and children, and she just kind of lets it go. and again, completely undermines Padme's character. Padme should have been like, what are you doing? That is insane. Padme's entire character is that she is a fighter. She is in Phantom Menace, Padme puts herself in personal danger to save her people from genocide. Why would she ever be okay with him slaughtering women and children just because he's mad? I hate them. I hate all of them. It's terrible. Just why? Again, the Attack of the Clones suffers from one of the worst scripts, probably the second worst script in the entire Star Wars series. She literally doesn't even have a reaction. She just kind of goes like, "What? You killed all those people?" And then they never talk about it again, which is just absurd given her character. And this is by the way, this is the reason why I keep harping on the fact that Attack of the Clones damages all of the characters. Let me give you another example of this. I'm just going to keep piling evidence onto the pile. There's a scene in the movie where Obi-Wan is looking for the planet Kamino, which is where they're cloning all the clones. And he's like, he goes into the Jedi archives and he's like, I can't find the planet here. There's a gravity well there, but I can't find the planet. And he goes to consult Master Yoda, and Master Yoda tells a literal baby, like not a baby, okay, I shouldn't say a literal baby, like a 5 or 6 year old child to tell him the answer. And the child's just like, they deleted the planet. They deleted the planet. And then Obi-Wan's just like, they can do that? They could delete the planet? Why? It doesn't make Yoda look wise. It makes Yoda look like an asshole. It makes Obi-Wan look very dumb. Is Palpatine's character hurt? Yes, because because of the whole starting thing. Palpatine telling Count Dooku to hire a bounty hunter who hires a bounty hunter who uses a droid which is full of bugs. Like, Palpatine comes off as a total idiot. And what's even worse is that Count Dooku comes off as a total idiot. Oh no, like, I gotta talk about that too. At the end of Attack of the Clones, there is this very strange sequence in which R2D2. Before I talk about this sequence, R2D2's character is damaged by this film as well. The scene that I'm about to talk about is a factory scene. It's like a slapstick action scene where they're sneaking in through a droid factory and a bunch of hijinks ensue. But at the beginning of this scene, R2D2 and C-3PO disobey orders to follow Anakin and Padme because they're worried about Anakin and Padme. And C-3PO, who is an incomplete droid, he is not finished. He's not been like completely finished yet, and he is a protocol droid. He is only equipped to basically do servant tasks like serving food and talking to people. And they're trying to get into the factory, and C-3PO's like, oh no, I'm scared. I can't, it's too high. I'll die if I fall down there. And R2-D2 just pushes him, literally just pushes him to presumably his death. He explicitly says, I'm going to, like, I'll die if I can't fly. And R2-D2 flies afterwards. He pushes C-3PO, who has no jump jets and no armor and nothing, into immediate danger, and then just takes off and flies afterwards. Literally, just every single character is worse in Attack of the Clones for no real reason whatsoever. Why? Why? I don't even know. So after the, frankly, the, like, wasteful factory scene, there is a, they get captured. So they go through the factory, and Padme, Anakin, R2-D2, and Obi-Wan have all been captured. And for some reason, and this is where it hurts Count Dooku's character, Count Dooku decides to execute them via gladiatorial combat. And he calls literally millions of Geonosians, or at least tens of thousands of Geonosians, thousands upon thousands of droids, into one singular place, into an arena, and then they send 3 like untrained animals, like they're literally like you know, they've been like abused. They're like abused animals to go and attack them in an arena. And there's actually, it's so funny, in that scene there is a line where one of the Trade Federation guys go, "What's wrong with you? Shoot them!" And Count Dooku says no. So Count Dooku, he just lets 3 of the most powerful people in the galaxy. First of all, why would he be executing them in the first place makes no sense. They are very clearly high priority captives that would have given him an enormous bargaining chip, but he just chooses to not to, instead of, even though he chooses to execute them, which is stupid in the first place, he then also chooses to execute them via gladiatorial combat, which of course they escape and immediately, almost like Deus Ex Machina, are saved. I just don't get it. So, okay, there's 2 more things I have to discuss about in Attack of the Clones before I finish off my Attack of the Clones review. The first one is Dexter Jettster and the 1950s Diner. Everybody memes about Dexter Jettster and the 1950s Diner in Attack of the Clones. Everybody, literally everybody talks about that scene. There is a scene in which, as a part of the like arc of the story, Obi-Wan is investigating a mystery, and so as like a nod to noir films, he goes to a diner in Coruscant that is for some reason like 1950s themed. There's like a space jukebox. There's like a lady in a 1950s what's it called, like server outfit, and then there's a guy named Dexter Jettster. And I gotta be real with you all. Everybody memes about this scene, but it's actually not as bad as everybody says. It is silly. It's definitely quite silly, but it is a very, very short scene, and it doesn't look as bad as people, people say. It's just silly. That's it. It's just silly, and it's literally like a 2-minute scene of Obi-Wan. I actually kind of like the fact that he's friends with Dexter Jettster because it gives some depth to Obi-Wan's character. In the Genndy Tartakovsky animated series, one of the things that comes up is that a couple of times is that Obi-Wan has traveled a lot because when he was being trained by Qui-Gon specifically took him to travel around the galaxy and meet lots of people, and presumably he kept doing that after Qui-Gon died, and that's why he has connections. So I actually kind of like that aspect of the scene, even though the 50s diner looks very silly. Everybody memes on that scene, but what they should be memeing on is basically everything else about Attack of the Clones, because the Dexter Jettster scene is not as bad as people try to make it out to be. Everything else about Attack of the Clones, though, is pretty goddamn bad. That's basically my hot take. I know a lot of people were expecting me to really go hard on the 50s diner scene, but having watched it just a couple of days ago, it's not as bad as people remember. It's just kind of goofy. Yeah. It's just kind of silly, and it's fine. It's not actually that bad. And now we come to the final thing that I have to talk about Attack of the Clones, which is, it's kind of a big topic, and that is CGI hell. Attack of the Clones has some of the worst looking CGI in the entire Star Wars universe. I'm talking all of the Star Wars films. It is just bad. It is, oh no, it is so bad. Not only does the CGI not look good, but also they replaced tons of, in Phantom Menace, there were still a lot of like actual costume work. There was a lot of outfits. There was a lot of alien prosthetics. There was still a lot of sets being built. There was basically nothing. Tatooine looks terrible in Attack of the Clones. It looks even worse than it did in Phantom Menace, and it's because it's all CGI, and you can tell. Oh my goodness, you can tell. And one of the worst parts about the CGI in Attack of the Clones is that I believe every single clone trooper is CGI'd. There is not a... when I was a kid, I felt like I remembered there being at least a couple of the clone troopers who actually had costumes, who actually had like armor, like prosthetic, like built armor, but they aren't. I don't think there's a single clone trooper outfit. They are all CGI, and it looks very bad. And continuing into the CGI topic is the final battle of the movie, which is very, very long. The final sequence of the film is a arena battle, which turns into a giant Geonosis battle. There's the name of the planet is Geonosis. It's a big, like, rocky, craggy planet with a ton of droids on it and a ton of clone troopers. And then it immediately weaves into a giant lightsaber battle. All of these are almost entirely done with CGI, and they look really bad. There is a so when I was younger, I mentioned this before, that I was surprised at how much I hated Attack of the Clones, because I remembered the battle on Geonosis being really cool. And then I realized that I was supplementing my memories of Attack of the Clones with memories from the much cooler video games where they let you play the Battle of Geonosis. The Battle of Geonosis in Attack of the Clones is terrible. It's terrible. There's almost no nitty-gritty battle shots at all. It's all zoomed out. You see a couple of like tiny-looking little tanks, a couple of tiny-looking little ships, and a bunch of copy-pasted terrible CGI clone troops. One of the only shots that's up close in the battle in the entire sequence on Geonosis is covered in fake CGI dust. I mean, literally, it's clone troopers, and they're going hup, 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 and they're jumping off, and there's a bunch of CGI dust going like this to hide how bad it looks. Not even kidding you. God, it's so... Oh my God, I wonder if I can get it. I wonder if I can see, if I can actually find the actual shot. Yes, this right here. It actually looks cooler in the screenshot because you can't see the dust in motion. We just watched this the other day. When this is in motion, there is so much dust going all over the screen. It looks terrible. Oh no, oh no. It's just, oh God. And this is basically one of the only shots. You get two shots. You get this one. Oh, well, okay. Can we get the full version? You get this one, and you get this one. These are the two up close and personal. You can't even see the droids. You don't even get to actually see any of the cool droids up close. You don't get to see any of the tanks. The rest is all super zoomed out panoramics of a battle that you can barely make out any details. And then it goes to the worst lightsaber fight in the entire in the entire series. Hands down the worst lightsaber fight, which is the Anakin and Obi-Wan versus Count Dooku, and then followed up by Yoda versus Count Dooku. Looks terrible. Oh my God, it's so silly. God, it's so silly. There's a part where, okay, so everybody talks about how silly it is that Yoda just like, he's like hobbling in, he's like, oh, okay. And then he throws his cane away and just starts doing triple backflips. I wish I could actually play it for you for how silly it is. However, I want to be fair here, and I want to say that given the direction that the entire series goes with Force powers, I actually don't mind Flippy Yoda quite as much as I used to. I remember thinking that Flippy Yoda was incredibly silly, but then I remember that they have Flippy Palpatine, Flippy Yoda, and Flippy Count Dooku. Yoda being like 900 years old, Count Dooku being like, at the time, his actor was like 80 or something, or almost 80. And then, of course, Ian McDermott being in like his 70s, 60s, or 70s at the time of the thing. They're all kind of silly. And in retrospect, I'm just kind of like, you know what? Whatever. They did some wacky things with the Force. I do think it's still silly, but I don't think it deserves quite as much hate. What does deserve hate is the choreography of the entire last bit. The entire lightsaber fight. Oh, and the fact that the entire fight took place in darkness. They had it intentionally set in a dark room because you could tell that the CGI is so bad while they're flipping around that they needed to put it in the dark so that it didn't look as bad. They just fight in the dark, illuminated by their lightsabers. You can't see any details of the cool room they're supposed to be in. It's the opposite of the Darth Maul fight. The Darth Maul fight takes place in a really cool looking set with a bunch of moving parts and obstacles. This one is they're fighting in a void with almost nothing in there except when they occasionally throw rocks at each other. They overuse their Force powers, so it feels weird. They're just kind of going like this at each other. And that's it. And then there's a bunch of dumb, really badly choreographed lightsaber fights. And then Anakin gets his arm cut off and passes out. But you see him like moving on the ground, but he never stands back up until conveniently the fight is over. Oh, also, he's just laying there. You see him in the scene going like, but he just won't stand back up. The moment that Count Dooku escapes, he stands back up. But before that, he won't stand up. It's like a video game moment. It's like, it's so goofy. But Obi-Wan does it too. Obi-Wan gets like force pushed into a wall, and then he just lays on the ground next to Anakin, like writhing on the ground, and doesn't get up until conveniently the literal second that Dooku leaves. They both stand up. He couldn't revive until combat ended. Literally! It's so goofy. It's so funny. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why they made any of the decisions that they made in this movie. Also, okay, one more thing. I said that was going to be the last thing I said about Attack of the Clones, but I have to say there's one part that's even funnier, okay? And it is literally right before the Dooku fight. So, right before the Dooku fight, Padme, Anakin, and Obi-Wan, and I think Commander Cody not Commander Cody. It's just a random clone commander are on one of those transport ships, and they get shot at because they're getting pursued. They get shot at by Count Dooku's elite robot guards. Okay, and Padme falls out and lands in the sand, but she's okay, so don't worry about it. and they fly, they're avoiding the little elite guards, and they land to let the Jedis get off. So you see Obi-Wan and Anakin jump off. Padme already fell out. And the literal second that they jump off and leave the landing pad, the clone trooper ship starts taking off, and it immediately just blows up. The literal second they jump off, they're like, okay, thanks guys, and it goes, it just blows up and is immediately deleted. They're just like, yeah, whatever, who cares? Let's keep going. It's so funny. It would be hilarious if it was in the Genndy Tartakovsky show. It would be really funny, but it's just unintentionally funny in the movie. One of the funny scenes, I literally laughed out loud at that. They're just like, they land, let them off, and they're like, and then they start running, and it just blows up and immediately disappears. So funny. Oh God, I love it. It's so good. It's so stupid. Oh, and then of course the worst fight in the entire thing. Oh God, it's so goofy. Yeah, they stopped having plot armor. That's the thing that hurts so much about Attack of the Clones. Hold on, there's a scene, okay? I can show you a scene, hold on. Hold on. This is the one. Yeah, this is the one, okay? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys real quick. I'm gonna show you guys a really funny scene from one of the Legos games, okay? This is from one of the Lego games, and and this is what this movie could have been, okay? Here we go.
You guys are the best. I never thought I'd make it to retirement, but here I am.
R2, locate the Chancellor.
They're literally eating the cake and drinking the juice. It's so good. It's so goddamn good. Okay, that could have been what the movie could have been. If they wanted to make it a sillier movie, they could have done that, okay? But they didn't. They just didn't. Oh my God! This meme is so good! Look at this meme that I was just sent. I, Demon Mama, am going to give my spicy review of the prequel movies. You're gonna roast them like everyone else has done, right? Psh, you didn't like them either, right? This is so good! What the hell? I love it. Oh, absolutely, the memes from this stream have been so good. Oh my God. Oh my God, holy moly. Oh. Okay. Okay. There is, unfortunately, I lied once again. Once again, I have deceived you. Once again, Demon Mama has deceived the imps. Which is to say that there is actually one more thing that I have to talk about Attack of the Clones before we move on to the next thing. Which is, in Attack of the Clones, something begins to happen that carries out all the way to the rest, basically the rest of the Star Wars series, and it's one of the most unfortunate losses until Andor, really, I think, is probably where it starts to change a little bit. In Attack of the Clones, it's the first time they start completely disregarding interstellar travel. And every single Star Wars media since Attack of the Clones has essentially disregarded interstellar travel times in a really weird way, and it sucks, actually. So in The Phantom Menace, there is a scene where they are traveling from Naboo, which is a mid-rim, as far as I understand it, a mid-rim planet, to Tatooine, which is on the outer reaches of the Outer Rim. Tatooine is really, really far back out there. And in Phantom Menace, there's a scene where it becomes night. Basically, it becomes night on the ship, and Anakin is cold. And so Padme, brings him a blanket so that he can be comfortable while they're waiting to travel the very long distance from Naboo all the way to Tatooine. Then, in Attack of the Clones, they actually draw explicit attention to this. They're on Tatooine, and Padme says, Anakin, Geonosis is only 1 parsec away from Tatooine. We will get there way before the Jedi Council does. We have to go save Obi-Wan. And so Anakin's like, okay, fine. And then they go to Geonosis. They travel from Outer Rim planet to Outer Rim planet. And in about 10 minutes, well, more like 15 minutes of screen time, but in real time, it's literally not that long. They sneak into a factory, they get captured, and they are about to be fed to monsters, and the entire Jedi Order arrives from Coruscant. So despite the fact that Padme explicitly calls out the fact that Tatooine is closer to Geonosis, the Republic commandos and the Jedi Order arrive only like 20 minutes or maybe at maximum a few hours later from Coruscant, which is the capital of the galaxy. Oh yeah, and they had to stop at Camino to pick up the clones. And it is very weird, okay? Because there's a lot of attention paid to travel time in Phantom Menace, and Padme literally calls attention to travel time only for them to immediately throw it out the window. And let me tell you, we are about to head into the review of Revenge of the Sith, and let me say, it does not get better. It gets, in fact, much, much, much worse in Revenge of the Sith. So, with that, let us conclude the review of Attack of the Clones. Attack of the Clones is a absolute bottom-tier Star Wars movie. It does damage to every single major character via the horrible script writing, and all of the amazing actors who were trying their hardest were given the worst lines to try and deliver. And it is the laziest. It is one of the laziest of the films. It might actually even be more lazy than Rise of Skywalker. However, as you will discover when we do the review, Rise of Skywalker is a cinematic war crime. But we'll talk about that in the future. Now, so Attack of the Clones, terrible movie. People misremember Attack of the Clones, and part of the reason they misremember Attack of the Clones is because all of the following Star Wars media did a better job of making Attack of the Clones than anything else. The Battlefront games, all of the games set in the Clone Wars era redeemed it. And that is Attack of the Clones. It stinks. Everybody, my lovely, lovely imps, it is time now for us to discuss, to take a short moment to review one of the absolute best pieces of Star Wars media that has ever been created. And that is Genndy of course I messed it up. Genndy Tartakovsky's Clone Wars. The Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars series is incredible. And some people thought that my hot take about this was going to be that it is not as good as people say it is. That is not correct. My take is that it is exactly as good as people say it is. Genndy Tartakovsky's Clone Wars animated series is phenomenal. Not only does it have amazing animation that is just super, super on point, it is super detailed, very, very careful, but the comedic timing is amazing. And when I was younger, I did not actually see the Clone Wars animated series, even though it released between Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. In fact, George Lucas personally sought out Genndy Tartakovsky to do the Clone Wars animated series. And it is really good. And not only that, it makes Revenge of the Sith better. And I mean this in two ways. Not only are there actual story elements in Revenge of the Sith that you suddenly understand if you've watched the animated series, but also it seems incredibly obvious to me that George Lucas was directly inspired by the animated series when he was making Revenge of the Sith, which we're going to talk about next. As you can see, this has been a long Star Wars segment, but I've been bottling all this up, and there's 400 people hanging out listening to me talk about Star Wars. So we're going to keep doing it. It is... The Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars series is phenomenal. It is really, really, really good. And it does a couple of really cool things. So the thing you have to understand about it is that it was released as mini episodes between 2 and 5 minutes. That's right. 2 and 5 minute animated chunks that were supposed to illustrate the Clone Wars unfolding across the galaxy, and they did a really good job with it. And somehow, even with just 2 to 5, even just 2 to 5 minutes, you actually get character for Anakin. Anakin, if you watch the Clone Wars cartoon, Anakin suddenly becomes a redeemable character because there is numerous points in this series where Anakin learns important lessons from Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's like, and also does genuinely heroic things. The final episode of the Clone Wars cartoon series is all about Anakin saving an entire planet and culture from genocide, and also failing to learn the lesson that he was supposed to learn from it. But he does genuinely heroic and self-sacrificing acts multiple times. You actually see his good side, which is never portrayed in the films. You're just sort of told that you're supposed to say, like, trust me, it's, he's good. It is, yeah, it's great. It's just really good. I don't even know what else to say. It's phenomenal. It's super funny. The comedic timing in it is really, really hilarious. Like there's a part in the Clone Wars where they're in the Clone Wars cartoon where they're fighting General Grievous, and one of the Jedi characters is like getting overwhelmed by his lightsaber technique. She can't keep up with him. So she, like, while he's distracted, she ties his cape to a subway train, like a on Coruscant. Shakti. Her name is Shakti. And she uses the Force powers to tie his cape onto a subway train that's about to depart from the station, and he's like, "You are about to die," and then you hear like a ding noise, and the subway goes like, and it like yanks him with it. It's like just so good. And like not only that, but creative use of Force powers, really, really good. All in all, fantastic. The stylized art looks great. The animation is detailed and careful. You get to see a bunch of really cool and unique battles. You get to see a bunch of stuff that was never portrayed. All kinds of different droids, ships, blasters, a bunch of different clone troopers. It's a cartoon, so like a lot of the silly stuff doesn't like feel as out of place because it's basically an anime. The Palpatine character is hilarious. He's so flamboyant, and I absolutely love him. You get to see all kinds of different aliens. You get to see them go to a bunch of different planet environments. You get to see Anakin being a hero. You get to see Obi-Wan actually being a good teacher and not just a whiner. It's really, really good. And anybody who is going to rewatch the prequel trilogy, you will like the prequels even more. You will like Revenge of the Sith specifically more if you watch the Clone Wars cartoon. Just do yourself a favor. It's unfortunate that like that it's broken across multiple media types, because they should have just played that in theaters. They should have just put them all together and played that in theaters and run it as a Star Wars movie, because it's really that good. George Lucas specifically sought it out to be created to help promote Revenge of the Sith. It released before Revenge of the Sith. And it's so good. Yeah, the clone fighting off all the droids, yeah. Oh yeah, and they make Grievous way more scary. There's just so many cool things. So again, I don't want to spoil too much, and there's only so much I can say about an animation that is, 2 to 5 minute shorts all put together. But the Clone Wars cartoon is so good. It is. Yeah. Jessica Metal says, I love the Clone Wars, the Clone Wars cartoon more than the prequel movies, and I have to say, I like it as well. Now, I'm going to be watching the 3D animated Clone Wars series as well, but that's going to take me a bit longer, so I haven't I haven't watched that yet, but I'm going to. I'm very excited to watch that. I've heard it's very, very good. So that's very exciting. But the animated shorts were fantastic, and I love them. So, yeah. Yes, I've heard about that, Alora. I've heard that you have to watch you need to watch the viewer guide. Yep. And now, the final Star Wars segment. Hold on, everybody. Where is it here? Everybody, my lovely imps, it is time for us to discuss the final movie of the prequel trilogy and the last Star Wars segment of today, Revenge of the Sith. Everyone, I have a lot of opinions about Revenge of the Sith. However, before I give them to you, we've been doing a lot of Star Wars stuff lately. So please make sure that you press like and subscribe to the show, because I know that you've had a good time and you want to have more of it, and I'm sure you want my Revenge of the Sith opinions. We've been doing an extended series of reviews about Star Wars. For all of you who might be watching this in the future, make sure you go check them out. They'll be up on the channel. Check out all the Star Wars reviews we've been doing, because they've been really fun and we've had a great time. Subscribe and like. And don't forget to support the show, of course. Now, it's time for us to discuss Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith. Boy, have there not been a lot of opinions over the years about Revenge of the Sith. Huh? The real truth is, of course, that there is only one Revenge of the Sith that matters, and it is the Revenge of the Mama! True! Look at how sick this turned out, actually. This actually turned out so good. That is the Revenge of the true Sith. But the Revenge of the Mama is that I am going to torture you now, because my opinion about Revenge of the Sith is quite complex. A lot of people really do not like Revenge of the Sith. it was a very polarizing movie even when it first came out, and that has not changed over the years. It has only gotten, it has always been a highly contentious film. Some people absolutely hate it. Some people think it's the best of the prequel trilogy. And I actually have to say that I'm sort of trending towards closer to the side that it's the best of the prequel trilogy. As you all know, I praised Phantom Menace quite highly, and I absolutely despised Attack of the Clones. Attack of the Clones, in my opinion, is an absolute garbage movie. That doesn't even, it should be stricken from the Star Wars record and completely remade, in my opinion. However, Revenge of the Sith is actually a good movie. Like, unironically, it's a good movie all around. It's not just like a decent Star Wars movie. It actually passes the bar for being a good movie. And I was really surprised by this because my memories from many years ago of watching Revenge of the Sith was that I didn't like it that much when I was younger. I remember I don't know why, I don't even remember why I didn't like it. I think it was because I was like really cringed out by certain scenes that we're going to discuss. But having just watched it literally yesterday, I actually really liked it. More than I thought I was going to. And let me just start out by, I mentioned in my very short review of the Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars cartoon that it was very clear to me that George Lucas seemed actually inspired by that cartoon series. And I will point to that that is apparent almost immediately as the movie starts. When Revenge of the Sith begins, it actually starts in the same battle sequence that the cartoon series ends on. The cartoon series ends on the siege of Coruscant, the invasion of Coruscant, and it starts at that almost exact point where the movie begins. And the first thing that you will notice is that there is a bunch of different types of ships flying around. Like, immediately, you see a huge diversity of clone and droid ships. You see a bunch of variants even between the like Star Destroyers and the battle cruisers. There is a ton of attention paid to the different weapon systems that are present on each of the ships. You see a particle lance. You see these big concussive cannons that use actual rounds being fired by the droids. You see like 16 different types of laser cannon being fired. Immediately, it's so cool. I'm like, what happened? And all I can point to is that, oh, they saw the Clone Wars cartoon and they were like, we have to do this for our movie. We have to add what makes Star Wars awesome, which is having a bunch of cool ships, a bunch of cool aliens, a bunch of cool technology in a fantasy setting shooting around, and you get to geek out about cool ship designs and stuff. And that's immediately what the movie opens with. It then proceeds to like one of the most fun, what I call like hijinks sequences in the Star Wars movies from the prequels to the sequels. There is these sort of like there's all these hijinks sequences where it's like they're sneaking around, or they're like trying to accomplish a secret mission or some things. Like usually it has to do with stealth, and everyone who has just watched my review of the Attack of the Clones will recall that I absolutely hated the factory hijinks scene in Attack of the Clones. But the opening hijinks scene in Revenge of the Sith is actually really good. It's actually quite funny and well designed. There's this whole there's like a running joke where they're trying to communicate with R2, but R2 doesn't have hands, so he can't mute the communicator. So all the droids keep hearing R2 when they're like calling R2. They're like, R2, help us with this thing. And he doesn't have hands. He can't mute the device. So the droids keep hearing him. and he has to keep getting like he keeps having to avoid droids while trying to help them, and they keep giving him contradictory commands. Like they're like, activate the elevator, and the elevator goes down really fast instead of up, and they need it to go up, and so they're like, no, wait, the other way. But he's getting attacked by droids, and so he has to go do it again. And it's actually really funny and good. It's an actual movie scene that is actually entertaining. It is wacky and silly, but it's like, it's entertaining. And there's different types of droids that you see, and there's a cool environment. The set that they set up for General Grievous's ship is very cool. Isn't that just the same wacky shit from the previous movies, like the exact same? Not even close. And let me talk about let me try and like communicate the difference here between the first two movies and this one. In the first movie, okay, so in Attack of the Clones, they go into a droid factory. They are not engaging with anything. It is a factory. Everything is moving. It's supposed to all be automated, and for some reason they keep falling into things, even though they could literally just do anything else. They could literally just walk around it. They're not being like pursued by anybody. They just for some reason decide, for no apparent reason, to walk on an active assembly line for droids. They could literally force jump anywhere they wanted to. They could just go onto the actual maintenance paths and never have to engage with it. But for some reason, they choose to walk on like an assembly line, and then they're dodging like a weird arm, and there's like a lava that sprays at them. It's like a theme park ride. Whereas in Revenge of the Sith, they're actually engaging with a pre-designed environment. They clearly sat down and said, okay, here's the environment that these characters are going to be in, and here's the challenges they have to overcome. Instead of just sort of like being put on a path where the characters aren't making any logical decisions. For example, in that first scene I'm discussing in Revenge of the Sith, they're in the elevator, and R2 starts sending the elevator in the wrong direction. And Obi-Wan says, wait, we'll wait for R2 to fix it. We don't want to give up the element of surprise. And Anakin says, no, forget that. I'm going to cut through the roof. There's more than one way to get up an elevator shaft. So he cuts through the roof, and Anakin jumps out and is like trying to climb up the elevator shaft while Obi-Wan is just sort of patiently waiting inside the elevator. And then of course R2 fixes the elevator, which means that Obi-Wan ends up being correct because he's sitting on the inside of the thing, and Anakin's trying to climb up, and the elevator starts coming back up, and he's like, oh crap, and he has to like do a whole thing to avoid his own decision in this space. So in Attack of the Clones, all of the characters are put on a track for no real reason, with obvious escape routes around them, and they just go into danger for no real reason. Whereas in the first scene of Revenge of the Sith, they are indeed engaged in wacky hijinks, but that's because they are trying to make decisions with obstacles that are put in front of them that they have to overcome. There's an elevator shaft that they have to get up. They don't have direct control, and R2 doesn't have hands, so R2 can't turn off the communicator. Yes, it is silly, but it's silly with purpose, and there's revelations about their characters. In the entire Attack of the Clones factory scene, you learn nothing about any of the characters because they are all just reacting to obstacles that they're engaging with for no real reason. Whereas in Revenge of the Sith, you see Obi-Wan is patient. He's more willing to wait on R2 than Anakin. Anakin doesn't really trust R2 that much. Anakin just wants to get the job done, so he cuts through the roof and ends up getting in trouble because he's impatient. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff like that. But that was a little bit of a long tangent, but I really wanted to explain why the first sequence of Revenge of the Sith works so much better. So it goes from that scene, which is a very fun, there's like a fun, wacky scene. Oh yeah, another thing too, is that it's deliberately set up to get to showcase the limitations of of Anakin's abilities, and also how Anakin and Obi-Wan's relationship has changed. Anakin refuses to leave Obi-Wan behind when Obi-Wan's ship. Oh yeah, you see that Obi-Wan is a terrible pilot. First of all, he's like, oh, I hate flying, but he gets immediately hit by droids and he can't get rid of them. And Anakin tries to help him, but actually makes things worse because Anakin is, of course, very impatient and he actually damages Obi-Wan's ship worse, which makes it even harder. But Anakin refuses to give up and makes sure that his master is saved. So you see that their dynamic has developed. You see that there is a difference in their approach to problem solving. And of course, as this scene progresses, you get to see the limits of Anakin's famous piloting ability. You'll recall that in the first movie, Phantom Menace, he's been a pilot since he was like as long as he could walk, he's been flying vessels. And you see him have to pilot a crashing ship onto a runway, and it's pretty cool. So you get to see all these characters showcase their abilities and the ways that they approach things differently. And I like that a lot. I think it's really cool. So the movie proceeds, of course, and then they have another interesting sequence, which is basically immediately after the opening sequence, they have this this mission that Obi-Wan goes on, and it's actually cool. One of the first things you'll notice when he goes to, oh God, what's the name of the planet? Utapar? I think the planet is called Utapar. And he goes out to that planet, and the first thing that you realize is that like they do a prosthetic Utapau, that's what it is. The first thing they do is they have an actual alien. They have an actual makeup, real prosthetics. They made an actual alien guy, and he looks cool. And I'm like, damn, I can't believe they actually did that. I can't believe they like opened the movie, or like very early on in the movie, they like refute what they did with Clone Wars, which was in Clone Wars, literally everything is CGI. Literally everything is CGI. And it's very unfortunate. Kiadi Mundi. Oh no, it's, hold on. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Yeah, he looks cool as hell. They have like 4 of them, actually. It's this one right here. Hold on. This guy. What a cool looking alien. It's super awesome. And I'm like, damn, that's great. So that's one thing. But also, the other thing that's cool about Revenge of the Sith. So Revenge of the Sith immediately has much cooler action scenes. It has a lot more care in the film. And also, the characters, it's like the characters have taken their dumb hats off. In Attack of the Clones, the characters are all just sort of like bumbling around and they don't know what they're doing. In this movie, all of the characters act with some level of purpose. Now, I have to be clear. I have to be clear. The script is still not good. Okay, the base, like the dialogue specifically, is very, very weak in Revenge of the Sith. It's one of the biggest problems, and it especially shows itself in the final third of the film, which we're going to talk about. Is where I have the most criticisms of. But the characters and their motivations make so much more sense than any action that was taken in the entirety of Attack of the Clones. That doesn't mean that all of them are 100% perfect, but it certainly makes a lot more sense. Let me give you an example of this. Anakin is struggling with the fact that he is having premonitions of Padme's death. He has doubt in himself, and as a result, specifically Mace Windu does not trust Anakin. Obi-Wan continues to vouch for Anakin, and Yoda takes Obi-Wan's word very importantly. But Yoda finds himself torn between Mace Windu, who does not trust Anakin, and Obi-Wan, who does. And of course, Yoda is able to sense a great darkness inside of Anakin Skywalker. And that actually leads to a compelling struggle. And of course, there's on top of all of this, Emperor Palpatine is there, like, basically the entire time, telling Anakin exactly what he wants. Now, again, like I said, the dialogue is not very good, and a lot of it is genuinely cringy. Okay, I'll say this now, since we're talking about the dialogue, before I get to some of the ones. There's a basically every single scene with Anakin and Padme is the worst. They are just so painful, and it's not because the actors did a bad job. In fact, the actors put their all into it. I've said this since the very first Star Wars review that we've done today, that the actors, every single actor put their all into these films. They really did. I mean, Hayden Christensen got ripped. Hold on. Hold on, let me show you just how ripped this guy got. He actually got totally ripped for the film. Here, this is a shot from the actual movie, okay? Like, he got ripped as hell. There's a scene where he has a nightmare and he climbs out of bed, and it's like, dude, this guy must have been prepping for this role because he is ripped as hell. And he was trying his best, but let me tell you, he was given the worst lines ever. There is a notorious scene in this film where Anakin goes like, "Padme, you're so beautiful." And then Padme says, "Only because I'm so in love with you," which is like, what? It's not even human language. And then he replies by, "No, actually, it's because I'm so in love with you." And then she replies, so that means that you have been blinded by your love? It is the most awkward and confusing, nonsensical, inhuman script. They are trying their best. The actors are really trying to be emotive, but they have nothing to work with. Just nothing to work with. It's so unfortunate because that scene is like actually so painful. Over and over and over again, they just have these horribly wooden and terribly written lines, and the actors are doing their best to try and portray these lines, but they just can't. I don't even know where to go. It is just terrible. And unfortunately, a lot of the lines in the movie continue along that path. The exchanges between Anakin and Palpatine, while they thematically make sense, like if you think about the movie outside of the conversations, you're like, okay, Anakin is tempted by the dark side. He's scared that he's going to lose his wife, and he's scared that he's going to lose his child. His unborn child. That's a pretty major fear. It totally makes sense that he would be vulnerable to manipulation. But the actual dialogue that happens between Palpatine and Anakin is so hilarious. It's like, Palpatine will be like, "Anakin, you know the Jedi are going to betray you. Only my dark side powers can help you." And Anakin is like, "That's a good point. I never had considered that before. I feel scared about the future." And Palpatine goes, "You're scared about the future. You should embrace the dark side." It's, oh God, it is incredibly, incredibly silly. It's genuinely that silly. And so, like, this is why I say that, like, the plot makes sense and the politics of the film makes total sense. But the writing of the actual dialogue is just, it just doesn't work. I know I can do a better impression, but I have to keep it cool because there's a lot to talk about with this film. Let me talk about the politics real quick because let me talk about the politics real quick because one of the things I like the most about Revenge of the Sith is that it has the best politics of the prequel trilogy. Now, I mentioned early on that Star Wars to its core is an anti-fascist, anti-imperial, and anti-authoritarian series, as in all of them. They all have that as central tenets. But Revenge of the Sith actually really goes there. It brings a ton of attention. Now, the dialogue, like I said, is cringy, but the story deliberately brings a ton of attention to how Palpatine uses genuine fears to manipulate people to make decisions that are out of their own interest. And also how he just gaslights tons of people about using the term democracy. Now, there's something really funny. There we go, right? Perfect. Thank you, Ashmar. So Ashmar has put in the chat a quote, which interestingly is a misquote. Okay, people often quote the line in the film, "So this is how democracy dies," with uproarious applause. That is actually not the quote. She actually says, with thunderous applause. What she actually says is, "So this is how liberty dies." Now, a lot of people do not notice this because most people who are watching and reacting to this in America are also other Americans. But George Lucas, throughout the entire series, makes a distinct distinguishment between democracy and the Republic and liberty. I mean, and I mean this. This runs through all of the films. He draws the democracy and the Republic does not protect the Wookiees. The Wookiees are portrayed continuously as one of the most heroic races, and they fight both the droids, and then they end up fighting the Republic, and then they end up fighting the Empire. The Wookiees are not a part of this so-called democracy. They are fighting for liberty. And specifically, in Revenge of the Sith, they get really specific about this. And it's actually really, really interesting because Obi-Wan is almost like the biggest critique of Obi-Wan in the entire series. The most competent critique of Obi-Wan comes in Revenge of the Sith, where he keeps talking about democracy while he isn't actually fighting for democracy. He keeps saying like I care about democracy. I care about rule of law, and that leads him to his folly because he actually cares about Padme. He actually cares about Anakin. He actually cares about what is right and what is wrong, but he's constantly bound by this like sort of this idea that he has to serve the Republic. And it's funny because it's deliberately, he's compared to Qui-Gon multiple times. And if you'll recall from Phantom Menace, Qui-Gon explicitly disobeys the Jedi Order. He explicitly disobeys the Republic when he thinks that it is the right thing to do. So the most heroic characters through all of the prequel trilogy are always the people who fight not for democracy, not for a republic, not for a state structure, but for freedom and for liberty. And it's funny that people often misremember the line as "this is how democracy dies" when Padme actually says "this is how liberty dies." And I actually, and for this reason, I think that the Revenge of the Sith is so satisfying politically. I'm going to talk about another a piece of political imagery that a lot of people don't even realize, but that Doe pointed out to me. So there is a somewhat silly scene. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. Let me see. I know I can find the screenshot. Yes. Okay, right here. Okay. This is it right here. Everybody sort of laughs at this scene, but I actually kind of like it, and I'm going to tell you why. And this is one of the problems that I'll get into this all, but hold on, let me show you. Oh, this is a terrible quality image, okay, but whatever, bear with it, okay? So there's this fight at the end of Revenge of the Sith where Yoda and Sidious are fighting in the Senate, okay? And Sidious is literally throwing these little pods, okay? Okay? But I want you to think about this a couple of ways. So first of all, the political symbolism is actually good. All of the silliness aside, the icon of the Jedi Order, Master Yoda, and the icon of the Sith, Darth Sidious, are literally fighting in the seat of democracy, and Darth Sidious is grabbing the representations of peoples. He's picking up the podiums where people make their voices heard throughout the entire series. In fact, almost the only scenes that you ever see in the Senate are alien races basically pleading for help and usually being ignored. Remember back to Phantom when Queen Amidala pleads the Senate for help, and they're like, well, we'll have to do some paperwork. And she's like, fine then, I'm leaving, I'll go free myself. This is, in my opinion, deliberate. Very, very deliberate. I think that George Lucas actually knew what he was doing here. I think that this is actually the poetry, and it does actually rhyme. Sidious is picking up the literal, the democratic representation of peoples and weaponizing them to destroy the Jedi Order, and the Jedi Order can do nothing. Yoda can do nothing but dodge them. He's crushing individual peoples, these symbols of these peoples, utilizing them as literal weapons. And it's funny to me that people remember the line as, this is how democracy dies, because George Lucas actually went out of his way to make a line between democracy and liberty, that democracy often opposes liberty, that democracy is weaponized and turns into tyranny. He's using the institutions of democracy as a weapon to destroy liberty, but he's also weaponizing and destroying the actual peoples that are supposedly supposed to be represented here. But throughout the entire series, every single scene in the Senate is incapable of actually helping those people. Those people are left to fend for themselves, to bond with one another, and to liberate themselves. And this is one of the reasons why I think that the prequel trilogy is so politically based. Unfortunately, the script is so silly that you have to dig through a bunch of cringe to get there. But unironically, the political message of all three prequel films carries through. And it's impressive. Genuinely impressive. I actually love the politics of these movies. And George Lucas's political opinions show through with a critical analysis of the films. The dialogue is not good, okay? It's really, really silly. But the film, okay, and I want to point out, by the way, I want to point out also something else, which is that, and I will back this up. If you go to the original Star Wars trilogy, the original Star Wars trilogy is literally about a ragtag band of aliens and humans from all over the galaxy working together to overcome an overwhelming, totalizing empire. And we know explicitly in the text of the original trilogy, and of course now we know with the prequels as well, that the empire grew seamlessly out of the Republic. George Lucas has written a anti-authoritarian, anti-state manifesto, and he disguised it as cringy space wizards. Also, he explicitly says that the Empire is America in one of the funniest interviews I've ever seen. There's multiple points throughout the series where his politics show through. Yes, exactly. Mother Mirset says the "I am the Senate." Oh yeah. Hold on, real quick to build off of that. The "I am the Senate" line. There's another line that people overlook in Revenge of the Sith that I really like. And it is it's an argument between Anakin and Obi-Wan. And Anakin says, you're asking me so Obi-Wan asks Anakin to spy on Chancellor Palpatine, Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, on behalf of the Jedi Council. And Anakin is very troubled by this. Anakin says, "You're asking me to betray the Senate." And then Obi-Wan replies, "No, I'm asking you to betray, I'm asking you to," he says, sorry, how does he word it? He says, "The head of the Senate is not the same thing as the Senate." And it's so good. It's really, really fantastic that they draw the conclusion between like this guy and also he's correct though. Like Obi-Wan is kind of wrong here because Sidious is right. He is the Senate. He commands complete control over the Senate, this supposedly democratic body that regularly ignores the needs of the weakest members in its body. He has complete command over and seamlessly, easily seizes command of it. Obi-Wan is like incorrect I mean, he's correct in his motivations. He's correct to say that yes, you should spy on Sidious, and Sidious isn't the Senate, isn't really the same thing as the Senate, but he's wrong in having a very childish view of democracy. He still believes that like that even though he has witnessed every person that he cares about be ignored or run over by the Galactic Senate, he still tries to believe that there's this ideal there. And there's another thing that I think this is kind of important to denote, which is that Obi-Wan is, like I said before, the Revenge of the Sith directly critiques Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan keeps invoking democracy, and he keeps pretending that he believes in democracy and the Republic and all of this stuff. But there's a scene in which he's offered the ability to go and spend time with the politicians, and he explicitly says, "I don't want anything to do with the politics." He actually can't stand spending time with the politicians, and repeatedly throughout both Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, Obi-Wan warns Anakin that politicians are not to be trusted because they're more interested in their own power. So Obi-Wan doesn't believe in democracy. Obi-Wan is actually, in truth, he's more like Qui-Gon, but he hasn't actually embraced that yet. He hasn't actually come to that point. He's still fooled, as are many of the other Jedi, as it turns out. The Jedi Order itself was willing to buy into the same lies that ultimately doomed them. Their dogma, their insistence on following the letter of the law in all cases leads to their own demise. He's a liberal, yeah. But also, so is Yoda, and so is basically everyone, almost the entire Jedi Order. They are too invested in their own power. And it's funny because Sidious is correct I almost cringed by saying like he's correct in a Trumpian way, where Sidious is pointing at something that people feel is true, which is the fact that the Jedi Order is too invested in their own power. But of course, like he's no better. He's literally like, I'm just gonna take full power and turn it into the Empire. But he's not incorrect in pointing out that the Jedi Order is objectively they are invested in the exact structure that will ultimately destroy them. Yeah. The entire trilogy kind of talks shit on Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan is a bit of a narcissist who thinks he's some great leader for being the mentor of Anakin, who he religiously believed to be the one from prophecy. I read it slightly differently. Obi-Wan is somebody who is very, very good at heart. He genuinely, truthfully believes in Anakin, but but Obi-Wan does not have the wisdom of Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon was willing to defy the letter of the law in order to ensure that Anakin got trained because Qui-Gon believed in Anakin. Obi-Wan has to find justifications within the system. Every time. Every single point of the movies, Obi-Wan has to find a justification. Oh, it's because he's the chosen one. He brings it up multiple times. In truth, Obi-Wan just loves Anakin. Obi-Wan is Anakin's #1 cheerleader. Even though he's sarcastic and not a very good teacher for a lot of the, especially in Attack of the Clones, and even at some points in Revenge of the Sith, Obi-Wan's biggest flaw is that he's not honest with himself. He can't see within himself until it's too late. Obi-Wan constantly has to justify himself to the council in a way that Qui-Gon never did. And the movies bring attention to the differences between Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. There's even a scene in Attack of the Clones, I think it is in Attack of the Clones, where Anakin says, "You're no Qui-Gon." And Obi-Wan knows he's not Qui-Gon. He knows he's not as wise as Qui-Gon. That Qui-Gon had a conviction to his principles. That Qui-Gon did not justify everything he did via dogma. That he justified it with his own belief system, with his own feelings and his own genuinely held beliefs. So I don't know if I would agree that I don't know if I would agree that Obi-Wan is a narcissist. I don't actually think he is. I think that he is dealing with somebody who is, he's dealing with a destiny that is greater than him and not doing a very good job of it, but he's trying his best. And Obi-Wan is a genuinely compassionate and good person who is trapped in literally liberalism. If you want to be completely literal about it, he is trapped in a liberal worldview. He is trapped in the same dogma. We see the Jedi Order sort of embodied in both Yoda and in Obi-Wan in different ways. Yoda is sort of like the symbol, the visual symbol of the Jedi Order, but Obi-Wan is the character that we actually get to know. Yeah. Yep. So, I like that part. Anyway, that was the long politics part that I mentioned that we're going to be discussing as we go through the Star Wars series. But I have more to say about Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith. We have to talk about the last third of the film now. Xerox 13ster, maybe I just see my religious mother in him. He's high on his own self-righteousness and treats Anakin like he'll never reach his level or gain his approval. I think that's true in Attack of the Clones, but I don't think that's true in Revenge of the Sith or in the Clone Wars cartoon. I will say that in Attack of the Clones, they wrote Obi-Wan as a jerk, basically. I think Obi-Wan in Attack of the Clones is insufferable, and I think it was unintentional because in the Clone Wars show, he regularly praises and builds up Anakin. And also in Revenge of the Sith, there are multiple scenes where it explicitly shows in private Obi-Wan fighting to give Anakin a seat. Like Obi-Wan advocates for Anakin to become a Jedi Master when the rest of the council does not agree with it, but he ultimately cedes to the rules. When Yoda and the others outvote him, he doesn't protest. He just goes, okay, well, the rules are the rules, and then he tells Anakin to wait on it. I actually think that the writing, even if Attack of the Clones kind of sucks, and I had my reasons for disliking that movie a lot, I think that in Revenge of the Sith, they like the writing is actually very careful to show that Obi-Wan does support Anakin multiple times, but that he's too bound by the rules, that he's not able to become Qui-Gon because Qui-Gon would have broken the rules. Qui-Gon would have protested. Qui-Gon would have said, if you don't give Anakin the mastership, I'm not going to participate in the council. He would have protested, but Obi-Wan was too weak to do so. Obi-Wan is literally stuck in proceduralism, which I will argue that this is very deliberate because that is the message of the rest of, like, that's a part of the rest of the movie. The proceduralism of the Senate is part of the reason why the people of Naboo almost get genocided. Like, there's so much that draws to the attention to that. It makes sense that Obi-Wan would also, like, that he thematically struggles with that. Yeah. I understand that, Xerox. I totally understand that. So, Mama, are you telling me that the prequels are about a lib being a bad parent raising a person that was co-opted by fascists and democracy is different from freedom? Pretty close. Yeah, more or less. And in fact, oh yeah, hold on. I have another point to this that I want to, another piece of supporting evidence, okay? Which is in Phantom Menace, when Qui-Gon brings Anakin in front of the Jedi Council. So let's get the context. Let's remember the context of this. In Phantom Menace, Qui-Gon brings Anakin in front of the council after freeing him from slavery, and he has to leave his mom behind because, of course, Watto will not let Shmi Skywalker go free. So he has to leave his mom in order to pursue his destiny. And when Qui-Gon brings him in front of the Jedi Council, he says, I want to train him. Obi-Wan is ready to become a Jedi Knight. I want to train Anakin. And Yoda and Mace Windu and Ki-Adi-Mundi, they all go, well, we sense fear in this young one. He's too old, and we sense fear inside of him. And they tell him that he needs to overcome his fear. He's a 10-year-old child, who has only ever known slavery and just had to leave his mom. And the Jedi Council is so blind and unempathetic. Qui-Gon is not. Qui-Gon continues to train him in defiance of the Jedi Order. He literally trains him regardless of what the Jedi Order said. But the Jedi Order is so proceduralistic, they're so dogmatic, that they're literally unable to see why a child might be afraid. They don't even give him a drop of of care or healing or comfort or anything. They just say, you're not good enough for us. You're not pure enough for us. The politics of the prequels are very consistent throughout with some. I mean, honestly, the politics aren't particularly damaged by Attack of the Clones. Attack of the Clones just is a bad movie and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, and the Obi-Wan being a bad parent. Obi-Wan is an unprepared parent. And he has no assistance. Obi-Wan is left to be in charge of the supposed chosen one, and Yoda and Mace Windu and Ki-Adi-Mundi and Floppo Dappo and Greedo Bogongo, they are completely uncaring. They literally, I mean, it's funny because notice that Yoda has to go into exile for like 17 years because of how poorly he fails. Yoda fails and he loses to Emperor Palpatine. Yoda is the wisest and most powerful member of the Jedi Council, and he fails because he has become so blinded that he can't even see a Sith Lord under his own nose. And so I guess I have a sympathetic view for Obi-Wan because I think that there is a through line of Obi-Wan genuinely trying his best and having basically no assistance in that. Qui-Gon is killed before he's able to finish his training. The Jedi Council is blind. They're literally blinded by their dogma, and he has been tasked with training the Chosen One without having even gotten to have closure with his own master. Yeah. Yeah, Obi-Wan never completed his training. Qui-Gon believed him to be worthy of becoming a Jedi Knight, but Qui-Gon died early. I think Yoda was. I mean, I think Obi-Wan was trying his best. I just think that he's flawed, and I think that Revenge of the Sith like redeems his character to a certain degree, and it actually connects very well with his character in the original trilogy. Because in the original trilogy, we see him make up for the failures of his past. He refuses to give up on Luke. He trains Luke to the best of his ability. He's very supportive of Luke, and he protects Luke to the best of his ability, literally giving his own life to ensure that Luke is able to carry on. So, yeah. I tend to think, you know, I try to have I don't know, I have a charitable look towards Obi-Wan, and I think the films do as well, at least from what I can tell. Now, we have to talk now. I said I was going to talk about it before, but we have to talk now about the final third of Revenge of the Sith. Because boy, do they bungle that last bit of the movie, okay? The last bit of the film is rough in a lot of ways. And the final, like, the last, like, 30 minutes is really, really rough. And there's so many strange decisions. It starts to feel like Attack of the Clones again. It's okay. So where do I start? So first of all, remember how I mentioned at the end of the Attack of the Clones review that time stopped, like interstellar time stops mattering at all? It goes to an absurd level in the end of Rise of Skywalker, or in the end, I almost said Rise of Skywalker, in the end of Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith, oh my dear God. There's a part where Mustafar, which is stated as like an outer rim planet, Anakin goes to Mustafar to kill a bunch of Confederate system leaders, and in the time it takes him to lightsaber a bunch of unarmed guys and then make a phone call, Padme and Obi-Wan are able to travel all the way from Coruscant to Mustafar, conveniently just in time, in the time it takes for him to make a phone call. Unironically, he's shown killing the people and then immediately making a phone call to Palpatine. There is no depicted time between this, and in that time, they arrive from Coruscant to an Outer Rim world. Like I said, time stops mattering. And additionally, what's even worse is that through Revenge of the Sith appears to take place over the course of a few days, is what it seems like the timeline is. But at the beginning of the movie, Padme does not look pregnant at all. She's not showing her pregnancy even a little bit. And she tells Anakin, I'm pregnant. And then the events occur and she has the baby like within what appears to be days. Maybe months, but it is almost impossible to tell, because what you see is events that appear to be happening in rapid succession. I don't think that's true. It could be months, but it doesn't appear like that. And let me tell you, if you go watch the film, you will have a very hard time portraying the past or documenting the passage of time, because they move from conversations and characters. I mean, there's a part in the movie where you see in real time Obi-Wan light speed travel to another planet, and then he fights Grievous in a real time fight. He's fighting Grievous for like 30 minutes or so, as literally they're actually fighting for like over a course of like maybe 30 in-world minutes. And the moment that he kills Grievous, he tells that to the council, and the council tells Emperor Palpatine, and in between that time, you see Anakin have a conversation with Padme, and Padme gets more pregnant. So the time issue is it's totally impossible to follow. This thread explains it. It takes place over 5 days. Okay, this is actually super interesting here. I made a rough timeline of Revenge of the Sith. I'm not really sure why. I think it helps the viewing experience. All times are relative to Coruscant. I realize no times or even spaces between the events are 100% canon, but I like it. Day 1, Obi-Wan and Anakin launch their rescue plan for Palpatine. They arrive on the flagship. They engage Dooku. Jedi and Palpatine are recaptured. Grievous abandons the ship. Padme and Anakin talk on the balcony. That night, Anakin has his dream about Padme's death and discusses it with her. And by the way, this makes sense because he goes to her house, they have a conversation, and she's no more pregnant. Like, these things are, again, the visual time-telling is totally messed up because, like, this happens, and events that they say are supposed to be happening in short periods of time do happen, and you see them happen, and you see him walk in, and there's no room for a time skip. Anakin has his dream. Palpatine meets with Anakin. Anakin attends the council meeting in which he's denied the rank. Then Obi-Wan tells Anakin of his new assignment. Yoda, Mace, and Obi-Wan discuss the assignment, and he leaves for Kashyyyk. The Battle of Kashyyyk begins. All of these check out. Moody Mara. Moody Mara says, biology in Star Wars is very loose. After all, humans and aliens can have children together. It's best not to get too hung up on it. That's true. I recognize that there is like artistic license, but the reason why I'm bringing attention to this is because I think it's unfortunate. The fact that interstellar travel stops taking time, that everything happens just in time, that everybody arrives just in time, that people teleport over to other people's places, it makes the universe less enjoyable. That's my complaint. Obviously, I'm fixating a little bit here to try and generate the truth because people said that I was wrong to say that it takes place over the course of days. But my genuine perception from the events of the movie is that it appears to take place over a couple of days. Yeah. So, anyway, I think it makes the series weaker. So that's one thing. And then there is just a bunch of very silly decisions. The Obi-Wan and Anakin final confrontation on Mustafar is an incredibly silly and, in my opinion, pretty stupid fight. While the whole thing isn't terrible, most of it is really cheesy CG, and also it becomes so melodramatic, it's unbelievable. There's a part in the fight in the fight of Revenge of the Sith where they're swinging like Tarzan on ropes, and when they pass each other, they're trying to hit each other with their lightsabers. It is beyond cartoony. It is hilariously cartoony, and I think it really undersells the seriousness of the moment, because I mean, keep in mind that when they have their lightsaber fight at the end, Anakin has just choked Padme. Padme gets choked. He chokes his wife. He goes crazy with the dark side and fulfills his own worst nightmare. His vision comes true. You know, what's the saying? A man often meets his destiny on the path that he took to avoid it. And then they just have a extremely silly goose a sword fight on Mustafar, and it's unfortunate. It is very unfortunate. Oh yeah, they miss each other a whole bunch intentionally. Very silly. I will say that the final speech was good. I actually think that the final speech is pretty decent. When he has the high ground, everybody memes on the high ground, and then he cuts him up and he's like, "You're my brother. You were supposed to bring balance." I actually think that's a pretty good scene, and Ewan McGregor is acting his heart out. Again, I will say it yet again. The actors for this series, unironically, just do so well. They are really, really trying their best. Ewan McGregor absolutely earned his paycheck. I'm trying to think. Oh, yeah. And then, of course, there's the final moment of the film, which the Darth Vader reveal. The Darth Vader reveal is so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. And I don't know. Everybody jokes about the no. And it is awful. The lines, it is very clear that they edited the lines really heavily, and I don't know why they put in the no, because the dialogue that precedes before it doesn't even make sense. And also, they have this really funny thing where Darth Vader's like chained up in the bed, and he just goes like, and he goes like, no, and he looks like a crappy robot. It is so unintentionally bad. Oh God, it's so terrible. I feel like they just, I don't even know. I don't know what they told James Earl Jones. I don't know what they were trying to do. It's funny because there's an actual place where they could have ended the film way better, okay? So there's the surgery. You see him being in agony, going like, oh, he's getting tortured by having his suit put on. And then they have the helmet come down, and it seals onto his head, and it makes like a tsh noise, and it goes like bum 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 bum. End the movie right there. That's where they should have ended the movie, when they put the helmet on. He's sealed into his fate. It even makes sense on a visual. It makes sense on a visual, poetic. It's perfect. But instead, they proceed to have all of these goofy ass scenes afterwards, like the delivering the babies to crappy looking CGI sets. They have the Padme's dramatic and embarrassing death, where she's like, Anakin still has good inside of him. Oh, and then she just dies. Why? It's so goofy. It's also the no. I just don't get it. It's all bad. And then there's another thing, which is they have a conversation between, for some reason they have this conversation between Obi-Wan and Yoda. Wait, for real? Oh, yeah, I meant the delivery in the delivery room. Yeah, I meant the delivery of the delivery room. Okay, so there is one thing. I do like the midwife bot. The midwife bot is actually cute, and the doctor bot is actually cute. I like those two, but that's it. There's also this weird scene with Obi-Wan and Yoda, and Obi-Wan goes, Yoda's like, we must separate the children, must we? Safer be they will. And then Obi-Wan's like, yeah, I'll go put the boy child with his family on Tatooine. And you just go, wait a minute, why? Why? It's like a lampshade is what it is. It feels like a lampshade where it's just like, why would you ever do that? Are you seriously trying to tell me that Darth Vader would never check his family back on Tatooine for the missing babies or something? It's confusing. And it feels very lampshady and unnecessary. They literally could have just ended the film with Anakin being sealed into the Darth Vader thing. I don't get it. So, yeah. The end of Revenge of the Sith, unfortunately, is a bit of a bungle. The rest of Revenge of the Sith is pretty solid. Revenge of the Sith has the best action sequences and battle sequences of the entire prequel trilogy. And I have to say, even though the ending is bungled, it's still a really good movie. and the politics of it are based. And look at how much we had to talk about. There was so much good stuff for me to say about Revenge of the Sith. If you haven't seen these movies in a long time and you think that maybe I'm not being accurate about how much fun I had watching Revenge of the Sith, watch the prequels and then watch Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith is the most competent of the prequel trilogy. It is the best movie out of all three. Now, for a number of reasons, I am very partial to Phantom Menace because there was a lot of stuff that I liked that they were doing in Phantom Menace. But I still think, I think that by the end of it, Revenge of the Sith is just overall the best of the prequel trilogy. Even if I say that with some caveats. Yeah. You think the ending was done well? I just don't think it was. I think it was very goofy and it felt rushed. The rest of Revenge of the Sith was like taking its time and setting up all of the like the visual and political storytelling. And yeah. Anyway, Revenge of the Sith, really the best of the prequel trilogy. And now, that's what I have to say about that's what I have to say about the entire prequel trilogy and the cartoon. Next, I will be watching the original trilogy. So look forward on a future stream to have reviews for each of the original trilogy films. I will not be doing them all back to back to back like I did today. I did that because I've been on vacation and I really wanted to talk about all these movies that I watched and I didn't want to spread them out over a couple of days. But now I have 3 videos to post about Star Wars. And in the future, you're going to get to hear me review I was joking. It's really funny. When we got to the end of Revenge of the Sith, I literally turned to Doe and I was like, I am so excited that we're going to get to watch actually good films. Because of course the original trilogy I already know they're really good, but I'm looking forward to reviewing them anyway because I have a lot of thoughts about them and it's been a couple of years since I last saw them. So you wanted the Rise of Skywalker roast. The Rise of Skywalker roast will be later this month, most likely, after I've watched and reviewed all of the current Star Wars movies. Now, subscribe to the channel. The imps must. Become an imp. The viewers must. Press the like button. The viewers must. Donate to keep the channel alive. The viewers should, if you have the money for it. I mean, if the money you have it for you have. The Pulminator says Obi-Wan doesn't know that Vader is alive until the Obi-Wan series. Also, it was the place Anakin faced the most trauma. Obi-Wan thinks Vader has metaphorically killed Anakin, and Anakin thinks the kids died with Padme. He had no reason to think Vader would go there. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Broke I am. Cash I have none. No way it would be. No cash have I. Around the channel, a subscription create. Yes, exactly. My lovely, lovely imps. That is the summary of the Star Wars prequels reviews. Keep an eye out for the ones that are coming soon. And for all of you who are still going to be watching with me, we have some discourse to discuss. We have one more thing we're going to be doing in this stream. We've been going for almost 5 hours, mostly of Star Wars content, with 400 plus viewers until just about recently, because it is getting late. But we have some discourse to discuss. So stick around. I need to catch some water and catch my breath a little bit. And then we're going to discuss some discourse. Yeah, that's right. I made you all sit through the Star Wars. I'm wise. See? I'm wiser than fucking Yoda. That's for sure. Of course, people are out there People are, of course, out there partying for St. Patrick's Day. But, guys, I'm feeling really happy that around 400 people sat down and listened to me talk about Star Wars for 3 hours. That is amazingly flattering, and I know you all had a good time. So it's a win-win for both of us. Wait, that's... yeah. I explained the prequel trilogy and the amount of time it takes to watch 2 of them. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, you're right. Yeah, the first 2. All right. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, we're gonna take a real quick break from fun topics. Well, let's see. No, actually, you know what? I'm gonna do that on my next stream. Emu Anon, I'm actually gonna devote time to that on next stream because I think that will actually be more helpful and I want to spend more time on it. So, yeah. Does Demon Mama even go to the bathroom anymore? Weirdly enough, I wonder if I probably am a little dehydrated today. But to be fair, I went to the bathroom right before stream began, and I haven't really been drinking because I've been ranting end to end. So maybe not. I'll check this out, Ashmar. I don't want to do psychic damage right away, but I will check this out on my own time. Thank you. I love pathologic memes. A whole ass video essay. Yeah. No, we are definitely going to be talking about the philosophy tube thing next. But I need to catch my breath for just a few minutes, and I want to remind everybody to please like the stream because yeah. Hold on, I have to save these memes. I want to make sure that I have both the memes saved. Ba 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 ba. That's funny. I don't even know what that's a reference to. She said gender dysphoria wasn't real. Are people just mad about the Trump trans joke? No. We have to talk about this. We have to talk about this, but I need a breather first. I need a breather. What's the point of vaping CBD? Anti-anxiety? Yeah. And also a appetite stimulant because I'm going to eat some delicious sloppy joes that Doe made after I'm done with the stream. And also, this just tastes really good. This has basically nothing in it but like herbal flavors. I just think it tastes good and it looks cool, so. I do think CBD helps with anxiety. It doesn't have the psychoactive effect, so you're much less likely to have anxiety or increased heart rate that THC gives you. I think CBD is fine. Yeah, a lot of people find CBD very beneficial. It's very popular, and I think it works. Especially, I smoke a lot of THC, and though I've been on a pretty long tolerance break at this point. Anyway. a sort of a doping effect. Yeah, I think that's accurate. I build up a tolerance to CBD. Well, everything can build. You can build up a tolerance to basically almost every drug. I did not kill Joy. Is that the first time? Anyway, now I have to use the bathroom. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to go use the restroom. I am going to play the Demon Mama bathroom song. All of you are going to stay right where you are or take a bathroom break if you need to. And then when we get back, we are going to discuss the discourse around Philosophy Tube. Because I have a lot of thoughts. And it's a complicated topic. And I told you today that today's return stream was going to be a good one. So we're gonna talk some juicy, meaty politics since I made you listen to Star Wars stuff. And by made you, I mean you had a blast! You know you had a blast unlike any that you've seen since you last watched a Star Wars movie. Pew, 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 pew. Do, do, do. Pew. You had a great time and you know it. Anyway, I'll be right back. Listen to the bathroom song. Wait a second, hold on. Did my, No! Why? Why has my Dropbox? Why won't my Dropbox connect? What's wrong with my Dropbox? Why can't I connect to Dropbox? Oh, well, okay. Hold on a second. Hold on, I might have a solution. Hold on, I might have a solution. Wait, here it is. I have it. I will never be foiled. Enjoy. What? Why did that stop? There we go. Enjoy.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Perfect time. Oh, you all thought it was gonna loop, didn't you? You fools. I made it so it couldn't loop. Incredible. Amazing. I also took my my Sith outfit off because it was time. Oh, you love this shirt? Why, thank you. I love this shirt too. So sad with no loop. Oh, I know. It's just how it goes. Shockingly merciful of you. Yes, I'm very merciful. It's true. Have you heard the tale of Darth Plagueis the Loop? The true Sith move was not letting us enjoy the poop loop. Thank you so much, 10-letter name. I really appreciate that. I did my makeup today. I was feeling makeup-y. I don't always do my makeup, but I was feeling makeup-y today, so I did. My partner helped me spice it up even more, because, yeah, so. Oh, no, that's totally, Wolfie the Spiritfire says, I just bought the original Pathologic. I'm going to play that after going through the second one. No, that's pretty normal. Most people recommend you play the second one first, because the second one is kind of like the idealized version. The first Pathologic is amazing, but just prepare yourself. You are going to have to adjust your playstyle going to the first Pathologic quite a lot. The first Pathologic, do not be afraid to abuse quick saves and quick loads. Yeah. It's much harder than Pathologic 2 in a different way. It's a very different, it's from a very different era of game design. Anyway, with thunderous applause, the bathroom song dies. True. Yeah, you can probably see the makeup just a little bit. My partner is really, really good at eyeliner and stuff, so yeah. This is how Liberty dies. You look, you guys want to see it? Look. Look, let me show you. You can actually see it in the subtitles. Oh wait, these are all there. There's the one with the subtitles. Look. So this is how Liberty dies, with thunderous applause. Yep, it's Liberty. Not democracy. Democracy was already dead, but, or rather, it was the pupa that created empire. All right, my lovely imps. It's time. It is time for us to discuss some discourse. Fefella says, this past month has been one of the darkest periods of my life, but your stream has breathed new life into my soul. Thank you for all that you do, Mama. Fefella, oh my God. That makes me so happy to hear, and I hope that I can only continue to brighten your days. Stay strong, do not die, and never give up. We need every single one of you to continue this wild, wild fight we have in front of us, and you deserve to feel well, and you deserve to feel some warmth and happiness and light. So keep fighting and stay strong, okay? Seriously. Insomnia Noir with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Heyo, heyo, indeed. In the Clone Wars animated series, Maul even mentions that the Republic fell a long time ago. Yeah, the Republic was dead like the Republic and democracy had passed away long before the final film. But yeah. Oh yeah, one thing one thing that I didn't say that I want you all to just keep in mind, there's this moment where Padme is standing in her apartment, her beautiful mansion in Coruscant, and it was like I was sitting there and I was thinking about Andor, which once again, Andor, go watch it now. It's the best Star Wars media that has ever been made, barring maybe the original trilogy, but who knows? Andor is amazing. And I was just like, Padme has no idea how bad the universe is about to get. We all know from both the original trilogy, but especially from Andor, Andor has this very, Andor spends a lot of time depicting what average life under the Empire looks like. And it does not look good, let me tell you that. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Anyway. Okay, everybody, it's time. We have to do discourse, okay? My lovely, lovely imps. Twitter is a horrible place, but occasionally, Twitter, or actually I should say frequently, Twitter acts as the spark that ignites a larger conversation. Unfortunately, usually for the worst. And recently, a very, very popular content creator who is trans, named PhilosophyTube, aka Abigail Thorne, made a post on Twitter that has gone viral. And it has gone viral in the negative way. A lot of people have been very, very angry about what PhilosophyTube said, and it has, of course, spiraled out into a larger conversation. We usually call this discourse. Sometimes we might even refer to it as a Twitter cancellation. It's gotten pretty intense, and it's gotten pretty toxic, and I want to talk about it. I do my absolute best to engage as minimally as possible on Twitter, and I especially avoid engaging in any sort of discourse on Twitter itself. Twitter is where discourse truly goes to die. It is the worst place to try and have a serious conversation about anything. But instead, I like to sometimes take these topics and talk about them here on my stream. Which you should press subscribe and ring the bell and press like on, because it's awesome. And Demon Mama is an amazing streamer. That's me, by the way. I'm Demon Mama, in case you didn't know. And you would love watching my stuff, so you should press subscribe so you don't miss any of it. Cool, huh? All right, let's talk about this. Let's get right into it. So let me just show you what we're going to be talking about here today. Where did my links go? Oh, where did my links go? Here we go. And I think you're going to understand pretty quickly why this particular post got a lot of attention. All right, here we go. This is Abigail Thorne, PhilosophyTube. And note, PhilosophyTube is responding to an article. We're going to actually go read that article, and we're going to see what it has to say. Or at least we're going to read some of it. Abigail says, this is probably because gender dysphoria was made up based on unreliable data by a bunch of cis doctors, multiple of whom have since been disgraced. We shouldn't need some cis person's fantasy diagnosis to transition. The fact that we want to transition alone is enough. Yeah, look at the view count on that. 572.9 thousand views, 321 retweets, 377 quote retweets, almost 5,000 likes. That's what we call a little bit of a viral moment, okay? And I don't actually know. I mean, I understand to a certain degree why people are frustrated at this, because if you are very, very uncharitable, you could read this as basically saying that gender dysphoria is fake. And of course, that's going to bother some people, because a lot of people experience gender dysphoria or something akin to it, and it hurts. Now, I am a trans person, and I have often described the pain that I experience as gender dysphoria many times. In fact, I think that the term gender dysphoria in and of itself isn't necessarily the worst term. However, I have a feeling here that there is some missing context that a lot of these people might be reacting negatively to. I mean, real quick, just to show you that people reacted negatively to this. Girl, what are you talking about? People are definitely feeling dysphoric. Surely you're not saying that gender dysphoria isn't real, or do you think those feelings are real but named something else? What? Some years ago, I wrote a poem in which I tried to recapture my past dysphoria. When I recently reprinted it, a friend with psoriasis said he identified with it. I was worried I had offended him, but I realized no one pathologized his resentment of his condition. So this is actually a not angry response. This is actually a pretty reasonable one. But there's a bunch of people here. You can see some of the top ones. Oh, you could have done a better job articulating this. As much as I respect people who don't have dysphoria, I do. And before and after transitioning, every day is still a struggle. There's a lot of people sort of reacting to this off the cuff. Oh, and of course, the usual suspects got engaged. People who are bad faith and don't actually have a horse in the race, of course, are going to participate in the opportunity for a dog pile. So let's look at what the original article actually said. Here's what the tweet said. When it comes to gender dysphoria, there has been little constructive dialogue, writes Kamran Abbasi in this week's Editor's Choice. Can a better appreciation of the evidence, as well as the limits of medicine, improve debate and practice in this area? Let's look at the actual article. The debate on gender dysphoria perfectly encaptures all that is unsavory about the intersection of science, medicine, and social media. Entrenched, even aggressively argued views are nothing new in science and medicine, but when it comes to gender dysphoria, just as with COVID-19, there is little room for constructive dialogue. Unfortunately, what suffers is people's welfare. The priority for health professionals must be to offer the best possible care to their patients. Difficulties arise when the evidence base is primary or inconclusive. In that situation, when faced with a person seeking care, what is the best care to offer? Dilemma is more acute if the person seeking care is a child or adolescent. As you can see, this keeps going. The principle of care remains the same. Ensure that the strength of your management recommendations is in line with the strength of the evidence. But the weaker or the more disputed the evidence base, the harder it is to offer a clear way forward. Let's keep going. A review of the Gender Development Identity Service at the Tavistock Clinic by Hilary Class reported interim findings last year, acknowledging difficulties that clinicians face when providing care. The U.S. has moved in the opposite direction. An investigation by the BMJ finds more and more young people are being offered medical and surgical intervention for gender transition. Wow, citation needed. Sometimes bypassing any psychological support. Citation needed. Much of this clinical practice is supported by guidance from medical societies and associations, but closer inspection of that guidance finds that the strength of clinical recommendations is not in line with strength of the evidence. Risk of overtreatment of gender dysphoria is real. Article's getting a little more strange, isn't it? If we have the best interests of young people at heart, then surely it's our duty to offer evidence-informed care. And if the evidence base is weak, we must provide the necessary support to young people, as well as prioritizing research to answer questions that are causing a great deal of distress, much of which is amplified by social media. Taking this route is essential. An evidence void not only exposes people to overtreatment, but can also be used to deny people the care that they seek, such as through draconian laws now being introduced in some U.S. states. A better appreciation of the evidence, as well as the limits of medicine, is also the basis of a more constructive dialogue. So there's some interesting things going on in this article. Now, of course, there's a lot more to this. Actually, that's about it. That appears to be the end of the article. That's all that there is to it, which is basically just saying we need to open a dialogue. However, it also references some questionable claims and some hot topic issues that we already know get discussed all the time, such as this fear of overprescription or overdiagnosis, which is suspicious at best. So now that we've read that article, does it make sense what Abby is saying here? Abigail Thorne is saying, well, probably the reason the conversation is so fraught is because gender dysphoria was made up based on unreliable data in the first place by a bunch of cis doctors, multiple of whom have since been disgraced. We shouldn't need a cis person's fantasy diagnosis to transition. The fact that we want to is enough. Oh, it kind of changed the context there a little bit, doesn't it? Now that we know that the article is centered on, is sort of fixating on whether there is overdiagnosis and that the lack of evidence is a problem, it now starts to make sense what Philosophy Tube was actually trying to say, which is that, well, of course you're going to have issues sorting out the evidence if the people who defined it in the first place did so on problematic terms. Now, of course, this has spiraled into a broader conversation. This has spiraled into a conversation about DIY HRT. This has spiraled into a conversation about whether or not gender dysphoria in and of itself is a discrete and existing phenomenon. The article is pro-medical gatekeeping, basically. It does appear to be. The article that we just read, it seems to find it somewhat shocking that that young people, which it doesn't define very clearly, are able to gain access to gender-related care without psychological oversight. But keep in mind that psychological oversight is a pretty high bar. Real quick, out of curiosity, I just want to ask the audience real quick. I want to ask the audience real quick. Does anybody know, even in a ballpark, what type of medical intervention is required for a cis woman whose estrogen levels are low? Just so, go ahead and sit on that for a second. I'm going to read a comment. Jackie Chan but gay says, this is why I love Demon Mama streams, because she also explains underlying context, which helps me make more sense of the situation. You're very welcome. I'm devoted to combating context collapse, and I always bring the receipts. Biceps and Bikinis says, a GP visit and a blood panel. Some people are saying a casual consultation. Yeah, no joke. If you are a cis woman, and in fact, there are literally millions of cis women in America whose estrogen levels drop after menopause or for various other reasons, and all they have to do is talk to their general practitioner. They talk to their general practitioner, and their general practitioner takes a quick blood test, and there you go. They don't have to see a psychologist. They don't have to see a psychiatrist. They don't even have to see a therapist. But notice that this article is indicating concern about people not seeing a psychologist, psychological, not therapist, not doctor consultation. They are concerned that there aren't enough trans people talking to psychologists before they get their HRT. And doesn't that seem a bit odd? Doesn't it seem a bit weird that when trans people want the same medication that a cis person can get easily, they should have to talk to a psychologist? Well, let me talk to you about another related thing. How many people in chat know what the general requirements are for getting a gender confirming surgery? And this could be facial feminization surgery. This could be an orchiectomy or orchidectomy, depending on which country you're in, depending on the terminology depends. Anybody know? Octavia is close. Octavia says 2 doctor levels, or 2 doctor's letters. Unfortunately, I have some bad news for you. In most places in the United States and the UK, 2 psychological evaluations are required with a letter from those psychs saying that you are indeed genuinely gender dysphoric. Now, does anybody know what what you would have to get to if you were a cis person and needed reconstructive surgery for your face? Anybody know? Do you think you'd have to go to a psychologist and get a psychological examination and a letter affirming that you are genuine? Do you think that would have to be the case? Recently, I went with one of my partners. My partner has been openly and outwardly trans for over 10 years, okay? My partner wants to get an orchiectomy. For those who don't know, an orchiectomy is when your testicles are surgically removed. It's actually a quite low invasive surgery. Obviously, it is irreversible, but that is true about many surgeries. It's a low risk surgery. The doctor, the surgeon who we talked to, actually apologized to my partner. I was in the appointment with that. The doctor apologized to my partner because he had to say, I'm sorry, but we need to ask you to get 2 psych evaluations before we're able to actually do this because of the policies. He literally apologized. He said, we do not have to do this for anyone else. Obviously, we do orchiectomies all the time for people, but because you're trans, we have to ask this. And now, I also have had an orchiectomy. I had an orchiectomy years ago. Now, I didn't have any apologies from the doctors, which tells you a little bit about, you know, hey, some areas are making progress. But 10 years being on hormones, 10 years being publicly and openly trans isn't enough. You need to get 2 psychological evaluations. Now, I want to point out something else. Psychologists are specialist doctors, okay? Even low-level cheap insurance generally insures general practitioner visits. Even low-level cheap insurance covers blood panels, basic blood panels, including hormones. Additionally, if you don't have insurance, a general practitioner visit and a blood panel is significantly cheaper than a psychological evaluation, let alone 2 psychological evaluations. Specialists in the United States and other countries are very expensive. They are less common. They often have long waiting periods. So I want you to recognize the unique burden that is being placed on top of trans people. A little bit wild, huh? A little bit crazy that because doctors have decided that our type of dysphoria, our type of unhappiness with our body is uniquely special and scary, that that trans people can't just talk to their doctor. They have to get a psychological eval, which costs more money, can often take longer, and sometimes isn't even available. It's a good question, little Morphine Annie. Jackie Chan But Gay says, my psychiatrist used to charge my union insurance $250 for a monthly visit. Imagine dropping that so that you could get a referral. Mm-hmm. Okay. So when Abigail Thorne is talking about probably because gender dysphoria was made up based on unreliable data by a bunch of cis doctors, multiple of whom have since been disgraced, we shouldn't need some cis person's fantasy diagnosis to transition. The fact that we want to isn't enough. Abigail is not talking about whether or not a phenomenon such as, you know, suffering pain based on gender is a real or fake thing. That is not what Abigail is talking about. Abigail is talking about how gender dysphoria as a unique diagnosis is weaponized to stigmatize trans people and make it harder for trans people to get the medically necessary care that they need. Now, keep in mind, all of this exists in a context in which we have medical fact that trans people who are not able to get the treatments that they need suffer and are targeted, are more likely to be targeted by hate crimes, are more likely to suffer from depression, are more likely to die from suicide, are more likely to die from hate crimes. the trans people who are not able to get the care that they need are at higher risk in a multitude of ways. We have an abundance of evidence showing this, that nonetheless, trans people are still required to seek out unique diagnoses that are specifically carved out for them. Now, if you think that I'm talking incorrectly here, let me give you a real quick thought experiment. And I want you all to think about this real quick. Imagine a cis woman, okay? This cis woman goes through a hormonal, maybe there's a pregnancy involved. Maybe there is a life event or some other complication from a medical condition that leads this cis woman to have reduced estrogen levels and increased testosterone levels. And this leads to this cis woman having darkened facial hair. And this cis woman looks in the mirror and says, oh my God, I do not like my appearance. I can see my facial hair. It's disturbing me. I do not like this. I would like to get this solved. This is, for all intents and purposes, identical to the gender dysphoria that a trans person would experience, just on a smaller level. And that cis woman that we just imagined in our minds, who's having a little bit of darkening of facial hair, would be able to just walk into her general practitioner, say, hey, can you check my hormone levels? I think my hormone levels might be off, and I'm having a darkening of facial hair, and that is messing with me, and I don't like it. It makes me feel bad, and I'm starting to feel depressed about my appearance, and I don't like it. And that general practitioner will say, no problem. Here's a prescription for a blood test. When the results get back, we'll get you a prescription for estradiol and maybe a testosterone blocker. No psychological oversight because these are low-risk drugs. No need for specialists. No need for an endocrinologist. A general practitioner can do that. And you might note, well, then why can't a trans person get that sort of care? Why can't a trans person who says the hormones that I have are causing me distress? Please help me adjust them to allow my body to develop in a way that is comfortable for me. Why can't a trans person get that? The obvious answer is prejudice. The obvious answer is discrimination. And notice that this ties into the conversation around DIY. As laws tighten all over both the United States and the UK, as laws tighten around HRT, there has been a bunch of fear-mongering. People saying trans people need to see an endocrinologist. Trans people need to see a psychologist, or else they are being dangerous. And I'm going to just be completely blunt, okay? I find this type of approach to be, if I'm going to be completely blunt, it's biomedical fascism. It is the idea, unironically, I mean it. It is the idea that because you belong to a stigmatized class, you need to have uniquely different care that is also harder to access, that is also more expensive, that is also sometimes completely inaccessible to you, before you can get the treatment that anybody else would have access to. I don't know how else you slice that than be calling that biomedical fascism. Endocrinologists deal with complicated hormonal issues. They deal with thyroid conditions. They deal with severe hormonal dysregulation. They deal with lymphatic issues. They deal with severe fertility issues. That's what endocrinologists are specialized in. And to insist that all trans people need to have an endocrinologist, every trans person. Now, it is true, some trans people might need an endocrinologist. If it turns out that your body has other hormonal dysregulation, if it turns out that your body is resistant to certain types of hormones, if you have an allergic reaction to certain types of hormonal treatments, you might need an endocrinologist. But an endocrinologist is a specialist. And for the average person, all you need is somebody who can take a blood test and tell you what your levels are, and then to prescribe you a very safe medication that is prescribed to millions of cis people all the time. So this whole conversation around, and honestly, this dog pile on Abigail is, first of all, blatantly in bad faith, and secondly, asserts a worldview that is anti-bodily autonomy and relegates trans people to a prejudiced position, a marginalized position in the medical world. And all of this is before we even get into critiques of general critiques of medical and psychological gatekeeping. It's frankly disturbing to me how many trans people and alleged trans allies are completely willing to accept a blatant form of bodily fascism, a way of politicking somebody's body in a way that is blatantly discriminatory and blatantly asserts one class of people above another class of people so easily. It frustrates me that so many trans people and so many allies are willing to accept this. Endocrinologists deal with diabetes mostly, and fertility and thyroid issues. It's not just diabetes, but yes. I'm going to tell you a story from my own life real quick. I'm going to tell you, so I grew up in a very rural area, and when I was first forcibly outed to most of my family, I had to return to this very rural area because I had nowhere else to go, and one member of my family completely, who I was reliant on, completely devastated my ability to continue going to college. I was completely and utterly restricted. My phone was disconnected. My cards were disconnected. I was financially cut out of my independence. And I had to return back to this place. When I got back, my parents pressured me to go to a Christian therapist who encouraged me to wait until I was 30 to transition because in his mind, I was experiencing sexual and spiritual confusion that would often clear throughout your 20s. By the way, for the record, I am currently 32. So despite the fact that I have been on hormones for a very long time, almost, I think, over a decade now, this person would have had me wait until just 2 years ago to get on hormones. Now, of course, I was lucky enough to stop going to the Christian therapist and instead find a legitimate therapist. And I talked to that therapist, and that therapist, after a few months, was willing to write me a recommendation to go to the only person in the state who was willing to prescribe HRT to trans people. That person was an endocrinologist over 2.5 hours from where I lived. A specialist who, thankfully for me, was not out of network, but for many people would have been out of network because he was a part of a private hospital. So now I consider myself relatively lucky by all things considered. I'm sure many people would say that I am not very lucky for having to go through that, but I know that there are a lot of people who are in significantly worse conditions. There are people who lived in the northern part of my state who would have been 4 or even 5 hours away from that specialist. But at that time in history, that specialist was the only doctor willing to prescribe HRT at all. Every other doctor in the state would tell you to go to that doctor because they were not comfortable prescribing hormones for trans people. Now, there's no extra special knowledge that is required. Do you want to know what that endocrinologist did? That endocrinologist ordered a blood test and then gave me hormones. That's it. Blood test and hormones. That's it. Nothing special. That's all that endocrinologist did. But every single time I needed a blood test, because of the way the system was set up, I had to drive 2.5 hours there, 2.5 hours back. And I was lucky because I had a form of coverage through my work that covered that. A lot of people did not. Now, there is no explicit policy in most places in place that says that trans people have to go to an endocrinologist. But because of stigma, GPs are convinced that they either don't want to take the risk or they feel that they don't know everything that they need to know about trans people's healthcare. However, it is now in most places, in places like where I live now, the common way that you will receive hormones is you talk to a GP. That GP, if that GP is a general practitioner, whether it's what's it called, an RN? No, not an RN. I did this last time. I always get the letters mixed up. Regardless, you go to your GP, a doctor, and your doctor, if they are a informed consent doctor, which many are, they will simply have you sign a form that says, I know we've discussed the risks, and they will discuss the risks of HRT with you. Then they will draw your blood. Then they will give you a prescription based on the standards of care, which are well published. And all that it took was education. That's all that it requires, is teaching doctors how to access the already existing information. There is already medical consensus. There are already guides that exist that doctors can access. These things are published in medical software. Doctors these days have access to medical databases that give them standards of care, that give them access to all kinds of, the information is wild. If you've ever seen doctor software, you type in a symptom and it can give you standards of care, alternative standards of care, options, various medications that are used, all digitally. And there's like multiple of these databases that are competing with each other because they're private companies. There's, of course, the WPATH standards of care. But notice that in the midst of all of this, the unique diagnosis of gender dysphoria, which in and of itself is not a bad term. It's a term that can be used to explain an experience, but it is also often used it is also often weaponized as a highly strict diagnosis to restrict care based on completely political grounds, on grounds that are not objective. They are political. Too Clever by Half says, this is how the Christians get us, making it impossible to get care that goes against their book. Doctors still often underdose estradiol, though, so remember to double check and DIY if you must. Actually, usually, I'll be completely honest with you. If you have a doctor and you suspect that they're underdiagnosing, just have them double check. They will type it into their computer and they will see the standards of care. And if you're ever having an issue, here's a hack, okay? This is a hack from our allies in the disability community, okay? Learn to be a self-advocate. Did you know that you are allowed to print off scientific studies and hand them to your doctor, and that your doctor is purportedly qualified to read those scientific and medical studies and tell you and say, you're correct. I have literally had to do that in the past. I have been on hormones for a long time. I've had 3 separate endocrinologists. I've had a number of, I couldn't even tell you off the cuff, of psychologists and therapists. I have had a number of primary care doctors. I have run the gamut, okay? And I have had a doctor that didn't know what spironolactone was used for. That's an anti-androgen that's used to fight testosterone. It is the primarily used anti-androgen in the United States. They didn't know what it was used for, and they were worried. They were worried to prescribe me a drug that I'd been taking for 5 years because they said this seems like it might be off-label. And I had to print off and hand them medical research, which they then read and said, wow, okay, you're right. I'm not kidding you. Learn to be a self-advocate, okay? Doctors are qualified to read medical research. You can also hand them medical research, okay? Anyway. Medicine is not just like any field, it is not a field of all flowers and roses. Everything is not clean and always correct. There are doctors who are bad at their job. There are doctors who are bad people. There are also doctors that are good people, and there are also doctors that are good at your job. But if you happen to get a doctor that is not good at their job, if you have a doctor that is undereducated or a doctor that is neglectful, you have to know how to advocate, okay? And also, has nobody ever heard the term "get a second opinion"? That it is one of the most ancient of modern medicine sayings. When in doubt, get a second opinion. You can go and check another doctor. Okay? Just recognize that medicine and representatives of the field of medicine are not without fault. And in fact, some of them are horrible. There are severely prejudiced doctors. There are doctors who are discriminatory. There are doctors who do not like trans people. I know this might come as a shock to some of the more liberal members of the audience who believe that just because someone says they're a good person and has a credential on their wall, that they are always going to be a good person and live up to that credential. But the reality is, there are bad people. There were Nazi doctors in World War II. How do you think they felt about Jewish people that were under their care? This is not to say that every opinion that every patient has is always going to be correct, but it's your body. You have to live in it. You have a say in what happens to your body, and if you believe that your doctor is mistaken, you have a right to challenge that. You have a right to interrogate that. Doctors are not infallible gods that can be unquestioned. And also, neither are medical standards. Gender dysphoria as a phenomenon is a way of describing the pain that some trans people feel around their bodies. But gender dysphoria as a phenomenon can also explain what some cis people feel about their bodies. It is not exclusive or unique to trans people. Cis people feel gender dysphoria all the time. Trans people, a lot of trans people just tend to feel a lot of it. And guess what? Even if you don't call it gender dysphoria, even if you don't meet the diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria, you still deserve to have bodily autonomy. You still deserve to have access to treatment. Do those out there who are mad at Abigail, do they think that, like, if you don't agree with the language of what's being described about you, that you shouldn't have access to medical care, that you shouldn't have access to medicine to help you survive? I've talked about this with regard to mental health. Some of you will recall me having talked about in the past how mental disorders are highly nebulous, okay? Most mental diagnoses, everything from depression to anxiety, even to all kinds of schizophrenia diagnoses, these things are nebulous. And the reason for that is because not every case is 100% the same. These are not supposed to be locked in stone. Even among the medical professions, they are not supposed to be interpreted as you have X thing. This is the name that we have given a certain collection of symptoms. And these things are supposed to be, to some degree, flexible. Otherwise, it stops functioning. And this is also true for things like gender dysphoria. These things are not, they don't have a single one diagnostic criteria. However, you'll notice that medicalizing institutions will often formulate harsh lines of diagnostic criteria. And I don't think that that's a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing that people are being blocked from care that they need and care that they are making an informed decision to pursue simply because of a technicality or a a biased doctor or an undereducated doctor or explicit medical prejudice. And something else that I should say is that I don't appreciate fear-mongering. I talked about this recently in a segment about DIY HRT, but fear-mongering, if you'll notice, is the core of the agenda that is aligned against us at the moment. There is the fear-mongering around trans people has varying degrees, but fear-mongering is no help. Being dishonest about the evidence is no help. Being overstating the risks is not helpful. And also, what's even worse, and this is what really gets me, this is what really makes some enemies, okay? Is people who argue that we should not make information or medicine available on the basis of fear-mongering. There are people who will overstate the risk of HRT. There are, of course, risks to HRT, but all types of medicine have risks. Every single treatment, from a back massage to alleviate pain, to over-the-counter pain medication, to cold medication, to heavy painkillers and psychological pills, all of them have risks. And it's important that we take those risks and meet them honestly. And also, I want people to acknowledge that we have multiple states in the United States and a government in the UK that is advancing anti-scientific, discriminatory, politically motivated bans and restrictions on life-saving medicine. They are trying to make it harder and harder for people to get the medicine that they want and need. And I believe that the only ethical position, if you are somebody who actually cares about the well-being of other people, the only ethical position is to take a harm reduction route in which you conclude that the best thing that we can do is propagate safe standards of care that are publicly available so that everyone can research what care is available to them, so that they can cross-reference with their doctors if they have a doctor, so that if they do not have a doctor or if they are being discriminated against, they can practice HRT safely, and also ensure that the safest medication is available to every single person, regardless of whether that is through a doctor or otherwise. Keep in mind that we know that trans people will pursue HRT even when they're being discriminated against. We have solid scientific evidence, and of course our own personal experiences, to know that trans people will pursue HRT even when it comes at personal risk, which means that we have a duty to ensure that the medication that they are seeking out is as safe as possible and genuinely safe as possible. And in lieu of being able to access medicine easily, in lieu of universal health care, in lieu of a non-discriminatory medical system, that means that we have to make sure that DIY options, information and safe information about DIY, advice about DIY, resources for DIY are all as safe as possible. As safe as possible. We need to have publicly accessible medical knowledge. We need to have publicly accessible dosage knowledge. We need to have publicly accessible health knowledge. We need to have publicly accessible and safe HRT itself. Otherwise, people are going to die. And I've talked about this before. We can draw parallels from significantly more dangerous drugs. For example, heroin. Heroin is a drug that's very, very dangerous, highly addictive, and we know that people who become addicted to heroin will use heroin even in highly dangerous situations. And through experience, observation, and simple empathy, we have realized that actually providing safe pathways to heroin access and use, ensuring people aren't buying poison, ensuring people aren't injecting with dirty needles, ensuring people aren't dying in the cold while they inject, providing safe injection sites, providing clean needle exchanges, providing information about addiction counseling, providing free addiction help without any strings attached saves lives. It saves more lives than the fascistic alternative, which is persecution, which is restriction. We know this. Countries which have embraced harm reduction techniques for dangerous drugs have had success in saving lives, because somebody who uses heroin in a safe usage site with a clean needle will survive to live another day in which they might finally quit and beat their addiction. And that's for a dangerous and addictive drug like heroin. HRT is not even in the ballpark. So we should be able to easily and logically conclude that the path forward is to provide access, education, safety, cleanliness. You understand? No fear-mongering, no overstating of harm. People who advocate for requiring specialist care, people who advocate for requiring psychological oversight are doing nothing short of bodily fascism. They are claiming that because you belong to a uniquely scary class of people, that because you are trans, because you're dare I say, they're calling you a degenerate, basically, because you're one of those, you need to have a psychologist tell you what a cis person can get by just talking to their doctor. I reject that, and you should reject it as well. Sock Done Left says, I don't think this is a one-to-one analogy for drug harm reduction. Portuguese drug decriminalization also included committees which can force problem users into mandatory treatment. Still a public health approach, not a carceral approach. I didn't say it was a one-to-one analogy. In fact, I explicitly said that we could draw parallels from more dangerous drugs. Obviously, heroin is a very different situation and a much more dangerous drug. But yeah, I just want to be clear that I explicitly said we could draw lessons from it. It's not a one-to-one. Obviously, HRT isn't addictive. I have seen a lot of rhetoric, anti-DIY rhetoric, and it's disgusting to me. I have seen pretty shocking medicalist rhetoric recently on the rise. I think that some people's instinct, in the face of the march of an insane fascism, is to sort of try to meet a middle ground with fascistic policy. We will not win by trying to make middle ground with people who want to eradicate us. They are being open about it. Our opponents, the opponents of trans people, are being open about their genocidal intent. That we are not going to win by trying to play nice with them. We are not going to win by giving ground because we think that we're too afraid to make a stance. This, people are linking this tweet. I strongly disagree with the argument in that tweet. But I actually had a private conversation with Brianna Wu, and it went quite well. Sorry, I need to clean my, camera real quick. There you go. Look at that, nice and clean. I had a private conversation with Brianna Wu, and it went quite well, but I strongly disagree with her argument. It is not true. It is, in fact, it is as close to objectively false as you can get. The idea that you need to have an endocrinologist. That is absurd fear-mongering. Trans people who need an endocrinologist are people who have a complicated hormonal situation. You do not. GPs all across the United States regularly prescribe HRT. And it's just wrong. She's just wrong. Brianna Wu is just wrong on this. But I don't have any hate for Brianna Wu. I think Brianna Wu's heart is in the right place. I just think that she's accepting framing that is incorrect and inaccurate. In my town, I mean, I live in one of the trans capitals of the world. There were a ton of trans people here in Seattle, and GPs here are well educated. None of them, there are literally, I don't even know, there might even be millions of trans people or a million trans people in Seattle these days. There are a lot of trans people in Seattle. Trans people have been fleeing here, and they're not dropping dead left and right. They're being prescribed HRT and getting blood drawn by their GPs at health clinics. Sometimes even by just nurses, by registered nurses, or what are they called? The next step from a registered nurse. Maybe like 20K at the most. I don't know. I don't know the population levels. It's called a nurse practitioner, NP. Thank you, nurse practitioners. My GP is a nurse practitioner. She's amazing. She's incredibly knowledgeable on trans healthcare because the clinic that I go to is one of the primary clinics that trans people go to. She's a registered, she's a nurse practitioner, and she's able to easily make sure. I've been on hormones with her for years. I just had my blood done. My levels are fine. I'm healthy. I'm doing great. I'm a little overweight. Surprise there. Wow. GP stands for general practitioner. A general practitioner is a medical doctor or a family doctor or a nurse practitioner who handles your everyday medical needs. They will refer you out to a specialist if there's something they can't handle. Yeah, saying all trans people need an endo is like saying all people who grow weed need to have a botanist. Yeah, I think there's probably some lines there. I would go with a different thing. Saying all trans people need a endocrinologist, it's like saying that you need a mechanic to change the oil on your car. Like, a mechanic could help you, for sure, but like, you can go to an oil change facility or you can change it yourself. And it's not that dangerous. The chances of you failing are pretty low. Obviously, something could go wrong, but something can always go wrong. We can't get fear-mongery about this. Somniostatic says, I've never needed anything other than a GP to get depression meds. Yup. General practitioners they're medical doctors or registered nurses. These people are highly qualified. It's fear-mongering to say that every trans person needs to go to an endocrinologist. And it's also, with all due respect, classist as fuck. Endocrinologists are they're specialists who have a lot of work on, they have a lot of specialist cases. It's hard to get an appointment with an endocrinologist. It's expensive to get an appointment with an endocrinologist. You need to even get a referral often to get an appointment with an endocrinologist. It's just wrong. It's not correct, and also it argues that it puts a limit. It means that poor trans people will die. That is what that means. If you say that trans people must have an endocrinologist, it means that poor trans people will either have to die or do DIY HRT, which I'm sure is probably opposed by everyone who's trying to make the claim that an endocrinologist is necessary. It's very silly and it's wrong. And it is, intentionally or otherwise. I don't believe it's intentional in most cases. I think that most people are coming from a good place in their heart. But it is a form of biofascism that claims that the only path to getting what you need for your body to live a life that is right for you, to live freely as yourself, you must kowtow to an openly prejudiced system in many cases, in many places. Somniostatic says, Misa stepped in biofascism, stinky, yucky. Yeah, we got the fucking, Jar Jar stepped in the biofascism. That's fitting for the Star Wars arc. My God. Did we talk about Philosophy Tube? We just did. We just talked about Philosophy Tube. People who are dogpiling Philosophy Tube are suffering from what we like to call context collapse. Okay? Context collapse. You know what? This is a good opportunity for me to read you all a little article, okay? I'm going to read you a really great article about context collapse because I think it applies here very, very well, okay? The dangers of context collapse. Let's read this real quick, okay? Context collapse is a favorite tool of internet trolls and other disruptive influences, but it has so many other implications. It's important to avoid it and to recognize where context collapse is leading to incorrect belief or actions. Yeah, I'm going to zoom up. Don't worry. Too much. Context collapse is itself the phenomenon of highly contextual information being used purposefully or otherwise in an ambiguous manner which leads to confusion. A pretty common example of this is the word theory. In colloquial speech, theory means the same thing as hypothesis. In scientific speech. This leads to a very common chain of reasoning. The theory of evolution in the scientific sense becomes just a theory in the colloquial sense, which then is purposefully used to sow seeds of doubt in people using the phrase colloquially, when scientifically speaking, it's established fact. This ends up being a huge issue in a lot of unexpected places, which can often result in extremely unfortunate results, which can negatively impact people's livelihoods, even with the best of intentions. Let's see some examples. As a rhetorical device, African American. The phrase African American gained a lot of traction in the 1990s as a politically correct alternative to black, which was in turn seen as more progressive than colored. The intention was to refer to Americans who are of an African ethnic background due to the very specific historical and systemic issues which affect black Americans who came to this country by means of slavery. However, it didn't take long for this phrase to be context collapsed by people who use it to mean an American who came from Africa, including and especially white immigrants who came from South Africa, often the ones who were willing participants or benefactors of apartheid. There's a current trend on Twitter for people praising Elon Musk for being a successful African American, often calling people who are opposed to him racists because of their opposition to him. It's clear and frequent context collapse being used to attempt to silence people on a completely ridiculous basis, which some people start to actually believe as being factual. It muddies the waters and it causes endless confusion, with some people actually starting to believe that Elon Musk literally has a black ethnic identity because he's African American. Discourse and trolling. There are many social avenues on the internet where context collapse, willful or otherwise, is used to attack people based on beliefs that are unrelated or possibly in direct opposition to positions they actually hold. I can think of two silly examples in my own experience, and I have seen this happen with much more severe implications in other situations. For example, when J.J. Abrams' Star Trek reboot released, I wrote a review that was critical of it. One of my points of contention was the use of time travel as a reboot device in a way that destructively attempted to erase the original timeline, where it was specifically trying to undo the amazing continuity that existed before. This led to a few people to attack me in other threads as not being a true Star Trek fan, because in their minds I'd said that time travel doesn't belong in Star Trek, and had therefore been unaware about the many time travel plots that already existed in Star Trek. See how that works? Another example, in a thread about mixed drinks. I talked about how my favorite way of making a margarita was keeping it simple, with tequila, agave nectar, and lime juice. The reason being that tequila is fermented from agave nectar in the first place, and it pairs very well. This somehow became Fluffy only drinks hard liquor mixed with sweetener, and was used to attack my character in bizarre ways. Other examples that I see all the time are widespread discourse and call-out posts on Twitter and Mastodon. For example, someone will post a thing about the difficulty of classifying and abolishing child pornography, in which someone then interprets them as being against the abolishment of child pornography, which then ratchets to this person supports child pornography and pedophilia, which then leads everyone to interpreting the original thread under that lens, and then the person is branded forever as a pedophile. Do you see? You've seen that one. You all have probably seen that exact example, haven't you? In one particularly ironic example of that last one, the person was trying to raise awareness of context collapse as an issue, and the end result was them becoming context collapsed. Unfortunately, it becomes difficult to defend people in this situation because any defense of them is then seen as defending pedophilia, continuing a chain of context collapse. Darvo. In the horrifying panopticon of West Elm Caleb, which is well worth a watch, Sarah Z uses a phrase which really stuck with me. The abuser adopts the language of the abused. This comes to mind whenever I see the term Darvo being used to attack people who are simply trying to defend themselves. Darvo, you all have seen... Do you guys remember when I have been accused of Darvoing for just defending myself? Oh my god. Darvo is short for deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. The idea behind it is that when someone is being called out for being an abuser, the tendency is to attack the accuser and call themselves the true victim of this attack. It's a good phenomenon to be aware of, but the context collapse of the term Darvo then leads to its weaponization against people even further. To be clear, I'm not saying Darvo isn't a thing. It absolutely is, but it isn't so cut and dried, and accusations of it are often themselves a form of abuse or are used to enable it. For example, I've seen many situations where someone will be accused of being a sexual predator, and then when they deny those allegations, that leads to people to shouting Darvo, because they're saying that any of the behaviors listed as a problem, and that it's all of the behaviors together. In some particular cases of this, there will be circumstantial evidence or maybe even some actual wrongdoing on part of the accused, not to the extent that they're being accused of, and any attempts at defending themselves or attempting to clarify is then labeled as Darvo and therefore more proof of their own guilt. I've seen situations where the actual issue between the two parties is resolved, but someone else decides to carry a torch on that accuser's behalf, and the accused in questions this third-party participant's motives in doing so, which triggers the RVO part, even though the victim and offender come from a completely different context. Therefore, it becomes another case of Darvo. Do you see how interesting this article about context collapse is? Do you now understand why I go through such extensive pains to ensure that when I talk about an issue, I give you the context? See, Jedi Master Mama truly has seen the ways of the internet. I am able to guide you with the ways of the Force in this particular unique and strange aspect. Algorithmic context collapse. This is a good one. Another troublesome situation occurs when well-meaning humans write algorithms which end up leading to a chain of events which severely and negatively impact creators and their livelihood. LGBT. One particular common case of this, LGBTQIA+ and its related terms are often classified as being about sexuality, when there's a broad spectrum of topics that it's about, not just sex and sexuality. There is a broad swath of systemic and social implications to members of the LGBT community, which affects people in daily life, not just in terms of sexual attraction. For example, asexuality is about a lack of sexual attraction, which in turn leads to many forms of discrimination, and gender identity related topics get lumped in with sexuality when the larger implications about it are purely societal, not sexual. However, LGBT related terms get thrown into the sex and sexuality bucket. Sex and sexuality often gets thrown into the pornography bucket. In the mid-2000s, Amazon delisted all LGBT-related books from search results, including books intended for children, because of this exact reason. This was only discovered because a children's author noticed that their books weren't appearing in any search results, and they had to go on a large public crusade to get the issue fixed. There are ongoing issues with YouTube demonetizing, delisting, and sometimes even deleting LGBT-related content because a word gets misinterpreted as pornographic or sexual, or is maliciously flagged as such by bad actors, conservatives, who wish to game the system. This leads to a vicious cycle where positive LGBT-related content is suppressed or marked as pornographic, which makes it harder to find and also sets up a discourse about how LGBT identities are inherently pornographic as well. This then, of course, can ratchet up into ridiculous beliefs like gay teachers are grooming their students, quote unquote, which then leads to the horror show of the current push towards don't say gay bills. Context collapse. Become educated on context collapse. By the way, Angry Vicky with the $5, thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. Content moderation. I am a huge proponent of Bandcamp. They are by far the best place for musicians to sell their music and for fans to buy it. They have the best metadata, the most generous revenue split, especially on Bandcamp Fridays, the most amazing post-sale support and library access, and so on. I have been on their platform since nearly the beginning, and I've also done my part to convince others to move over to it. Even with the recent and potentially troublesome acquisition by Epic Games, I still think it's the best thing around. Though, of course, I hedge my bets. Last night, I discovered that none of my music was showing up on the Bandcamp search. However, nor was it appearing in the discovery feed, which meant that the huge source of potential revenue and visibility was lost, and it made no sense what was going on. So let's talk about how Bandcamp artists are set up. The artist has top-level tags. These are intended to just list what specific genres they work in. This is a problem for my music because you are limited to 5 genre tags and 1 broad category, and I make music in way more than 5 genres. Fortunately, you can also apply tags at the album and song level. These are meant to be both content-specific genres and also topic tags for what the song is about. This is very helpful for music discovery because it lets people search on their specific topics of interest, such as furry, or lo-fi, or coffee, or the like. Anyway, since tags can be genres, it makes sense for song tags to be applied to album tags and for album tags to be applied to artists, right? Well, what happens when you write a couple of songs that are political and about the alt-right and then tag them alt-right? Well, those songs are about the alt-right, but they aren't in an alt-right genre. But the system doesn't know that they're topic tags and not genre tags, so they might as well propagate to the albums, right? And the system sees that this album is tagged alt-right, so obviously whatever alt-right means, this artist does something about it, right? So let's propagate that tag to the artist. And the result being that my entire artist account ended up being tagged as alt-right, which meant that the moderation algorithm saw that and believed me to be alt-right and delisted all of my music. It's kind of hilarious, except that this means my last several albums never got any discovery, and who knows how many sales and potential new fans I lost out on as a result. Basically, this incredibly well-meaning system ended up flagging me as being alt-right because I wrote 2 songs critical of the alt-right, and this greatly impacted my potential livelihood. And I had no idea any of this was happening. For at least 2 years, I wasn't showing up in search results or the discovery queue because I'd been ironically labeled as something that I was protesting. Fortunately, I have a friend who works for Bandcamp who was able to escalate this issue, and I've been relisted, and they've since been re-evaluating the system and the process involved. Unfortunately, I can't help but imagine how many other artists have been affected by this, and I doubt that any alt-right positive bands would actually be tagging themselves as alt-right anyway, as that's not a label that they use for themselves. So this was a well-meaning moderation decision put in place by a human but never properly evaluated, with far-reaching implications that have the opposite effect of the intent. This is a perfect example of the old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I still love Bandcamp, and I'm glad that I was able to get this resolved for me, but resolving it just doesn't fix the problem. And of course, this goes on a little more about Bandcamp itself. In summary, whenever someone is making accusations towards the belief or character of someone else, it's worth looking into the source to make sure that there isn't context which mitigates this. No matter how many people you see favoring a particular take on things, it's possible there's a major unfortunate case of context collapse taking place. Kind of reminds you of what we were talking about with Abby here. Kind of reminds you, doesn't it? Content moderation should be done by humans, not by algorithms. Algorithmic moderation is helpful at some scales, but all final decisions must be reviewed by someone who has the context. And if a moderation is potentially impacting the livelihood of people being moderated, they must be aware of this and have a path towards getting it reevaluated again by a human who is aware of context. Context collapse is easy to have happen from the most innocent or well-meaning or well-intentioned of sources, and the implications can be horrifying to those who do not deserve it. The term context collapse has a somewhat different meaning when used in academic circles, and I've been unable to find a suitable term for this phenomenon that's used academically. It's important to not further muddy the waters when discussing this phenomenon. There you go. And I'll give you guys the link to the original version of this, okay? Here you go. If you all want to go check this out, this is from Fluffy's website. It's an incredibly good article, and I thought it was particularly useful here. Context collapse is one of the most common things on Twitter. It happens all over the place, and it leads to brutal dog piles of really, really well-intentioned people. And it's one of the reasons that I take so much time going through dramas the way that I do, talking about topics the way that I do, because you deserve to hear the signal. You deserve to understand the context. Illusions surround us. Illusions abound, okay? There is a lot of just stupid noise all around us. So take time, find the context, and analyze things based on the actual truthful context that they're in. And that includes this particular situation with PhilosophyTube, who, as it turns out, was completely correct in her argument, even if it was blown out of proportion and context collapsed into hell. Press like, subscribe, ring the bell, and don't forget to come on over to demonmama.com/live for live streams, okay? I stream all the time. My content is awesome, and we want to see this channel grow. Much love. There you go. There you go, everybody. All right, my lovely imps, it has been how many hours? It has been 6 hours and 15 minutes, a hell of a comeback stream. I hope you all have had a wonderful, wonderful time. Don't worry, May Spitfire, you can rewind. I have to go eat some food and rest my back and get some general rest, but I will be streaming again very soon. I hope you all have an incredible rest of your Ireland day. I hope you all, oh, Piftle Cakes, you're in for a treat. The Star Wars stuff was awesome. I gave you all a ton of Star Wars stuff. I hope you all had a great time. Don't forget, first off, tell your friends about Demon Mama. Share my videos, please. Like them, comment on them, help this channel grow. I want this channel to explode. I want to show you what I can do. If you trust me, I will show you what I can do. Secondly, may the Force be with you. And third, do not fucking die. Stay alive for me out there. We have a big fight in front of us, and I know that we need all of you, okay? I'll see you all very soon. Much love. Bye for now.